Chapter 401 Meet Max again. Pharmaceuticals? Yinxing feels that Chichui has opened a door to wealth for him. Everyone gets sick. If you are sick, you need to take medicine. Taking medicine costs money. And modern life makes people in the real world more likely to get sick than people in the magic world. This consumption accompanies people throughout their lives. And it is a blue ocean that will never be saturated no matter how hard you dig. Renluan Investment Bank's research on superpowers has an important topic: medical research and development. Yongheng Territory has built a 9-headed dragon database and can perform coding transformation at the genetic level. Yinxing does not understand medical pathology, but knows that those genetic diseases can definitely be cured by medicine. Now a batch of artificially bred griffins have been hatched on Griffin Island, and more than 20 little griffins are in very good health. Most of the other infrastructure can also be used. It is better to open Griffin Island to the outside world on a limited basis. First, the tourism industry can be used to recover investment. And second, the Biological Research Institute on the island can be used to open a hospital. Transferring a few hard demons from here, just based on the bug-like existence of the 9-headed dragon database, will definitely make a fortune. With the stimulation of money, Yinxing suddenly no longer had a headache. His waist was no longer sore, and his whole body was full of energy. He stood up from the chair, turned around and pinched Chuchu's face. I knew Chui would definitely give me a super money-making idea. Hurry up and change into suitable clothes, and accompany me to the Griffin Island in the real world. Yes, master. Chui snapped his fingers, and then he remembered that he was a physical body now, and he couldn't change clothes as easily as a virtual body. He could only float to the side room and search through the boxes for clothes. When he came out, he was wearing a set of Yinxing's home clothes loosely. The top was long, the pants were long, and he was floating like a ghost. Yinxing looked at Chui for a long time, and had to say, "You should change back to the clothes you just wore. People in the real world would at most think you were going to a comic convention. Ask the servant to bring a pair of suitable shoes, and then go buy clothes when you get there. There is no clothing in the city lord's mansion that is suitable for Chui to wear in the real world, so she can only make do with it for now." "Yes, master." Chui happily changed her clothes back. After the servant brought a pair of shoes, Yinxing took Chui back to the real world. The teleportation point was still the small apartment that Yinxing bought for himself anonymously. After Chui followed Yinxing to the teleportation point, he happily fell on the sofa and rolled around in it. It's so comfortable. Although I can make sofas in the virtual world, this kind of personal touch is still better. This feeling is not something I can simulate, at least not with my current computing power. There is also a kitchen. The master should not have eaten yet. It's time to show the master my cooking skills. Let me see what ingredients are in the refrigerator. Yinxing let Chui mess around in this small apartment. He walked to the desk and picked up the phone on the desk. Plug in the power and turn it on. Then sit on the chair and browse the information on the internet. After a while, Chui brought 2 bowls of cooked instant noodles. "Master, I searched for a long time and only found instant noodles. There are not even eggs. So I added 2 sausages. The master can only eat this kind of food reluctantly." Yinxing pulled his portion of noodles in front of him. It was unknown how the noodles were cooked, but Chui carved the ham sausage into patterns and placed it in the noodle soup with great care. Yinxing shook his head and smiled. "I don't come back often, so of course I store some emergency food. Eat quickly. I have notified the airport, and we can take a plane to Griffin Island in 4 hours. During this time, I will take you to buy some clothes. Master wants to buy clothes for Chui? Thank you, master." Chui ate the noodles with big mouthfuls. Yinxing focused on his phone. According to Chiron, or Max's social platform, he was actually in Zhihai City at this time, and he has been stranded here for a long time. Is this a coincidence? Definitely not. He came here just for me. Yinxing called Feng Tingyu, and after informing her that he would go to Griffin Island, he asked about Max. Feng Tingyu said that they have been keeping an eye on Max's whereabouts. This time Max's stay in Zhihai City attracted the attention of the company's leaders, and Lao Guan and Xiaoli, who had worked with him before, were transferred to monitor Max. If Yinxing wants to know about Max, he can call Lao Guan and Xiaoli out to ask. Feng Tingyu sent Lao Guan and Xiaoli's contact information. Yinxing immediately contacted the two and made an appointment to meet in a shopping mall. Looking at Chui again. She had already finished her bowl of noodles and was looking at him eagerly. as if she was anxious to go out. Yanxing had no choice but to turn off his phone, pick up the bowl, and quickly put the noodles into his mouth. After eating, go out. Chui, who had been anxious to go shopping, opened the door of the apartment and cast a stealth magic to the outside without even looking. This is a kind of mental interference magic. Under the effect of this magic, people with low mental resistance will ignore certain things they see and hear. Even if they take the elevator downstairs together, the other party will turn a blind eye. Yanxing can always hide this apartment because he uses stealth magic every time he enters and exits, greatly reducing his presence. Chui, who had always been with Yanxing, of course knew this process. First, drive an ordinary family car out of the underground parking lot, and then change cars at a public parking lot. Yanxing knew that he was now in some special circles, and was a public figure that everyone wanted to know the details of. So many traces had to be hidden. Fortunately, Zhai City was big enough. Driving to the mall where he had agreed to meet with Lao Guan and Shaoli, Yanxing took Chui to buy some suitable clothes before they arrived. Chui, who changed into a set of women's casual clothes, finally didn't stand out so much. You know, when Chui followed Yanxing into the mall just now, it caused quite a stir. Chui's outfit is like a game character that has come out of the second dimension. Not only does it look like him, but his whole demeanor satisfies all people's fantasies about this character. Many people gathered around to take photos, and some asked for contact information. Yanxing had to patiently explain that he was not invited by the merchant to organize an event, and then pulled Chui to the clothing area. It was not until Chui changed into normal clothes that the surroundings became quiet. After ordering a cup of milk tea for Chui, the two sat in the rest area of the mall and waited. Not too long. Lao Guan sat opposite Yanxing and shouted enthusiastically as if he had met an old friend. Mr. Yan, I haven't seen you for many days. You look very good. Who is this female companion? Can you introduce her to me? Yanxing looked to one side and saw Shaoli standing at the stairs not far away, with his hands in his pockets and looking around vigilantly. Her name is Chui, and she is my assistant. Chui extended her hand to Lao Guan and said with a friendly smile, Hello, Lao Guan. I am Chui. Mr. Yan brought me out to see the world this time, and I hope you will take care of me in the future. Would you like milk tea? It's delicious. I'll buy you a cup. Lao Guan did not look down on Chui because she looked like an innocent girl. Thinking back to everything he had experienced in Max Manor, no one around Yanxing could be looked down upon. Lao Guan shook hands with Chui and said politely, I'm not thirsty. Thank you, Miss Chui. Miss Chui is really beautiful. Even prettier than those big stars. Mr. Yan, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to another place. Yanxing said, I have to catch a plane. Let's talk here. Don't worry. We are talking here. No fourth person will hear it. Lao Guan found that the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and there were people coming and going in the mall. But he couldn't hear a single sound. He didn't know how Yanxing managed to isolate the sound. And this was not something he could pry into. Mr. Yan is really unfathomable. Lao Guan sighed. Now Shaoli and I have been transferred to the company, and we have also received a notice from the leader. Whatever Mr. Yan wants to know, we will never hide it. Yanxing nodded and said, I want to meet you this time just to know about Max. He is in this city now, since experiencing the Max Manor incident. Lao Guan and Shaoli have joined Renluan Investment Company and specialize in handling matters related to the Witch Mutual Aid Association. Monitoring Max is naturally within their scope of responsibility. Lao Guan told Yanxing what Max had done during this period. Not long ago, Max completed his world tour, enjoying himself like a rich dandy. During this period, he did not cause any trouble, and his behavior was no different from that of ordinary people. Even during this period in Zhejiang, he was law-abiding and kept to himself. He goes in and out of famous nightclubs and clubs every day, and lives a life of day and night reversal. Max has a wide range of social contacts in Zhejiang. The celebrities here also like to make friends with this old nobleman inherited from ancient Europe. So far, we have not found Max doing anything out of line. Maybe he did, but we don't know. By the way, Max likes the Earl Red wine you sell in Zhejiang. If anyone wants to invite Max, just say that you have Earl Red wine, and Max will come. No wonder the sales of Earl Red wine have increased a lot recently. It turns out that there is Max, a voluntary wine sponsor. Maybe the red wine from the magic world allows Max to taste the taste of his hometown. It's good that he can stay in peace. Don't take the initiative to provoke him. Faced with Yinqing's reminder, Lao Guan smiled bitterly and said, how dare we provoke him? We pray to God every day, hoping that he will not cause trouble. Now there are at least 200 people every day, following this person 24 hours a day, which really makes us exhausted. Boss Yin, you have great power. Can you get him away from here? He is here, and we are all on edge, having seen the destructive power of Max after his transformation. No matter how harmless he appears, no one dares to take him lightly. Yinqing considered Lao Guan's suggestion. Then he said, Max came to Zhejiangxi for me. Since you don't welcome him, I will take him away. Where is he now? Hearing Yinqing agree to take Max away, Lao Guan said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Yin. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Max is sleeping in the hotel now. He usually sleeps until 5 in the afternoon before coming out for activities. What a life. Yinqing is really envious. Let's go. Let's pick him up. Will you two come with us? Lao Guan said without hesitation, together. Wherever Max goes, our people will follow. Of course. If it's inconvenient. Yinqing stood up. We are going to Griffin Island, where your department is also. There is nothing inconvenient. Let's go together. We have to catch a plane. Chichui removed the silent barrier, and the mall became noisy in an instant. Lao Guan made a gesture to Xiaoli, then followed Yinqing and whispered, Boss Yin, many people are investigating you, and your presence here has attracted some followers. Xiaoli will bring people to stop them. You can take our car and leave. Chichui had already discovered these people through the surveillance equipment in the mall, but he didn't know what forces were behind them, since someone was going to deal with these stalkers. Yinqing took Chichui and followed Lao Guan out of the mall, and got into a black business car. Lao Guan was still driving, and after driving around the mall, Xiaoli opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Hello, Mr. Yin. Xiaoli greeted enthusiastically. I don't know what you did. I couldn't hear what you said through the intercom. I don't know how to address these ladies. Just call me Xiaoli. Hello, Xiaoli. My name is Chui, Mr. Yin's assistant. Please take care of me in the future. It is us who want to ask you and Mr. Yin to take care of us. Lao Guan is a good driver. He drives quickly in the traffic, and soon stops at the door of a hotel. Xiaoli looked outside and said to Yinqing, I'll go call Max. You wait here. Yinqing said, no need. He knows I'm coming. Then someone knocked on the car door. At some point, Max was already standing on the side of the car. Yinqing opened the window a little, and said to Max outside, Get in the car. Max sat down in the car and laughed. These two guys. They bring people across the street with telescopes pointing at my window every day. According to my previous temper, I would definitely make honey barbecue. What is this? Is it your work? Max saw Chui, and his expression changed immediately. He could feel that Chui was different. She looked human, but she was not human. Max was joking with you too. Don't be nervous. Yinqing comforted Lao Guan and Xiaoli, and then introduced Max. This is Chui, my assistant, and it can be considered my work. I think such a work should be nothing to Mr. Max. Now we are going to the place where I raise and breed griffins. If you are willing to go with us, you will definitely be able to provide valuable suggestions for our project. Max looked at Chichui seriously, and said to Yinqing, It seems that my prediction is correct. You are the same as me. I just don't know who you are. Are you an old friend? Or a new NI? Chapter 402 The Secret of the World. Reverse? Yinqing learned a brand new term from Max. He asked Chui to release magic to isolate the sound of the front and rear compartments of the car. And then asked Max, Can you explain to me what reverse is? Hearing Yinqing's question, Max said in surprise, You don't know what reverse is? Yinqing smiled and replied, Would I ask you if I knew it? What is certain is that I am not your old friend. Because in our world, I have never met an existence that is equal to you and me. This is also the main reason why I provide you with help. I think we are the same kind. Max observed Yinqing, as if he wanted to judge from his expression whether he was lying or not. Then Max took out a bottle of wine from the inner pocket of his clothes, opened the lid and took a sip, and then said with emotion, It seems that it is not just me. All the rebellion has been punished. The world does not allow things like us with divine power to exist. But it cannot stop us from appearing. You should have had divine power for a short time. And you have not noticed the existence of the executioner. And the executioner has not noticed you either. Don't go any further. Otherwise our fate will be your fate. Yinxing said, You said so much, but it is equivalent to saying nothing. What is reversal? What is the executioner? Max answered while drinking, You should be able to realize that our world is created. The one who created the world is called God. But God does not manage the world. The world runs under the rules set by God. But over time, there are always some heroes who can recognize and use the rules. Such heroes exist like electronic viruses in this system, and are identified as reversal by this system. Once reversal exceeds the tolerance range of the rules, the world will awaken the executioner to eliminate the reversal. As a senior, I advise you not to move forward. The executioner maintains the rules and masters the rules, and it is impossible to be defeated. Yinxing listened carefully, and when Max finished speaking, he said, You use the electronic virus to metaphorically represent an eye, which is really vivid. I will listen to your advice, and will not provoke the executioner. At the same time, he secretly warned Chui not to be too reckless in the research of the nine-headed dragon, and to always pay attention to the reaction from the origin of the magic world. Chui responded through consciousness. The reason why an eye cannot beat the executioner is that an eye concentrates the power of God, life and energy into one, and naturally cannot withstand the attack of those with higher authority. But our nine-headed dragon project, the power of God, life, and energy can all be dispersed, as long as the nine-headed dragon database is there. Even if the executioner destroys the magic world, we can still retreat to the real world to continue to create gods, much more advanced than these so-called reverses. Yinxing felt that what Chui said made some sense. Reverse is a product based on the rules of the magic world. Under the same rules, high authority against low authority is a dimensionality reduction attack. But he and Chui are an external variable to the magic world. The nine-headed dragon project not only uses the rules of the magic world, but also has technologies that the magic world does not have. Information and communication technology, genetic engineering, and energy transmission technology can make reverse no longer confined to a fixed form. In short, it is better to be careful. Strategically, the executioner can be despised, but the specific implementation must attach importance to his existence. The later we are discovered by the executioner, the more time we have to become stronger. Max saw Yinxing was silent, so he smiled and said, I have told you so much about the origin of the world. How are you going to repay me? Yinxing interrupted the communication with Chui and replied to Max, What do you want in return? You came to Zhihai City to wait for me. There must be a purpose. There is a purpose, Max told Yinxing. After traveling for this period of time, I found that the development of this world is beyond my imagination. In just a few hundred years, it has become a civilization that makes me amazed. Recalling when we first entered this world, there was not even a decent city-state here. With our help, they were able to escape from primitiveness. But now, from what you said, our world is still the same. It is obvious that we mastered the method of using energy earlier, but our civilization has not changed for thousands of years. Why is this? Yinxing thought, This is none of my business. But in order to answer Max, he still thought seriously, Is it because our world is bound by rules? Then, is this world bound by rules? Max replied, Rules must exist. And there are constraints when there are rules. Even if there is no executioner in this world, there must be another way to prevent the rules from being broken. Even if this layer of rules is broken, I think there will be higher level rules. I am also looking for the answer to that question. My request is, I hope you can allow me to stay in this country to do research. Max wants to stay. I tried so hard to get you away. And you told me that you want to stay here. Yinxing asked very vigilantly, Why are you staying here? I have no ill intentions. I just feel that the civilization here is somewhat incompatible with the civilization in other parts of the world. So I had the idea of researching. Really? Yinxing expressed disbelief. Of course it's true. Max looked very sincere. Perhaps this world can develop into this in such a short time because of the existence of this Eastern civilization. Yinxing didn't buy Max's tricks at all. He refused directly. I don't know what happened in the ancient times of this world, but I can conclude that your influence has not spread to this land. I think there must be some power that refused your entry. I don't know if that power is still there. But as long as I am here, you can't do anything you don't want to tell me. This world is big. There are many places that can accommodate you. But this place is not. This land is protected by me. We are at the airport. I will take you out of the country. The stronger the power, the more things you will be exposed to. Yinching can feel that many things are not as simple as they seem. The civilization and thoughts produced by this land are indeed very different from those in other places. It seems to be a protected paradise. I just don't know if that kind of power still exists now. But judging from Max's appearance, it should be gone. Then the responsibility of protection will naturally be taken over by Yinching. Max shrugged. His handle is in Yinching's hand, so he can only obey. Arrived at the airport. The private plane that Yinching booked has already stopped on the runway. Several people got off the car and boarded the plane, flying to Griffin Island. Although Griffin Island has been kept secret, many people have already known the existence of the legendary creature Griffin through some channels. At the same time, many versions have been circulated. Some say that these griffins are a group of griffins that have been found in a very secret forest. Some say that these griffins were cultivated using gene cloning technology and active cells in the griffin fossils found. Some say that these griffins are hybrid creatures obtained by crossbreeding two species using biotechnology. Of course, most people who heard the news or saw the video thought it was a century-old lie. With today's information technology, any mythical creature can be photoshopped. There was a heated debate between believers and non-believers. Those who did not believe asked the so-called griffin owner to put the real griffin in front of the public. Those who believe in it also hope to see the true appearance of the griffin with their own eyes. And it would be even better if they could ride and fly. Because in the leaked videos, there are many clips of griffins flying with people. In short, the griffin is full of presence and has become a traffic code regardless of national boundaries. After landing on the Griffin Island, Yinching immediately convened a board meeting of Laying Company, discussed together the implementation steps of opening the Griffin Island and starting the tourism industry. Shareholders and company executives gathered together. As the caretaker of the griffins, Tong Yitong first reported to Yinching the health and growth status of all the griffins. During this period, he looked at Chichui, who was sitting next to Yinching from time to time. Mr. Yin, the 6 adult griffins have fully adapted to the environment here, resting normally, exercising normally, and eating normally. After domestication, they can interact with people in many ways and have no tendency to attack people. There are 21 young griffins in total, 17 of which are in good health and can do moderate activities outside. But they cannot fly yet. The remaining 4 need to live in the nursery and be cared for by professionals. Now 6 griffins have entered the next round of breeding. With in vitro embryo cultivation technology, we can guarantee a very high birth rate and survival rate of griffins. Then Qinshe reported to Yinching on the company's financial situation and the construction of the island. In the past year, the construction of Griffin Island has been like a large gold-eating beast, consuming a huge amount of funds every moment. But there is no return. This time Yinching expressed his intention to open Griffin Island, and immediately attracted all shareholders. Everyone keeps investing money in this project. Isn't it just waiting for this moment? Now Griffin Island not only has a griffin breeding area and a breeding area, but also an amusement park, a beach bathing area, and marine activities. There are hotels, mountain lodges, rapids adventures. Even the underwater base has been developed into a horror house. There are newly built airports and docks on the island, just waiting to open and attract customers to make money. Yinching asked Feng Tingyu about the island's security again. Just when he was about to announce the opening of Griffin Island, a young woman said at the meeting, Chairman Yin, some things are better explained before opening Griffin Island. According to our investigation, Renluen Investment Bank has a very strong official background in a certain eastern country. And this background is likely to bring us sanctions from the West. This will affect the income of our Griffin Island and bring us a lot of trouble. Feng Tingyu immediately retorted, Ms. Zhao, Renluen Investment Bank's participation in the Griffin Island project is recognized by all shareholders. Our company has invested a lot of energy and funds in this project, and has won many convenient conditions for the construction of Griffin Island. It can be said that without Renluen Investment Bank's smooth relations and mediation of materials, Griffin Island would not have been built so quickly and so safely. You didn't mention our company's background earlier. And you didn't mention our company's background later. What's the meaning of mentioning it when Griffin Island is about to make money? No meaning? It's just that I learned from our unique channels that a sanctions plan against our Laning company and Griffin Island is about to be implemented because of the official background of Renluen Investment Bank. You should know that our main customers are wealthy people in the West. If they are restricted from coming to Griffin Island, it will cause us immeasurable losses. If we are asked to hand over the Griffin again, all our investments will go down the drain. I am thinking about all the shareholders here. We have the ability to protect all the griffins here. I doubt your ability. After all, Miss Tong Yitong and Chairman Yin have both been kidnapped on Griffin Island. The woman surnamed Zhao confronted Feng Tingyu. Yin Xing then asked, "Who are you?" The woman's face suddenly turned very ugly when Yin Xing asked her this. Qin Shi hurriedly introduced Yin Xing. "This is Ms. Zhao Hongshang. From the Zhao family's M Country branch. The ownership of Griffin Island is now in their hands." Zhao Hongshang raised her head. Yin Xing asked again, "If Ms. Zhao gives Griffin Island away, do we have no way to deal with it?" Qin Shi replied, "In theory, Griffin Island is jointly owned by the Zhao family. But if the Zhao family's M Country branch wants to give it away, we can only take the Griffin away." "I understand." Yin Xing nodded, and then said to Zhao Hongshang, "Thank you, Ms. Zhao, for providing us with the information. But sanctions really don't scare people these days. It's better to bring an aircraft carrier fleet here to be more deterrent." "But, will an aircraft carrier fleet be useful?" Yin Xing asked Feng Tingyu. Feng Tingyu immediately replied, "No use, all the aircraft carriers will be useless." "Did you hear that?" Yin Xing smiled and said to Zhao Hongshang, "Please pass this message through your exclusive channels. Sanctions? I'm not afraid of them. I'm not afraid of big ones. Don't send a small character to be a mouthpiece. Whatever you want. At least show your capital first." Zhao Hongshang's face turned red after what Yin Xing said. And she shouted, "You are not afraid of sanctions because you don't have much investment in Griffin Island. But we have invested a lot of money. Who will bear the losses we suffer in the future?" At this time, Chui asked, "Boss Yin, we know that Miss Tong Yitong was kidnapped. But when were you kidnapped on Griffin Island?" Chui reminded Yin Xing. And he turned to Feng Tingyu and asked, "Who knows about my kidnapping?" Feng Tingyu replied, "Boss Yin was kidnapped, and the time between being rescued was very short. So not many people knew about it. I will send someone to investigate and see if Ms. Zhao Hongshang is on the list of insiders." Yin Xing said, "No need to investigate. Let Ms. Zhao Hongshang tell us where she knew about this. It's also okay." Chapter 403 Fraud. Since the discovery of the underground base hidden on Griffin Island, Feng Tingyu has been investigating the relationship between the Zhao family and this matter. But there is no solid evidence to prove anything. Now Zhao Hongshang accidentally exposed herself. And Chui, who is very sensitive to information, noticed the clues. After Chui's reminder, Yin Xing and Feng Tingyu both realized something. Facing Yin Xing's gaze, Zhao Hongshang suddenly broke out in a sweat. She didn't expect Yin Xing to be so tough in the face of Western sanctions. You know, this is the heart of the Pacific Ocean, close to Hawaii Island. It is the traditional sphere of influence of M Country, according to the promise made by the other party. After the matter is completed, the Zhao family's M Country branch can obtain more than half of the income of Griffin Island. There is also a state assemblyman seat. And if this thing cannot be done, the family's interests will inevitably suffer a great loss. Zhao Hongshang could not help but look to Zhao Guotai for help, hoping that the family could help at this time. Zhao Guotai remained silent. With his power, he can always get some secrets. At this time, for the sake of the family's interests, we must wait and see. If the branch family can protect itself, it will protect itself. If it cannot protect itself, the main family can only sacrifice the car to save the driver. Without support, Zhao Hongshang had to continue to show a tough attitude. "I don't need to tell you where my information comes from. You only need to know that only if Renluan Investment Bank withdraws its capital and leaves Griffin Island can we keep our assets." Feng Tingyu angrily said, "If we leave, there will be no one to protect your assets. Don't get angry with such people." Yin Xing comforted Feng Tingyu, and then said to Zhao Hongshang, "Who stays and who leaves should be decided by the board of directors according to the rules. I think as long as you are not stupid. You all know what Old M wants to do. What you are worried about is nothing more than sanctions or armed attacks." "Sanctions? We only have so many griffins now. And Griffin Island is so big. And the number of visitors we can receive every day is limited. If the Westerners don't come, we will receive guests from the East. And there won't be much loss. As for force, if the other party's intelligence gathering ability is strong enough, it should be just a verbal scare. If the other party's intelligence gathering ability is too poor, as Miss Feng just promised, it will be useless even if all their aircraft carriers come over. Don't worry. All reactionaries are paper tigers." After reassuring the shareholders, Yin Xing said to Zhao Hongshang, "In this meeting, we are talking about the opening of Griffin Island. We have plenty of time to talk about other things. I think you also need to prepare and think about what to talk to me about. I have nothing to talk about with you. Zhao Hongshang responded loudly. But her tone seemed very guilty. Yanqing did not waste time on things other than the current agenda. Anyway, this is an island, and she can't run away. And Yanqing didn't plan to personally inquire about this kind of thing. Renluen Investment Bank will handle it more professionally. There were no alternative voices at the meeting. And everyone was looking forward to the opening of Griffin Island. Qinsher took over all the publicity work, preparing to create a big news that would shock the whole world. After the meeting, Yanqing focused all his attention on the hospital on the island. Griffin Island entertainment is defined as high-end consumption. Being far away from the land, the island must have medical capabilities that can cope with many diseases. For this reason, Griffin Island Hospital purchased a lot of world-leading medical equipment and hired professional doctors to work in the hospital. If the biological experts in the Griffin Research Institute are included, the medical capabilities of Griffin Island are still relatively strong. If the special medicine developed by the Jiu-Tu-Long database can be organically combined, it will be possible to add another medical tourism project to Griffin Island. Chui carefully recorded the situation inside the Griffin Island Hospital and planned how to arrange Xi and Yao to come in and what position she would take. Because Chui was with Yanqing all day and even stayed in the same room at night, Tong Yitong seemed to be neglected. Men are creatures who like new things and dislike old things. One night, Max appeared in front of Tong Yitong, who was walking on the beach. He saluted very gentlemanly, and then walked side by side with Tong Yitong. And for people of Yanqing status, love is just a spice of life. Tong Yitong was very alert when facing Max. After all, she had seen him turn into a demon, so she couldn't be fooled by his current appearance. But when she heard Max talking about Yanqing, Tong Yitong said with curiosity, "My relationship with Mr. Yin is my repayment to him. Without him, I might have been a small clerk all my life. It would be impossible to obtain such a powerful force." As she spoke, Tong Yitong stretched out her hand toward the sea, and instantly froze a large area of sea water. Seeing Tong Yitong showing her supernatural power, Max clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad. Very powerful. But not enough. This level of power cannot extend your life. In another 10 years, your youth will leave you. In another few decades, your life will also come to an end. And Yanqing still has a long time to spend. You can't accompany him for life. So you are just a comfort to him. He won't invest his feelings in you. And there will be more and more women around him in the future." Although Tong Yitong felt a little uncomfortable, she still answered stubbornly, "I just said that the relationship between Mr. Yin and I is just to repay a favor." "Just to repay a favor?" Max smiled meaningfully and said, "There are many ways to repay a favor. But why do you choose this? Foolish woman. You just want to tie Yanqing with your body. This is the blindness and impulse of love. You work for him. Fight for him. But what do you get in return? Chui is stronger than you, and is more pleasing to Yanqing. You are just a test subject of Yanqing, and maybe a failed product." Max's words touched Tong Yitong deeply. "What is your purpose in telling me this?" "I just want to help you." Tong Yitong asked vigilantly, "How?" "Help you become stronger. Let you have a longer life. And stay young for a long time. If you want Yanqing to keep you in his heart, you must have the ability to accompany him through the long years." Tong Yitong didn't believe it. "You forgot how you ran away in your manner. You are so miserable yourself. And you dare to say you will help me become stronger." Max laughed. "But didn't I come back with Yanqing later? If Yanqing had the ability to kill me, would he negotiate with me? I have no ill will towards you, nor towards Yanqing. I just can't bear to see him like this. He is my friend. I hope he has love. Not so degenerate." Tong Yitong seemed to believe it. "What can I do for you?" Max smiled happily. No. You don't have to do anything. I just want to help you. And I don't need anything in return from you." In a room in the villa area, Yanqing and Chui watched the two people in the video together. Chui was surprised and said, "Master, how do you know that Max will go to find Xiao Tong?" Yanqing thought while watching the video, and answered, "When Max said he wanted to observe our civilization, I knew I couldn't trust him anymore. If he was really that persistent, he would definitely find other ways to break through. At this time, Xiao Tong is undoubtedly a very good target. Master is really smart. But aren't you afraid that Xiao Tong will betray you?" Yanqing smiled and said, "What is betrayal?" She and I are not subordinates. And any decision she makes is her business. Chue pouted and said, "The heart demon will never betray the master. What should we do?" "Keep monitoring." Max still knows too little about this world. And doesn't know what kind of monitoring methods we have. This also indirectly shows that he is very anxious and unwilling to continue waiting for a good opportunity. I'm curious. What exactly is he looking for? I'm curious too. Chuichu looked at the screen and asked, "Master, what did you say prevented them from coming to us in ancient times? If I knew, would I still need to monitor Max here?" Yinxing yawned. "I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. Keep an eye on Max. If Tong is in danger, rescue her immediately. I think Max's other purpose in contacting Tong is probably for her blood." "Yes, Master." Chichui saw Yinxing lying on the bed and said dissatisfiedly, "Chichui wants to sleep with the master. Chichui created this body just to please the master." Yinxing was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. "I feel a little psychological pressure facing you. Take a break. I originally treated you as a sister, but you only wanted to sleep with me." "Humph." Chichui was very angry after being rejected. Master is so bad. The next day, Tong did not tell Yinxing about her meeting with Max. She made herself work all day and even deliberately avoided Yinxing. After Yinxing dealt with the matter on Griffin Island, he took Chichui back to the magic world. He pretended to return to the magic world. Yinxing and Chichui returned to the rented apartment and stayed indoors all day. In addition to returning to Yonglin territory on time every day to handle affairs, he kept an eye on Max's every move through monitoring equipment. Max really took action. He found Tong and asked Tong to take him back to the mainland to avoid the surveillance of Renluin Investment Bank under the pretext of giving her power and longevity. Yinxing immediately drove to the airport with Chichui and continued to track Tong and the disguised Max after they got off the plane. Originally, Yinxing was afraid that Max would take Tong away from Zhihai City to other places, which would definitely increase the difficulty of tracking him. But Max was unexpectedly driving around in Zhihai City. What was he doing? Did he find us? Yinxing, who was following behind, couldn't guess what Max was thinking. At this time, Chui, who was driving, said to Yinxing, "Master, Feng Tingyu sent a message saying that Max is missing. They suspect that Max left Griffin Island with Tong. Tell them that Max is in Zhihai City, and I am following him. Their people can come, but don't make too much noise." Yinxing looked at the phone. The screen of the phone was the city road monitoring network read by Chui, so he could accurately know Max's location without getting too close to his car. "Yes, Master. I have informed them." Master." Tong opened the special communicator you left for him. Yinxing immediately looked away from the phone and asked, "What did she say?" "She didn't say anything, but we can hear her conversation with Max. She is still loyal to you, Master." The sound of Chui was very joyful. Yinxing also smiled. In a black car, Max drove through the traffic in the city. He has been driving for 3 hours without stopping. Tong asked him, "I have brought you to Zhihai City as you requested. When do we start the ceremony to grant me strength and longevity?" Max kept observing the buildings on both sides of the road. Looking more and more anxious, he said to Tong, "The sky above this city is shrouded in Yinxing's power, and it is also the source of Yinxing's power. What we are looking for is the true origin of this power. It chose Yinxing and gave him power comparable to that of a god. So it would be too easy to make you immortal. Now Yinxing should have just used that power not long ago. And the residual space fluctuations will guide us to find that location." Hearing this, Yinxing couldn't help but exclaimed, "It turns out that this guy has long seen that I am not from the magic world, and knows that I can freely travel between the two worlds because of some kind of power. This guy has been staying in Zhihai City, waiting for us to travel through the world. He is indeed good at deception. But this also means that there have been people like me who can travel through two worlds." Chui was also a little anxious. "Master, what should I do?" Yinxing opened the map and found the location where he first traveled to the magic world. Comparing Max's driving route, it was indeed constantly approaching that point. At this time, Tong's voice sounded, "I feel like you don't seem to be helping me, but using me. I want to get off. Stop the car quickly." Max turned his head to look at Tong. His eyes turned bright yellow. "Looking for the source of power consumes too much of my magic power. You are just my backup food. Did you find that your superpowers are sealed? Humph. Don't struggle in vain. The gap between you and me is too big. The consumption of magic power made Max's figure appear trance and a little fuzzy. He was ready to devour Tong Yitong to replenish his magic power. But he didn't expect Yanqing's voice to come out from Tong Yitong's pocket. Karen, do you still remember your promise to me? You promised me that as long as I treat you sincerely, you will treat me sincerely. You are not sincere enough now. Yanqing's voice scared Karen. And he asked, didn't you go to that world? Why are you here? You are too anxious. And I can see your deception. You are no match for me in your current state. Even if you devour Tong Yitong, you are still no match for me. Why don't we stop the car and talk? I will give you another chance to deceive me. If you dare to hurt Xiaohong, this opportunity will be gone. Chapter 404. The Confrontation of Fate. Are you sincere to me? Max drove the car on the road and yelled at Yanqing. I'm afraid you want to find out my true identity and then kill me completely. Hearing Max say this, Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. You guy, you are a hammer. And everyone looks like a nail. You like to lie to people. And always think that others are also lying to you. I am indeed very interested in your identity. But why should I kill you? What good will killing you do for me? Don't think that everyone is the same as you. Max now has a very strong paranoid fantasy. Especially after seeing Cui. He thinks that Yanqing has mastered the divine power. This means that he has the ability to kill me. As long as he finds my body, I can't resist it all. This is also the reason why Max can't pretend anymore. I won't believe you no matter what you say. Just like you won't believe me no matter what I say now. Now Tong Yitong is in my hands. Open the door and let me go back. I will let her go. Yanqing asked Chui, who was driving, to speed up and said to Max, you are right. Why should I believe that you will let Xiaohong go? Let her go first. Such a stalemate is not good for you and me. Someone must take a step back. Tong Yitong is in my hands. I must devour her within a minute. The choice is yours. Chui reminded Yanqing, we can't afford the risk of letting Chiron return to the magic world. He may be the same as the nine-headed dragon, which is a danger we can't deal with now. I know. Yanqing turned to Max and said, Chiron, think clearly. Theoretically you are in my hands. You can choose to kill Tong Yitong or not. And I can also choose to kill you after finding you. Yanqing's words hit Max's vital point. It seems that you don't care about Tong Yitong's life or death and are unwilling to give in? Max, the reason you can still talk to me now is because I care about Tong Yitong's safety. Not only her. I also care about the safety of everyone in this city. Don't judge my thoughts with yours. Don't make things irreparable. What happened in ancient times is over. I have nothing to do with my ex. We can rebuild the relationship between our two worlds. How can I trust an executioner? Executioner? Yanqing was a little confused. He said to Max, you lied to me too many times. So you always think I lied to you. Before I met you, I didn't know what reverse and executioner were. I never thought of hurting you. My car is behind yours. And I have the medium you need. Stop the car. Let's talk. Solve the misunderstanding. The consumption of magic power made it difficult for Max to maintain his form. And swallowing Tong Yitong only slowed down his speed of dissipation. Finally, Max stepped on the brake. Chui stopped sharply close to the rear of Max's car, almost causing the car behind to rear-end. Yanqing rushed out of the car, opened the door of the front passenger, threw a bottle of medium to Max, and then pulled Tong Yitong off the seat, touched the seal on her body, and then said to her, take the car behind. After Tong Yitong got into Chui's car, Yanqing sat in Max's passenger seat and said, let's go. Find a place with few people and solve the problem between us. Max absorbed the medium and returned to normal. He looked at Yanqing without saying anything, started the car, and drove to the suburbs outside the city, turning into a mountain. The two cars stopped at the same time. Yanqing lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke, and said to Max, I think the trust between the two of us should be rebuilt, starting with telling me the first truth. What is rebellion and what is executioner? Do you want to smoke? 1. Max took a cigarette from Yanqing's cigarette box, threw a ball of fire at his fingertips to light the cigarette, and said, rebellion? I have explained to you that when a hero becomes powerful to a certain extent, he will come into contact with divine power. At this time, the world mechanism will create the executioner to eliminate the NI. In this long river of time, the pursuit of power has made countless heroes become NI. And then, they are eradicated by the executioner. No exceptions. This is the fate of NI and executioner under the world mechanism. I am and I. And you are the chosen executioner. Yinqing asked. I am the executioner? Are you sure? Max said while smoking. The executioner comes from this world. He has the ability to travel through two worlds, and is accepted by the rules of both worlds. The executioner grows very quickly. With the help of the world mechanism, he can complete the transition from ordinary people to theocracy in a short period of time. Do you think you meet these conditions? Yinqing thought carefully about his experience this year, and his growth rate was indeed somewhat amazing. I thought I was able to grow so fast because of my strong business ability? It turns out that it's because I am the child of destiny? Destiny? A very appropriate metaphor. The world mechanism will not choose the executioner casually. Your destiny line is an important basis for the world mechanism to choose you. You will be guided to eradicate reversal. This is your destiny, and you can't change it if you want to. Yinqing smoked a cigarette, digested the information he just got, and then said to Max, You suddenly became so nervous. Because you think I became the executioner to kill you? Max was also exhaling smoke. The world mechanism chose you as the executioner because a new reversal is being created, and you are prepared for the next execution. But as the enemy of fate, you will not let me go either. Even if you don't want to kill me subjectively, once you find my true body, fate will arrange all the conditions for you to kill me. Maybe fate will also arrange for you to find my true body. The next execution? There is a reversal being created? You said these are all arranged by the world mechanism. Is the world mechanism so awesome? The role of the world mechanism is to maintain the balance of the world. As a being that can break the balance, the reversal is naturally the target that the world mechanism needs to eradicate. The emergence of reversal is uncontrollable. Once the world mechanism finds the precursor of reversal, it will select executioners from this world, or more precisely, from this land. Yinqing asked curiously, Why are they people from this land? We also want to know this. But the executioners blocked our entry, and killed or sealed us one by one. What is the end of the executioner? I don't know. How can I, a loser, know the end of the executioner? But every time a new reversal appears, a new executioner will appear. I think the world mechanism does not want a reversal with divine power, and it should not want an executioner with a higher divine power to exist forever. At this time, Yinqing smiled and said, Well, I think we have found a basis for mutual trust. And this is the benefit of talking. As an executioner, after completing the execution, I may face a fate of being abandoned. That is not the ending I want. I am busy like a dog every day, and I have not really enjoyed my life. I don't want to die like this. You don't want to die either. What is a more solid trust relationship than one based on life and death? Max looked at Yinqing. I didn't expect you to be so optimistic after guessing your own ending. Resist the fate given to you by the world mechanism? Do you think you have this ability? You are challenging the highest authority of the world. Yinqing asked Max, When you faced the executioner, did you resist? Yes, but failed. You all resisted? Why can't I resist? Max found that he couldn't refute Yinqing's argument. Perhaps we do have common interests. Yinqing patted Max's shoulder. You should be an old guy. How can you be more narrow-minded than me? My ancestors shot the sun, moved mountains, and filled the sea. Maybe they were once the executioners, although I don't know what their final outcome was. I also want to leave a piece of my myth. Destiny is a thing. It's also part of fate to expose it. Let's go. Get off the car. Let's go apologize to Xiao Tong. Let's find a place to eat and talk. While Yinqing and Max were talking, Chuchui and Tong Yitong were sitting in the car behind. Unlike Chuchui, who could connect to Yinqing's consciousness to listen to the content of the conversation, Tong Yitong was always looking at the car in front nervously. She was afraid that Yinqing and Max would suddenly fight. When she was imprisoned, Tong Yitong could feel Max's irresistible power. It was the same feeling that Yinqing gave her. An invincible sense of oppression. Miss Chuchui, can Yin always beat Max? Chui put his hands on the steering wheel, tapping the beat with his fingers, just like listening to a song. Fight. Why fight? What Mr. Yin is best at is not fighting, but capturing people's hearts. Ah? Tong Yitong's face turned red, obviously misunderstanding what Chui wanted to express. Your heart is also captured by Mr. Yin? More than captured? I live in his heart. Tong Yitong's face turned ugly in an instant. Did he say that to you? Yes. He said it to me in person. In that case, I should leave him. Why did you leave him? Chui turned his head and looked at Tong Yitong. I think you are Mr. Yan's best partner. The one who can spend his life with him. Tong Yitong asked in surprise. You? Why do you say that? I'm so ordinary. You're not ordinary. You don't know how happy he was when you opened the communication. There are many women around him. Friends, comrades, and subordinates. But he always carries a lot of burdens when facing them. Only when he is with you can he unload those burdens. With everything he is now, he doesn't need a woman to add brilliance to him. He just needs someone who is willing to wait for him without any mixed interests. I know him best. Tong Yitong looked at Chue, not knowing whether to be happy or sour. What are you to him? Ha ha ha. Guess? Well, they finished talking. Let's get off. Tong Yitong looked at the car in front of her and saw Yanqing and Max smoking cigarettes, walking out from the left and right sides of the car. They didn't look like enemies who were about to stab each other. When Tong Yitong saw Chue getting off the car, she also hurried out. But Max said before Tong Yitong could speak, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I apologize to you. I didn't expect you to contact Mr. Yan, which made me very unconfident about my ability to deceive. Tong Yitong was very surprised when Max sincerely admitted his mistake. She said, I did believe you at first. But when Mr. Yan left Griffin Island, you asked me to take you away, which made me suspicious. Now that President Yan has chosen to forgive you, I forgive you too. I hope you won't do this kind of thing again in the future. No, Max said, I have resolved the misunderstanding with President Yan, and I am willing to accompany President Yan to do something big. If I still have to die in the hands of President Yan in the future, I will not regret today's decision. You will definitely not regret it, Chue said. Yanqing burned the cigarette butt into ashes and scattered them on the roadside, saying to the three people, this is not a place to talk. Chue informed the people from Renluan Investment Bank not to come. There is nothing to do here. Max and I are together. Then we will find a place to eat. This place is very close to Shiji Old Store. I haven't tasted Aunt Lee's cooking for a while. So let's go there to eat. The two cars turned around and went down the mountain. The alarm that was quietly sounded in Zhihai City was also lifted. Yanqing and the other four came to Shiji Old Store and were warmly received by Aunt Lee. Although Yang Hengling no longer orders food here, Yanqing still comes here from time to time to buy some meat to eat. So he is still very familiar with Aunt Lee. The four of them sat down around a square table in the yard. After all the ordered dishes were served, Chue opened the silent assembly, and Yanqing talked to Max about what to do next. The appearance of the executioner must be due to the appearance of reverse. Max is definitely not the NI that Yanqing is going to execute this time. So who is this NI? Yanqing tells Max about the war he is fighting with the Cloud Tower. If the executioner and NI must fight because of fate, then there must be a conflict between the two that makes them have to fight. The war between the Eternal Territory and the Cloud Tower is in a state of escalation. And a full-scale confrontation will definitely start one day in the future. And the mages of the Cloud Tower are studying eternal life assiduously. Is eternal life a part of theocracy? It is difficult to judge the elemental mages of the Cloud Tower. But the theocracy, this name is too NI. Although it is not ruled out that the reversal is in other places. The Cloud Tower meets more of the reversal conditions. My previous strategy for the Cloud Tower was to upgrade it layer by layer, improve my overall strength in the war, and gain a comprehensive advantage over the Cloud Tower. Now that we know that this may be a war directed by the world mechanism, how can we break the deadlock? Chapter 405 Analysis of the World Mechanism. Max ate meat and drank wine, as if he had eaten at street stalls for many years. He really acted like an aristocrat and a grassroots, blending into the environment without obstacles. 5 rebels appeared at the same time in our era. When we realized that we were about to be eradicated by the world mechanism, we decided to invade this world and get rid of the executioner first. But we failed. The world mechanism is not so easy to destroy, and your chance of success is infinitely zero. As a failed rebel, I don't have any good advice for you. All I can do is try my best to cooperate with you. I am satisfied if I have no regrets. It seems that Max has lost his temper in the confrontation with the executioner. He helps Yanqing but does not think that Yanqing can escape his fate in the end, just for his last bit of stubbornness. After thinking about it, Yanqing decided to be more honest with Max. The two have a good foundation of trust. And to further enhance trust, one party must take the initiative to take a step forward. There may be risks, but this step must be taken. Yanqing said to Max, "You think I have mastered the divine power?" Actually not. Max finally stopped eating and drinking. He looked at Yinxing and then at Chuichu. This is impossible. Without the divine power, you can't create this creature. I can feel that her life is endowed by divine power. Yinxing said to Chuichui, you should explain the professional question to Max. Chuichui said to Max, hello, Mr. Max. My name is Chuichui, and my body is a hard demon that exists in a state of nothingness. The power to create this life form does not come from my master, but from a 9-headed dragon we found. It should be the same as you, a reverse who has obtained divine power, and was later sealed underground by the executioner for many years. We found it, studied it, and were able to use part of the divine power it possessed. It's just that our research on the 9-headed dragon is still on the surface. If you help, perhaps we can complete the research on the 9-headed dragon faster. Mr. Yen, I am very grateful that you can reveal such information to me. I don't know this 9-headed dragon. It may be the reverse generated in front of me, or it may be the reverse generated behind me. But it doesn't matter. You can use its divine power, which means that it has lost control of the divine power. But the divine power is still between death and non-death, which is a very strange state. Is your purpose to use the divine power of the 9-headed dragon? This is not a very powerful force for the divine power you will obtain in the future. It may also be a path for the world mechanism to allow you to obtain divine power. Yinxing couldn't help but laugh. Anything we have encountered before, now, and in the future can be explained as a world mechanism. We wrap ourselves in the world mechanism to think about problems, which is equivalent to tying our own hands and feet before doing anything. Now we can conclude that the world mechanism has no subjective thoughts. It operates according to its own rules to maintain the balance of the world. It seems to be able to predict the future, but its inability to discover the reversal in advance means that it does not have the ability to predict the future. What it has is to deduce the executioner with the ability to fight rebellion from the reversal through the screening and deduction of world information. This seems to be very similar to the Creed intelligence database we established. Seeing Max's puzzled face, Yinxing said to Chuichui, professional things. You explain it to him. Chuichui said to Max, Mr. Max should know what big data screening is now. We have established a set of Creed intelligence collection database in Nuda City to collect data indiscriminately. When the collected data reaches a certain amount, plus an intelligent server, something magical happens. When searching for a certain keyword, the database can collect a large amount of information related to the keyword in a short time, and then continue to collect it layer by layer. The intelligent server can integrate all the information and draw out the time and event line with the keyword as the origin. On these lines, we can clearly see the things caused by this keyword in the past and present. If there are enough timelines and event lines connected, the database can also make limited deductions into the future. The more data you have, the longer you can make deductions into the future, and the higher the accuracy. I want to explain it this way. Mr. Max should understand. Max has traveled around the world and has a certain understanding of modern technology. But what Chuichui said is too sci-fi. Can you predict the future by collecting data? Chuichui said, as long as there is enough data and a processor that can process enough data, it is feasible to predict the future. In fact, we are now using the Creed intelligence database to predict events. In fact, each of us will use the information we obtain to predict the future. The amount of experience, knowledge, intelligence determines the accuracy of predicting the future. When the amount of data is the entire world, the world mechanism has the ability to predict the future. Max finally understood. He nodded and said, you mean? The world mechanism has the ability to collect and process all the data generated by the world? Yinxing took over the words and said, Chuichu roughly explained our inference about the world mechanism. The world mechanism can discover reverse, which means that it has the ability to collect world data without omission. The world mechanism cannot predict reverse, which means that the world mechanism cannot process all data. This also means, Chuichui said, its data processing capacity has an upper limit. It is impossible to complete all data processing even if it consumes all the world's energy. I have the most say on this point. After it finds NI, it will use NI as the keyword to find the executioner who can kill NI in the future. Max grasped the most critical thing. The existence of an upper limit means that it is not invincible. Yes. Yinxing felt that as he analyzed. His thoughts were also opened. Your resistance is not a complete failure. Your ability to enter this world means that the cultivation of the executioner is lagging behind. 5NIS made the data processing capacity of the world mechanism unable to keep up. The world mechanism is a bit lame. Knowing that his resistance was not ineffective, Max became excited instantly. Yes, being able to find the executioner in reverse is a breakthrough. You mean, as long as there are enough NIS at the same time, the data processing capacity of the world mechanism will be saturated. The speed of cultivating executioners decreases. And NIS can kill executioners in return. Yanxing knocked Max's head with a chopstick. I am discussing with you how to deal with the world mechanism. And you are telling me to kill the executioner. I am the executioner. Believe it or not. I will execute you first. Max apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm so happy. I can't remember how many years have passed. That battle was like a mountain pressing on me. I feel so good now. Yanxing could feel that Max had changed a lot. And his trust with him was closer. Don't be happy too early. These are just our inferences. But at least we have a feasible strategy. Yanxing turned to Cui and said, this is your specialty. Do you have any suggestions? Cui thought about it seriously and said, let me summarize it. First, the world mechanism is just a thing that collects and processes data. We don't know what it is specifically. But it definitely doesn't have divine authority. Because the rebels who get divine authority and the executioners who are temporarily granted divine authority must be dealt with. There is no reason to add divine authority to the world mechanism. If it has divine authority, we are plotting loudly here. It will not send down divine punishment to wipe us out. While blowing, a few people looked up at the sky. The weather is good. There is no sign of divine punishment. Go on, Yanxing urged. Second, the world mechanism does not have wisdom. Because if it has intelligence, it will definitely thunder and wipe us out. Can you please not talk about the group wipe? Yanxing scolded. Yes. It's Master. I'm sorry. Master. Cui quickly apologized. I was just joking. With wisdom comes desire. And with desire comes error. The intelligent processors I developed for the database are absolutely not allowed to have wisdom. There is a special program to regularly scan the intelligent processors. Once the awakening of primary intelligence is found, the program segment will be transferred immediately to repair the missing system. This is the only way to ensure accuracy and efficiency. Third, there is an upper limit to the ability of the world mechanism. The generation of at least 5 reversals will delay its appearance. Mr. Max, it should be very rare for 5 reversals to occur at the same time. Max replied, it is not so easy to obtain divine power. It is good to have 1 reversal every few thousand years. We are a very rare exception. It was a war that affected the entire world. The real entire world. And all the ultimate creatures were awakened and participated in the war. The whole world was turned upside down. Civilization was almost destroyed. At that time, every day was nothing but fighting. And I don't know how long it lasted. I even forgot why the war started and why it was fought. Just when I felt confused, at a certain moment, I suddenly broke through the bottleneck that had always existed. And my whole spirit instantly seemed to be able to accommodate the entire universe. I can bring the dead back to life with my thoughts. I can change the energy to make it what I want. It feels like I am God. Max fell into memories of the past. Yanxing knocked his head with a chopstick again. Get to the point. Yes. Get to the point. Since then, I have been committed to ending the meaningless war. And I met 4 other heroes who gained divine power in the war like me. One of them is my mortal enemy. We can see the world that the other can see. So we shook hands and made peace. The war ended because of this. It was that war that created us. But I don't want to fight a war of that scale again in order to create more of us. Yanxing said, I have read the history of that war. And I can probably guess the identities of the 5 of you. But I don't know which one you are. It is your right to keep the secret. I just hope you can give us whatever help you can in the study of divine power. Leave the professional stuff to me. This time, Cui took the initiative to start his professional course. A world mechanism that was created many years ago could not foresee the changes that have taken place in the world now. Its outdated system is probably no longer able to keep up with the development of the times. For example, it certainly did not predict that we would make mass production of gods feasible. Batch create gods. Max's jaw dropped. Can gods also be batch created? Yanxing reminded Cui, be more professional. Yes, Master. Be more professional. Cui told Max about the 9-headed dragon database plan he designed. At least in theory. We can use the consciousness particles of the 9-headed dragon to complete the replication of the virtual nine-headed dragon consciousness, and thus obtain its divine authority. By continuously replicating the digital divine authority, and then shaping the body with energy, we can create gods. In fact, the so-called divine authority is to obtain the authority to use the rules of the world and achieve the transformation of energy and matter. How to obtain authority is all in the nine-headed dragon's consciousness particles, and also in your consciousness. It's just that the nine-headed dragon's consciousness was dispersed. And although your consciousness cannot free yourself from the seal, the remaining part is enough for you to use part of the divine power. Yinxing said to Max, "If I take you back to your world, can you get rid of the seal?" Max asked Yinxing, "You want to take me back?" He kidnapped Tong Yitong just to use the spatial coordinates left by Yinxing to return to the magic world. I didn't expect Yinxing to take himself away this time. I think your trust in me now is enough for me to trust you. Max smiled and said, "No, I won't go back now. Even if the seal on me is lifted, my strength will not recover in a short time, and I may not even be able to control my body. And the appearance of a reverse will inevitably produce a corresponding executioner. This is an unpredictable variable for us. Not every executioner is as easy to talk to as you, and the world mechanism will inevitably create conditions for me to fight him. I will continue to enjoy the modern life here. You go find my body. I hope it will help your theocracy research." Yinxing asked Max, "Are you willing to give me your body?" Max smiled and said, "Your trust in me now is enough for me to trust you. After listening to Chui's story, I found that I have been out of touch with the times for too long. I can't help you if I go back, and I may even cause trouble." Yinxing laughed and said, "How can you not help? You are so rich. Lend me some." Chapter 406 Warm-up for the decisive battle. Max is not only rich, he also has connections. The Witch Mutual Aid Society is a member of the European behind-the-scenes government and has a strong influence on the decision-making of many countries. As Chiron, he knows a lot of ancient relics and secrets, which can be exchanged for many unexpected things. With Max's help, Yinxing can purchase some sensitive high-tech equipment. As long as these equipment do not appear in a certain eastern country, there will be no problem at all. Chuichu took the opportunity to open a long list of purchases, making Yinxing, who had just borrowed some money, become a pauper again. "Let's go back to Yonling territory. This time, Master, I'm going to play big." Yinxing's state of mind is completely different after returning to the magic world. He saw the origin of the world and had a deeper understanding of the war he was facing. Since the world mechanism is to provoke a confrontation between Inai and Executioner, and it is within the scope of the world rules, then this war is very likely to be the prelude to the final battle. Is there an Inai in the tower in the clouds? It should be confirmed. We also need to find Max's sealed body. If we find it as soon as possible, we can speed up the construction of the nine-headed dragon database as soon as possible. Porlita. It is the burial place of Max and the other four Inai. It's just that this happened 10,000 years ago. Geological changes. Place names change. The name of Perlita has long disappeared without a trace. Also because of the long time, there is very little information that has been passed down from 10,000 years ago to the present. And there are myths that have been adapted countless times in the middle. There are even fewer things that can be used. Fortunately, after Max's description, Chuichu can mark a rough location on the world map. The land of corrosion, located at the southern end of the continent. It is a paradise for the dead and a forbidden zone for life. To go from the windy highlands to the land of corrosion, you have to cross the vast human-controlled area. Not only do you have to pass through the airspace of the Griffin Heart Empire, you also have to pass through more than a dozen noble territories in the middle. Even after reaching the corruption land, we still have to resist the attacks of the undead while searching for the true location of Perlita. After finding Perlita, we have to find the location where Max is sealed. After finding Max, we have to think about how to transport him to the Eternal Territory. Alas, can't you die closer to the north? What to do? Max can't come to the magic world because there is a risk that he will be forcibly unsealed by the body. The situation is complicated enough, and there can't be a second executioner. Then if there is something undecided, just ask Chuichu. After obtaining the body, Chuichu arranged a desk for himself in Yinxing's office and helped Yinxing deal with the territory documents seriously. It also has the function of unlimited refills for Yinxing's drinks. Master, this is the sweet tea that Chuichu made for you. Try it and see if it tastes good. Put it down. Yinxing unfolded a map of the magic world on the table. pointed to the bright spots of Windy Highlands and Corrosion Land, and said to Chuichu, "We are too far away from the Corrosion Land. Even if we fly, it will take 6 hours or more. We can't expand our sphere of influence to the Corrosion Land in a short time. But Max's body is of great help to the development of the Nine-Headed Dragon database. Do you have any suggestions?" Chuichu looked at the map very seriously and measured it with his hands. Finally, he held his cheek and thought seriously. "It will definitely take a long time to fight." Yanqing said, "Yes. Even if the war goes smoothly, it will take us 3 to 5 years to fight the corrupted land. And we have no reason to convince our army to enter the undead-controlled area with negative returns. It takes a long time and costs a lot. So it is not our priority." Chuichu nodded deeply. Relying on war to achieve goals is not the master's style. The master is good at making the other party willingly give things to the master through transactions. Yanqing was very pleased with Chuichu. The flatterer. "This is a very good suggestion. It's just that the undead are different from the living. The living have a demand for material things, but the undead don't eat, drink, or live in houses. Without rigid demand, trade cannot be established. This is what you need to consider, Master." Chuichu picked up a pen from the table and drew 2 circles on the map. "From my professional field, I would like to suggest that we build a space transmission channel between the 2 places. Build a high-power space transmission array in the Eternal Territory, and then send an advanced team into the Corrosion Land to solve the space coordinates. With the space coordinates, we can build a temporary space anchor point. Our people can travel between the Eternal Territory and the Corrosion Land at any time through the space transmission channel. But the energy consumption is a little higher." I said it wrong. "It's not a little bigger. It's very, very, very big." Hearing Chuichu talking about such a profound technology, Yanqing asked, "Has the alchemy laboratory mastered the long-distance space transmission technology?" In order to improve the super weapon, the alchemy laboratory has been investing heavily in the research and development of space technology and has a certain technical reserve. The space anchor point long-distance transmission technology was first used by the Cloud Tower. The tower is located in an independent space, and the mage must use the space anchor point to enter and exit the tower. There is a temporary space anchor point in Storm City. Although the army of the Principality of the Wind destroyed the temporary space anchor point when retreating, because there was no tower mage, their destruction was not thorough. We found a lot of useful things. The technology inside has a great role in promoting our space technology. In addition, in our research on floating warships, we found the field energy calculation formula of the planet's magnetic field lines. Using magnetic field lines as the guide source of the space transmission channel, combined with our current space technology, it is possible to achieve long-distance positioning transmission. If the test is stable, we can also get rid of the temporary space anchor point and use magnetic field lines to complete the synchronization of information flow. Although he didn't understand the principle, Yanqing immediately smelled the strategic value of this technology. Can the planet's magnetic field coverage be used for transmission? It is theoretically possible, but a certain amount of spatial coordinates must be accumulated, and a coordinate system must be established based on a large database. If you want to cover the Corrosion Land, I calculated that more than 2,000 spatial coordinate points are needed. If you want to achieve surface coverage, you need 1 million spatial coordinate points. If you want to achieve full network access for the planet's magnetic field, you need 100 million spatial coordinate points. And the energy consumption is very. Yanqing gave Chuichu a brain-shattering blow for repeating very. If I have the need to achieve full network access, will I not have the energy to achieve full network access? Now you are only thinking about how to make me a PHS for the Corrosion Land. We want to let the undead experience what freedom of transportation means first. Yes, Master. Make sure to complete the task. Master. Chuichu took on the task of building a small PHS in the Corrosion Land. First, she needs to build a hard demon advanced team to fly to the Corrosion Land. After building a small camp, she will verify and collect the spatial coordinates of different locations in the Corrosion Land. Then it is to collect the planetary magnetic field information from the Eternal Territory to the Corrosion Land. The Eternal Territory needs to build a large space transmission main station and a supporting energy supply. The project is definitely a super project. But in order to find Max's body, this investment must be paid for. But the one who pays the money, working for Max, must be taking advantage of Max. If you don't pay, do you want me to pay for it? With the occupation of Storm City, Yinqing has revitalized the entire battle situation. Countless trucks are running on the roads that run through the snowfield, Windy Highlands, and Silver Mane Kingdom, and the speed of material circulation has accelerated, as the food coupons issued by Yongheng Territory are accepted as official currency by more and more regions. Yongheng Territory is like a high-power engine, driving all people and regions that have intersections with it to achieve rapid wealth growth. If converted into GDP, Laming has created the same amount of wealth as Yunming with less than one-third of its land and population. Moreover, with the continuous integration of Laming's internal resources and the continuous expansion of Yongheng Territory's industrial scale, Laming is not only rapidly widening the gap with Yunming in terms of wealth, but also the utilization rate of wealth is unmatched by Yunming. All cities with direct flights to Yongheng Territory have obvious changes every day. The generous and benevolent Master Yinqing provides all friendly cities with unimaginably low-interest loans, and provide personnel, technology, and equipment to help these cities with alchemical transformation. The way to repay the loan is also very simple. Minerals, alchemical resources, gold coins, God-given gold coins. All valuable things. Master Yinqing wants them. Even the population. The Master accepted it all. With its technological advantages and financial system, the Eternal Territory has created a siphon effect on the resources of the entire Thunder Control area. The size of the territory is expanding rapidly. In the 6 months after occupying Storm City, the population of Eternal City reached 100,000, which is equivalent to Nuda City, and the human population of the entire ruling area exceeded 1 million. As for the Snow Elves, Elf King Alito has been committed to making Frostleaf City the economic core of the snow. He issued various rewards to encourage the elves to move to Frostleaf City. Using the relationship with Yinqing, some industries of the Eternal Territory were transferred to the vicinity of Frostleaf City, and the vast land on the east and south sides of Frostleaf City was leased to the Eternal Territory to build farms. The condition is that the farm must employ a certain proportion of elves, and when the farm's output of grain is supplied to the snow, the transportation cost is given the greatest discount. The grain coupon policy of the Eternal Grain Store is grain coupons maintain value. Grain is picked up by yourself. The Eternal Grain Store is not responsible for delivering grain, and the transportation cost is borne by the grain picker. The transportation fee will prevent the holder of the grain coupon from going all the way to the Eternal Territory to exchange grain unless necessary, while ensuring that the grain reserves of the Eternal Territory are within a safe range. The grain coupons will not be returned and will be circulated outside. If the Snow Elves want to become truly powerful, the demand for grain is very, very large. If you can save money on transportation, you can get more food. The Frostleaf City farm was delivered to the Eternal Territory. After the cultivation was completed, they could wait for the harvest next year. King Alito planned to increase the elf population in the Windy Highlands to 300,000 to 500,000 in 1 year to take over more industries transferred from the Eternal Territory. The growth of the strength of the Eternal Territory and the snowland in the Windy Highlands brought great pressure to the mountain city controlled by the orcs. The wilderness continuously transported trained troops to the highlands, and the orcs' military strength increased to 100,000. At the same time, the human warriors of the wilderness were rented to Anderson as mercenaries to form a new Windy Principality army with a scale of 50,000. The 150,000-strong army built a circle of ironclad defenses around the outskirts of Gaoshan City. The consumption of maintaining such a large army was unimaginable for the wilderness in the past. But this time, they had the full support of the Cloud Tower. The mages of the tower took out their reserve of God-given gold coins and expanded the road to the Windy Highlands in the wilderness, so that the giant pack animals raised by the orcs could carry supplies to the highlands. At the same time, a large number of simple airships were manufactured for the transportation of supplies. In order to share the pressure faced by Gaoshan City, the wild orcs gathered heavy troops on the border of the snow. Among them, several small groups of wolf knights have crossed the border and continuously harassed and attacked the elf garrisons. The Snow Elves are also constantly drawing trained new troops to replenish the border. The two sides are engaged in a military competition of you are stronger than me. Even in winter, the wilderness and the snow are trying their best to increase their military strength. The pressure generated by maintaining the existence of the army is constantly accumulating, to the point where it has to be released. A large-scale border conflict may break out at any time. You can't fight in winter. That was the previous war mode. Accepting Alito's invitation, Yinxing brought a military observation team from the Eternal Territory to the border between the wilderness and the snow. An east-west mountain range is a natural border dividing line. There are many roads connecting the north and the south in the mountains. Covered with heavy snow, the mountains wrapped in silver are like a continuous high wall, which is extremely spectacular. From time to time, there are roars in the air, which are sent by planes heading to the southern foot of the mountains to perform reconnaissance missions. In the past, because of frequent attacks by orcs, the snow did not build cities or fortresses in the area north of the border. When the orcs came, the elves retreated to the north. When winter comes, the elves' sneak attacks and small-scale counterattacks can drive the orcs to the south of the mountains. The cold air in the north is blocked by the mountains, and the south side of the mountains is relatively warmer. For this war, the Eternal Territory provided the elves with assembled barracks and insulation materials. Pipes were laid, and boilers were transformed with steam implosion technology to provide centralized heating for the elf army. Other winter supplies were also in sufficient supply. Elf soldiers wearing military coats, hats, and thick gloves patrolled the snowfield carrying imitation AKs. In the combat command room of the Central Group Army on the Snow Elf border, Alito led the elf generals and allies of the Eternal Territory Military Observation Group to gather around a tactical sand table. Alito held a baton and explained in detail to Yinxing the military deployment of orcs and elves on the border, and proposed his own attack plan. Chapter 407 The Trouble of the Silver Mane Kingdom. This scene made Yinxing a little confused. How could such a good magical world make him suffer like this? It was as if he was in the Soviet Union's icy battlefield, watching the bear preparing to fight the German devils. The sound of tanks roared outside. This time, Yinxing inspected the snow border army and brought another 150 Rora tanks for the elves. King Alito saw that Yinxing was a little absent-minded. He stopped explaining the battle plan and waved his generals to go out. Then he asked Yinxing, "Lord, are you worried that our snow army is too small to complete such a large-scale offensive plan? In terms of population, the elves in the snow are far inferior to the orcs in the wilderness. Alito has been actively preparing for war since he ascended the throne. But he has only formed a border army of only 200,000 elves. But the wilderness has gathered more than 500,000 orcs on the other side of the mountain." Yinxing said, "No, I am not worried about you. War is not just about numbers, but more about the weapons and equipment of both sides, the tactical qualities of the soldiers, and the command art of the commander. Although the wilderness has a large number of troops, their elites are all in the mountain city, and only the first-line orcs on the border have replaced alchemical weapons. Even though the Cloud Tower helped the wilderness build many alchemical factories, the production capacity is far less than that of my Eternal Territory. If you take the initiative to attack, as long as you can gain a foothold on the south side of the mountain, there will be a vast plain in front of you. The orcs will have to devote more energy to defense, and the snow will have a good strategic space. I have no objection to your plan. But you just..." Yinxing found a chair to sit down, took a sip of a glass of water on the table, and said, "I was a little distracted. But it has nothing to do with the war you are going to fight. I want to remind you that the mages of the Cloud Tower are very likely to go down and directly participate in the war. Their allies can't afford to be defeated again. You must be prepared and have a worst-case plan." Alito said confidently, "Although the mages of the tower are strong, their number is limited. In order to win this war, I transferred a lot of elven wizards from the royal court. In terms of magic confrontation, we in the snow will not have a big disadvantage. But our weapons and equipment and the quality of our soldiers are much higher than those of the orcs. Please rest assured, Lord, I am confident that I can win another victory for the Alliance." Seeing the confident Alito, Yinxing always felt an unspeakable anxiety. An eye and executioner must fight, and they have to fight. To put it bluntly, the executioner has a reason to kill an eye. But Yinxing can't find an event that he must kill an eye. Does it mean that this event has not happened yet? In war, anything can happen. But Yinxing couldn't tell Alito, "I have a bad feeling. Don't start this war." Not to mention that the snow elves are ready to attack. Even if the elves don't fight, the orcs will attack. Taking the initiative to attack is the most favorable choice for the snow. Since he couldn't persuade, Yinxing reminded Alito, this attack can stop at the south side of the mountain. The southern wilderness plain is certainly beneficial to the attack. But the army is also very easy to disperse during the attack. It's easy to spread out, but difficult to take back. The direction of the entire war is in our favor. And the longer it lasts, the more favorable it is for us. As long as we stand at the strategic advantage, the balance of victory will continue to tilt towards us. Alito listened carefully, nodded repeatedly and replied to Yinqing, I've made a note of it. And I will also restrain my generals. Excuse me. Will the Eternal Territory cooperate with us to attack Gaoshan City on the Windy Highlands? If you can capture Gaoshan City, the entire wilderness will be ours. Yinqing refused and said, No. The Eternal Territory will not attack Gaoshan City. I have higher-level strategic considerations. But we will impose a certain degree of military oppression on Gaoshan City, so that they cannot send troops to support the border war. Yinqing did not want to push the final battle too fast. He was not ready to face the world mechanism. It was just that the Eternal Territory did not attack Gaoshan City, which disappointed Alito. The attack on the orcs in the wilderness was not only to gain a good strategic position, but also to prove his civil and military skills. The elf kings of all generations had never launched such a large-scale army to launch an active attack on the wilderness. And the snowy land had always been playing the role of a punching bag. The orcs in this land came and went as they pleased. This time, the new elf king Alito led his army to the south, which would surely leave a heavy chapter in the history of the elves. If the Eternal Territory was willing to send troops together, it would not be impossible to divide the wilderness in the future. Why keep Gaoshan City? Alito couldn't figure it out. Yinqing would not explain it to him either. Next, Yinqing took his officers to inspect the elves' preparations for war. The Eternal Territory has a wealth of new weapons and new war experience. The officers taught the elves' allies about the various situations and coping methods they encountered in the outpost war. In terms of weapons, the Eternal Territory supported a large number of its own active equipment, including tanks, armored vehicles, automatic rifles, rocket launchers, howitzers, fighters, bombers, dive bombers, air fortresses. Because of the limited number, these weapons are equipped in the hands of frontline combat units, and they will participate in the first batch of attacks on the savage orcs. More troops still use the early weapons of the Eternal Territory. There is no way. The weapons in service in the Eternal Territory are too dependent on logistics. Without a good logistics system, the ammunition in stock will be used up in a short time. This area is occupied by elves and orcs back and forth, and there is no decent road at all. The logistics support is very difficult, and cannot support the firepower projection efficiency of the weapons in service in the Eternal Territory. But overall, the weapons and equipment of the elves are much better than those of the orcs. After the meeting in Gaoshan City, the Yuming faced up to its backwardness in weapon thinking. The flashy and impractical things, like the charging magic wand, were replaced by the charging magic gun. The charging magic gun removed the shield function and increased all its effectiveness to attack, improve the range, add aiming function, and enhance stability in harsh combat environments. Although the cost has increased again, there is finally a single soldier weapon that his soldiers are willing to use. The heavy magic throwing equipment is also to be more practical, no longer pursuing the so-called visual oppression effect, focusing on improving the delivery speed and magic power, and leaning towards suddenness and lethality. In terms of the Air Force, the tower in the cloud has built a floating warship. The floating warship has achieved the technical indicator of an extreme lift of 8,000 meters, carrying a large number of anti-aircraft weapons and mages, and can achieve control over specific airspace. At the same time, the floating warship is also stationed with newly manufactured gods and monsters, which have stronger flight performance than gods and monsters, and are used to compete for air supremacy. In order to deal with the missiles of the Eternal Territory, the Cloud Tower has also designed a variety of things. Among them, the air barrier that can be released quickly has a very good anti-missile effect. Of course, the releaser needs to be able to detect the missile in advance, and be calm enough when being chased by the missile, and can accurately place the air barrier on the flight path of the missile, at least in the air confrontation on the Windy Highlands. The flying units of the Cloud Alliance are no longer slaughtered one-sidedly when facing the Air Force of the Eternal Territory. And what restricts the military development of the Cloud Alliance is always production capacity. Facing the military pressure of the Thunder Alliance, the Cloud Alliance is almost preparing for war with all its national strength. Recruit soldiers, laborers, and craftsmen. Concentrate materials to produce weapons and war resources. The cost of arming each soldier is several times that of the previous soldier, and the cost of training and maintenance is also rising. This is a new war mode. Not only the battlefield, But also the entire country is in a state of extremely high pressure. The number of craftsmen producing civilian goods has decreased, and serious material shortages have begun to appear in the territory. Prices have risen, and the quality of life of civilians has been declining in a straight line. On the other hand, the Lei Alliance. Yinqing has always focused on supporting the research and development and production of trucks to speed up the circulation within the alliance. The widespread use of food stamps has given a shot in the arm for fast transactions. The Yongning Territory Industrial Zone is responsible for high-tech and mass production, and continuously transfers low-tech labor-intensive industries to the Allied market. Raw materials from all over the country are then transported to Yongning Territory. The system forms a virtuous cycle, and the market is fully supplied with goods. Although the workers are tired, they are also happy to receive a lot of food coupons. The war has accelerated the integration of the Laming, and in the constant running in, it runs steadily like a machine. Time will eventually determine who is the winner. The Yunning, which is under increasing internal pressure, urgently needs a war to release it. The orcs and elves are destined to fight a large-scale war in winter. The Griffin Heart Empire is also ready to make a move. The empire feels the economic and power growth of the Silvermane Kingdom more deeply than the savage orcs. After all, they are all human beings. While the monarchs are fighting against each other, the civilians and merchants below still have very frequent exchanges. The Silvermane Kingdom and the noble leaders who have turned to the Thunder Alliance have reaped the benefits of the war. The citizens and leaders are obviously richer than before. Food, daily necessities, and mental outlook cannot be faked. The days of the Cloud Alliance people are miserable. Taxation, 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 with shortages of materials and sluggish business. The nobles can only catch the sheep and fleece them. This year, all the taxes for the next 3 years have been collected. And it's not over yet, there are more to collect. But what should we do if we can't collect taxes? Without money, we can't maintain a huge army. The only way is war. Using war to support war. We plundered the areas controlled by the Laming. After Yinqing finished his inspection of the snowy border, he rushed to Danling City without stopping. My dearest brother, you are finally here. I haven't seen you for a few months. I thought you had forgotten me. Your sister. When Queen Carol saw Yinqing, she immediately gave him a hug and kissed his cheek intimately. When she saw Cui who was accompanying her, she asked, "Who is this? I haven't seen him before." Cui, wearing a court dress, knelt down to Carol. "Hello, Queen Carol. My name is Cui, and I am the master's personal adjutant. Maid and guard. Miss Cui is really beautiful. My brother is always surrounded by beautiful women, which makes me a little jealous." Carol took off a ring from her finger and gave it to Cui. "This is for you. I hope you can assist your master well." "Thank you, Queen Carol." Cui took the ring and put it on her finger happily. Yinqing said, "Sister Carol, you called me from the snow to Danling City in such a hurry. Isn't it to give Cui a ring? Let's get to the point quickly. I'm really too busy recently." "Okay. Come with me. I don't understand military affairs, and my generals will introduce you to the situation facing the kingdom." Carol brought Yinqing into her own royal conference room, where the kingdom's important generals were already waiting. The problems facing the Silvermane Kingdom now are somewhat different from those of the Snowland. Alito wanted to bring the battlefield to the Orcs' territory, so that the Snowland would have a stable time and space for development. So he was very proactive. But the Silvermane Kingdom seemed reluctant to fight. The main reason was precisely because the economy was developing so well, and all the territories were developing rapidly. The lords were afraid that the war would affect their territories, so there was a strong call for peace talks with the empire. Some members of the Griffin royal family also took the opportunity to jump out and fan the flames everywhere, saying that the Eternal Territory had invaded the kingdom's stormed city. Even in the kingdom's army, there are many peace advocates, saying that the Griffin Heart Emperor has publicly stated several times that he is willing to recognize the legitimacy of the Silvermane Kingdom. The Silvermane Kingdom is a hodgepodge. The bottom line is that after Carol came to power, she did not conduct a purge internally for various reasons, and most of the team members were retained. Now that the Griffin Heart Empire has shown an offensive posture, the Silvermane Kingdom, which should have had an advantage in military strength, has instead exposed its internal divisions. This is also the reason why Carol was anxious to invite Yinqing. Only Yinqing can deter these guys who disregard the interests of the kingdom for their own interests. To be honest, when Yinqing was listening to the opinions of all parties, His blood pressure was always at a high level. I am strong and the enemy is weak. The enemy was almost unable to hold on. So they had to take the initiative to attack. How could you think of the option of peace talks? Magic. Magic. Carol is really a master of politics. Even in this situation, she can still smile as if it is not a big deal. Yinxing took a deep breath and swallowed the words he was about to curse. The country is big. And there are all kinds of birds. Everyone here. When you proposed the peace talks, did you consider who gave you the economic growth in your territory? Was it your beloved emperor? Or did you make the money grow from the ground yourself? Neither. Your wealth comes from the roads Yanghing built for you. The Yonghing trucks running on the roads. The factories Yanghing built for you. And the food coupons Yonghing gave you. Without Yonghing, you are the same as you were before. Do you think, after the peace talks, you don't have to pay back the loan you owe me? And everything I built for you is yours? It's a beautiful thought. Chapter 408 War Contracting Company. The corrupt aristocracy. The hereditary system makes them only have a 1/3 chance of being smart guys, a 1/3 chance of being mediocre, and a 1/3 chance of being a fool. When a strong and somewhat wise monarch is in power, smart people tend to have a higher voice. When a weak monarch is in power, fools start to be smart and like to express their opinions in a loud voice. There are certainly advocates of war in the imperial meeting, and there are quite a few of them, but they seem to be weak. Among the peace advocates, it is estimated that a considerable number of people want to default on the loan from Yonghing territory. In the large infrastructure plan of the Eternal Territory, most of the lords do not have the money to bear such high construction costs. In order to promote the implementation of the plan, Yinxing allowed the nobles to use various things or taxes as collateral to obtain low-interest loans from the Eternal Territory. If the Silver Mane Kingdom negotiates with the Griffin Heart Empire and throws itself into the arms of the Cloud Tower, not only can it default on the loan from the Eternal Territory, but it can also reap a wave of dividends paid by the Cloud Tower. These lords have made careful calculations and probably received some promises from the Empire in secret. Griffin is dead, and the kingdom lacks a cohesive monarch. Carol has not yet cultivated her own team. Yinxing just said something very serious. The conference room fell into extreme silence, facing the thunder swamp. Everyone had to weigh their own weight. After a while, Carol said, I have said some truths. Those who understand will definitely understand. And those who don't understand will not understand. As for those who clearly understand but pretend not to understand, they are really bad. I don't understand military affairs, but I know our weapons reserves very well. And I also know the situation of the Imperial Army. I can't understand why we need to negotiate. The Empire has not given me any promise of peace talks. Did our Emperor make any promises to you? At this time, a minister who advocated peace immediately defended himself. Your Majesty, we have not received any promises from the Emperor of the Empire. Nor have we thought of defaulting on the loan from the Eternal Territory. We are only considering the kingdom. In the past 6 months, the Empire has been expanding its military, while we have spent a lot of labor on building roads and factories. The Griffin Heart Empire has assembled twice as many troops as us this time, and its weapons have also been replaced in large quantities with alchemical equipment supported by the Cloud Tower. Our weapons may be better, but our troops are at an absolute disadvantage. If there is an accident on the battlefield, it will inevitably affect our current good development situation. It is better to negotiate peace with the Griffin Heart Empire and give them something to delay the outbreak of war. After we have built everything, we will recruit soldiers on a large scale. By then, our chances of winning will be even greater. Yes, yes, yes. The minister's words were echoed by many people. Carol said to Yinxing, Can you convince these people? No. Yinxing sneered, Your Majesty is right. Those who understand have already understood, and those who don't understand. As for those who pretend not to understand, there is no way to convince them. The bad guys are hiding in it, but it's hard to pull them out. Our current state is exactly what the bad guys want to see. What should we do? If we can't unify our thoughts, it is likely to cause problems in some links of the war. That's easy. Yinxing quickly thought of a solution. Our Yonghing Chamber of Commerce will come forward and join hands with Yonghing Grain Store, Yonghing Airlines, and Yanghing Merchants Guild to set up a war contracting company to provide logistical services for the Silver Mane Kingdom Army. The kingdom's military expenses, food, supplies, and soldiers are all sent to the battlefield through the war contracting company. If something is in short supply, The contracting company can provide loans to the kingdom. I will be responsible for any problems with logistics. As for the kingdom army, generals who advocate peace and are unwilling to fight should be withdrawn and replaced by those who are willing to fight. Those who fight passively and collude with the enemy will be dealt with by military law. When Yinxing brought up the war contracting company at the meeting, it immediately caused an uproar. Someone immediately opposed it on the spot. This is handing over the lifeblood of the kingdom to others. Yinxing did not respond and waited for Carol to make a decision. No one can tell how many interests are entangled in the logistics of war. By handing over the entire logistics package to the war contracting company in Yongheng territory, I don't know how many people's cakes and power have been taken away. Carol knew that if she agreed to this proposal, a political turmoil would inevitably occur immediately. At this critical period, what consequences will the chaos cause? I don't know. But if the logistics package is not handed over to Yinxing, there will be constant wrangling between war and peace. War is not a joke. It is a very large system. If any link in it has a problem, it will directly lead to a sudden change in the war situation. Carol looked at the ministers, who were showing different expressions. I don't know who among them is really foolish and instigated, and who has been instigated by the empire. Carol looked at Yinxing for help, but Yinxing stopped talking, and lit a cigarette, and smoked it by himself. The ministers were still arguing. Carol suddenly seemed to understand one thing. In the past, she did indulge some people too much for the sake of political stability. And now it's time to cut the Gordian knot, taking advantage of the fact that the Eternal Leader helped the kingdom take over the logistics, and hinted that it could provide almost unlimited war loans. I can use the state of war to remove some people from important positions, and remove those who are disobedient, and bring up those who are obedient. Although there are certainly many people who are wronged, the kingdom now needs a voice. And what is needed is to enforce discipline. War contracting company. This is a very brilliant idea. Carol nodded and showed great interest. The industry of Yongheng territory in the Kingdom of Silver Mane can indeed undertake the task of material transportation and distribution. Your work efficiency and simplified logistics chain will definitely allow the soldiers of the kingdom to resist invaders without worries. Before Carol finished speaking, a civil servant stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, war is related to the survival of the kingdom. Logistics must not be handed over to merchants. This is irresponsible to the soldiers. Yes. Business and transportation have nothing in common with war. If businessmen are responsible for the logistics of the kingdom army, they will only mess things up. After waiting for a while, Yinxing said after all the opposing voices were finished, everyone's opinions are very pertinent. If the war contracting company rashly takes over the logistics of the kingdom army, it will probably cause many problems. Let's put it this way. The Eternal War Contracting Company accepts investment and shares, and also accepts officials from the kingdom to come here as consultants. I think your rich experience in governance will definitely help us solve all problems as quickly as possible. Yinxing's words made many people shut up immediately. Thunder Swamp is strong, and Queen Carol has shown an attitude of recognizing the war contracting company. This matter is basically difficult to stop. Just now, everyone was so angry because their cake was completely snatched away, so they were naturally angry. Now, Master Yinxing's meaning has almost made the subtext clear. If you want to make money, you can come to my place. If there is money, we can make money together. Although it may be less than before, it is much better than having nothing. Carol did not expect that Yinxing solved her big problem with just one sentence. Just now, I was still thinking about how to suppress the impending political riots. Now, the ministers who were squeezed out of the political arena have a place to receive, so they naturally have no such great motivation to make trouble. What a political art! Everyone was arranged clearly. The meeting continued. The peace talks faction knew that they were doomed, so they kept their mouths shut in order to get a good position in the war contracting company that was about to be established. Some people who were really stupid and could not see through the situation shouted a few times, but no one agreed, and they all retreated as if they didn't know what was going on. The momentum of the war faction rose sharply. In the coming days, many high positions will definitely be vacant in the kingdom, and the room for promotion will be unprecedentedly wide. The war ideas of the Silver Mane Kingdom were quickly unified. The war machine was in operation, and the kingdom army, which was on high alert, was ready to welcome the attack from the empire. In order to set up the Eternal War Contracting Company, Yinxing had to change his schedule and stayed in Danling City. The war contracting company was a temporary countermeasure that Yinxing came up with in response to the situation at the venue at that time. However, It was a great challenge to integrate and coordinate so many departments, to ensure that the transportation and distribution of war materials were not wrong, and not to affect the normal operation of logistics. First of all, the civilian labor system of the Silvermane Kingdom should be pulled into the war contracting company, to strike at the peace negotiators at the top. The people working at the bottom should not lose their jobs. However, the civilian labor system of the kingdom was indeed lame, with serious corruption, and there were obstacles everywhere to its integration. There are also those officials who have been gradually transferred to the company. All of them had their mouths open, waiting for Master Yinching to share the cake. If it weren't for helping Carol relieve the pressure, Yinching really didn't want to care about these parasites. Brother Yinching, you have obviously lost weight these days. It seems that my ministers have caused you a lot of trouble. Carol poured a glass of sweet wine for Yinching, who was working, and then sat on the sofa next to her. The identity of the king brought her a very obvious change in temperament, forming a sense of oppression. But when Carol was with Yinching, she was full of woman's tenderness. She knew that Yinching would not accept her, but she still loved the man who changed her destiny in her own unique way. Yinching put down the documents in his hand, picked up the wine glass and took a sip of red wine, and said with a little fatigue, "I really can't imagine how you usually deal with these people. I think I am a little smart, but I still can't understand the thoughts of these people. How did they survive until now?" Carol held her glass of red wine and leaned comfortably on the sofa. "You are just too smart, and you think very far ahead. You think that people in the world can keep up with your thinking. But in fact, there are far more fools than you think. They sit in high positions by virtue of their family background, and think that they are smart people just because they can sit there. This is the problem that an ancient country has to face: decline. The Eternal Territory is full of vitality now because it is new. But when the ruling class is fixed, it will inevitably face the same problems as the Silvermane Kingdom. You think I am relaxed because I am used to it and have surrendered. If it were not for your reminder and help this time, I would not have made up my mind to make a big change in the kingdom." Yinching knows that prosperity and decline are the laws of history, and the system established by people will eventually be destroyed by their selfishness. Just like an eye and executioner, the world mechanism does not allow a thing to continue to grow to the point of challenging the world rules. If there is, there will inevitably be an executioner who will get rid of an eye by chance and in a reasonable way. Yinching, who seemed to have a deeper understanding of the world mechanism, was a little chilled. Did I think the world mechanism was too simple? But whether it was simple or complex, it was all imagination. All inferences about the world mechanism were inferences. If you don't imagine it to be simpler, it's really hard to raise the belief to resist it. Just like Max at the beginning. Brother Yinching, what are you thinking about? Is what I said bothering you? Ah? No. Yinching retracted his scattered spirit. The question of how the Eternal Territory will decline in the future is not what I need to consider now. I just want to get the war contracting company up and running as soon as possible. In the north, Alito has led his army to attack the savage orcs. I want to return to the Eternal Territory as soon as possible and focus more on the war on the northern border. Carol said, Alito is a very good military commander with rich experience in fighting against orcs. With the support of the Eternal Territory, I think Alito will definitely add another great victory for our alliance. Alito is an excellent commander, but not an excellent king. He should be in the royal court at this time. But he is determined to use an unprecedented victory to prove the legitimacy of his throne. Yinching told Carol about his worries. Carol comforted Yinching. I think Alito is personally commanding the border war because he trusts you. You should have made some arrangements for the Elf King's court. Yes. If something happens to the Elf King's court, the Eternal Territory can airdrop 2 infantry divisions to the periphery of the court within 24 hours, and control the airspace of the court and block the surrounding roads. I am very touched that Alito believes in me, but it cannot be a reason for him to go to the front line in person. At this time, Carol walked to Yinching's side, grabbed his hand and said, You are tired because you keep thinking about the people around you, and put the problems that should belong to them on your shoulders. I invited you to Danling City this time mainly because I am used to relying on you. But I forgot that this should be my job to share your worries. I thought I could be a wise queen, but only when I sit in that position can I feel the weight of the crown. I can see that you have more important responsibilities, which I cannot understand. But I promise you, from today on, I will be your helper, not your burden. Chapter 409 Changes in the War Situation. Yinching turned to look at Carol. Under the sunlight, her blue eyes were clear and bright. Sincerity without any distractions. It seems that all my efforts are worth it. If you are really determined, the Silvermane Kingdom needs a thorough change. Carol sat down in the chair next to Yinching and asked, "Do you need to be so radical? We are fighting a war." Yinching took out a few documents from the table and handed them to Carol. "If you are determined, you can change at any time. If you are timid, there will never be a good opportunity. My people have done a statistics. If we continue to use the existing logistics system of the kingdom, at least 1/3 of the supplies will flow into the pockets of individuals. Or more. In fact, when we supported the infrastructure of the nobles, we had already discovered the problem. That is why the Eternal Grain Bank took the right to pay the loan funds in its own hands instead of giving it directly to the nobles. Now some of these people have joined the war contracting company. You can see that the plans they gave and the plans we made really have no idea of convergence. If you want to seek political stability, I will follow the plan they gave. Anyway, this is the kingdom's money. If you want to revitalize the Silvermane Kingdom, you must have the courage to tear down the building and rebuild it. This will lead to a civil war. It will also cause immeasurable losses to your investment. The worst case scenario is that we lose this country." Yinching smiled and said, "I am willing to bear this loss, even if I destroy all my current investment projects in the Silvermane Kingdom. As long as I can clean up the filth in the Silvermane Kingdom, I think it is worth it. As for losing this country, this is impossible. Change will bring opportunities to some people. There will always be people who support us. And Thunder Swamp will support us. And I think now is a good time. Take advantage of them thinking that you have compromised and catch them off guard." Carol tilted her head to admire Yinching and smiled. "Since this is your wish, I will definitely execute it. Where do you think the blow should fall?" "Agricultural reform. Land is the root of everything. Land is tied to the lower class civilians and farmers. Controlling the land means controlling the most basic public opinion at the bottom. The reason why the nobles dare to fleece the kingdom so unscrupulously is because they control the land. The value of the land is food." But Carol couldn't figure out why Yinching put the first blow on agriculture. "I thought you would start with combating corruption." Yinching explained, "The fight against corruption will affect the whole body. And it will make the people we want to deal with immediately understand our intentions. Change does not mean killing a group of people immediately. The current way the kingdom purchases grain is that the noble lords first collect grain from the farmers. And then the state collects grain from the noble lords. The price-setting power of purchasing grain is in the hands of the nobles. And they can also negotiate with the state. The nobles can obtain cheap grain from the farmers by collecting rent and offering low prices. And then bribe the officials of the kingdom to sell it to the kingdom at a high price. When it comes to grain, farmers rely on nobles. And the kingdom also relies on nobles. If the kingdom can directly set a fair price to purchase grain from farmers, not only will there be no nobles as middlemen to make a profit, but it will also separate farmers and these nobles." Smart Carol quickly understood what Yinching meant. If the peasants and nobles can be separated to a certain extent, then when the kingdom deals with the nobles, they will find it difficult to gain widespread support from the peasants in the territory. It will be easier to eradicate them during a civil war. But the nobles will never agree. Carol shook her head. "The nobles will definitely not agree. And we will make them agree." Carol asked, "What should we do?" Yinching told his plan. "You should know that Yonghing has food. A lot of food. If I exempt the transportation fee and transport a large amount of food to the Silvermane Principality, the food in the Silvermane Kingdom can be saturated. The kingdom does not need to buy grain from the nobles. After the grain is harvested next year, the nobles will not dare to buy grain from the farmers. At this time, the kingdom can directly buy grain from the farmers at a price slightly higher than the price the nobles buy grain at in the form of agricultural subsidies." Carol said, "The greedy nobles will definitely take most of this money. That's not our business. The important thing is that our money is not distributed to the farmers through the hands of the nobles. As long as the farmers get more money than in previous years, our goal will be achieved." Carol finally understood Yinching's intention. Let the farmers be grateful to the kingdom, not to the nobles. This is how to solve a big problem. It seems that during this period, I should find a way to control more troops. Yes, control more troops and promote as many officers as possible without aristocratic backgrounds. After blocking the attack of the Griffin Heart Empire this time, there will be a war gap when the grain is harvested in the summer. We will use this time difference to fight a civil war as quickly as possible and completely clean up the kingdom's chronic diseases. The plan formulated by Yinching is highly feasible, and the benefits are unprecedented. If the corrupt old nobles can be completely eradicated, Then Carol will gain power that she dare not even think about now. The excitement made Carol's breathing a little rapid. She picked up the red wine and invited Yinqing. Let's drink a toast to this change first. Yinqing picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Carol. Cheers. After confirming that the Silvermane Kingdom would undergo a major purge and revolution, Yinqing looked at the documents on the table again and felt much better. Approved? Approved? In a few months, you guys will have to spit out everything you eat. After returning to the palace, Carol immediately issued a grain procurement decree in order to cope with the food crisis that may be caused by the war. The Silvermane Kingdom will purchase food from the Eternal Territory to supplement the National Grain Depot and ensure the national food supply for 1 year. As soon as the decree was issued, it immediately caused a shock among the kingdom's nobles. If the country purchases so much food from the Eternal Territory at one time, it will not purchase food internally next year. Isn't this forcing farmers to go bankrupt? Before this wave of public opinion started to blow, the palace immediately issued a second decree in order to protect farmers from too much loss. The kingdom will purchase grain from farmers at a price slightly lower than the market price, in order to ensure that the compensation can be distributed to every farmer. The kingdom will entrust Yonglin Grain Bank to distribute the compensation. At the same time, Queen Carol also privately appeased the nobles. The country is in trouble, and it has borrowed a lot of money from Yonglin for the war. It cannot purchase grain from them at the price of previous years. I hope the nobles can endure it and make some contributions to the victory of the kingdom. Next year, the kingdom will definitely resume the grain procurement model of previous years. The nobles admitted that they had suffered great losses, but they could not say too much. It was a fact that everyone owed Yonglin money. It was also a fact that the kingdom owed more because of the war. They could only admit that they were unlucky for 1 year. But if they collected part of the compensation money given to the farmers, the loss would not be that big. The incident did not get out of hand. The main reason was that no one thought that Queen Carol would choose this time to kill the old aristocracy across the country. This was simply digging her own grave. The agricultural reform of the Silvermane Kingdom was being promoted smoothly. In order to paralyze the nobles, Yinqing was willing to spend money, which made the establishment and operation of the war contracting company very smooth. The war machine of the Silvermane Kingdom was running smoothly. Facing the aggressive attack of the Griffin Heart Empire, the morale of the kingdom's soldiers was high. But, just when Yinqing thought everything was fine, the thing he least wanted to see finally happened in the north. When Alito commanded the elf army to attack the wild orcs, the battle was unusually smooth. The main force of the elves easily crossed the border mountains, stood on the southern foot of the mountains, and established 3 camps to turn the border mountains into their background. The cold winter greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of the orc army, and the elves who came from the north side of the mountains to the south side were surprised to find it was too comfortable here. However, Alito has always followed the strategic guidelines set by Yinqing, relying on the border mountains to deploy defenses on the spot, and not actively launching attacks too deep into the hinterland of the wilderness. Everything was normal in the early stage of the war. The wild orcs organized several counterattacks, but they did not shake the defense line established by the elves. Yinqing was relieved that Alito fought like this. In addition, he was entangled in various bad things in the Silvermane Kingdom, and he could not help but reduce his attention to the snowy border. It was just that the consecutive victories made the snow elves arrogant. The orcs had loose military discipline, backward weapons, and no fighting spirit, especially in the increasingly cold winter. Many orcs exposed in the wild were frozen stiff, becoming targets that would not dodge. The elves have the advantage of climate. The elves have the advantage of weapons. The elves have the advantage of morale. Before them is the vast wilderness plain. The elves can launch a large-scale attack and annihilate the orcs' manpower, even if the target is not the capital of the wilderness. The target can be the mountain city. From below the windy highlands, cut off the connection between the mountain city and the wilderness. Without the blood transfusion from the wilderness, the mountain city cannot support more than 100,000 troops. After seeing the battle plan set by his subordinates, Alito broke through the defense almost instantly. He once proposed to Yinqing that the Eternal Territory cooperate in attacking the mountain city, but was rejected. If he could lead the Snowland warriors to block the back of Gaoshan City, the orcs and human coalition forces in Gaoshan City would have no choice but to seek a decisive battle in order to avoid starvation. As long as the army in Gaoshan City moves, no matter which direction, the Eternal Territory will definitely take action. Although doing so would make Yinqing angry, It would annihilate all the elite orcs in Gaoshan City, and the wilderness would be at the mercy of the Snowland. As for violating Yinxing's strategy, Alito believes that the Snowland is an important member of the Thunder Alliance, and is very important to the Eternal Territory. If he does this, it will not cause too much damage to the Alliance, but it can establish an unprecedented achievement for the Snowland. The elves can leave the bitter cold snow and migrate to the warmer and more habitable wilderness plains. Therefore, Alito did not report his battle plan to Yinxing, but secretly prepared it without letting the liaison personnel of the Eternal Territory know. On the day of the attack, the three camps built by the snowy land on the southern foot of the border mountains simultaneously attacked the orcs. The main forces of two of the armies were aimed directly at the wild capital, with the intention of destroying the wild country in one fell swoop, forcing the orcs to concentrate their forces in the direction of the capital. The main force of the other army went south to block the retreat of Gaoshan City. As long as the defenders in Gaoshan City moved, the purpose of this war would be achieved. When the battle began, the elves' attack was really overwhelming. Under the crushing of the tank cluster charge, the orcs had no ability to fight back and were chased by the elves. Countless corpses and supplies were left behind along the way, but the elves still misjudged the vastness of the savage plains and had no experience in such a deep advance. The team became longer and longer in the process of chasing the orcs' route, and became more and more scattered. Everything was just as Yinxing had said to Alito. The logistics could not keep up, so the attacking elven army had to stop and wait for the supply convoy. Yinxing only knew at this time that Shuedi had launched a full-scale attack on the orcs on his own initiative. But he still didn't know Alito's attack plan. He put down his work in Danling City, flew to Yongyong territory urgently, and convened his generals for a military meeting. Discuss how to respond to the changes in the war situation. Attacking the mountain city, opening up the connection with the main force of the snowy border, and protecting the flank safety of the allies became what the Eternal Territory had to do. But before the Eternal Territory could respond, the situation in the entire snowy land suddenly took a turn for the worse. On the wild battlefield, the Cloud Tower sent a large number of mages to directly participate in the battle, and the orcs sent their real main force that had been hidden to attack the scattered elves from all directions. In the snowy land, a part of the royal elves launched a coup, and the royal court fell into chaos. Moreover, a large number of underground races came to the surface from underground, looting the cities and villages of the elves like robbers. These underground races are not numerous, but they are all very elite. They are all equipped with alchemical weapons from the tower in the clouds, wearing thick cotton clothes, and are not afraid of the winter cold at all. Most of the Snow Elves' army is on the border battlefield, and the rest are concentrated in Frostleaf City and the Royal Court. There are almost no regular troops in other places. The weapons are all cold weapons from the past. At this moment, Yinxing realized that this was a long-planned plan to crush the Snow Elves. In the border war, the orcs have been defeated in order to lure the elves to attack, offset the elves' weapon advantages with space, and expose their disadvantage of small forces. Now there are only two choices before Yinxing. The first is to attack Gaoshan City and rescue the main force of the elves who fell into the trap and fought hard. The second is to enter the snow with armed forces, go to the elf royal court to quell the rebellion, and eliminate the bandits in the underground city. Stabilize this important ally. Chapter 410: The Use of Air Force. How to choose. Yinxing didn't have much time left. After repeated thinking, Yinxing could only give up the plan of attacking Gaoshan City. Gaoshan City has 150,000 elites of the Cloud Alliance, and has built a complete defense system. And there are two commanders with rich war experience, Anderson and Old Mom, with the military strength of the Eternal Territory. Facing a turtle formation, it is difficult to fight a quick annihilation battle of the outpost fort battle. The main force of the elf border army, which is trapped in a bitter battle, is surrounded at any moment. The most utilitarian way is to sacrifice the car to save the general. Only by protecting the snow can the resource area opened up by the Eternal Territory be guaranteed to continue to provide raw materials for large-scale production. After making up his mind, Yinxing immediately ordered the troops of Storm City and Frostleaf City to attack, and launched offensive oppression against Alpine City from the north and south to prevent this enemy army from joining the siege of the main force of the Elves' border. He ordered Eddie to lead the two airborne divisions that had been on standby to carry out airborne operations against the Elven King's court, to help the elf army loyal to Alito, and quell the rebellion of the Elven royal family. He ordered Claw and Steel Fang to lead the werewolf field troops under their respective commanders to march northward by land. He passed through Frostleaf City and headed to the border between the snow and the wilderness, blocking the mountain passage to receive the retreat of the defeated elves and preventing the orcs from invading the north. He ordered the mercenaries of the Eternal Territory in the snow to tighten their defenses and protect the Eternal Territory's industries in the snow from being destroyed by the underground city bandits. Order the newly formed Elf Mountain Division to go to the snowy land to encircle and suppress the underground city bandits. Order to send an envoy to the underground city. Urge all parties and races in the underground city not to get involved in this muddy water. Thunder Swamp will never allow the civil strife in the snowy land to continue, nor will it allow orcs to enter the snowy land. The underground city must put itself in the right position and assist the Thunder Alliance in suppressing the underground city bandits, who are causing chaos on the surface. The diplomatic rhetoric should be harsher. The benefits that should be given should also be given. Yinxing asked the envoy to bring a gift list, carrot and stick, hoping that the underground races can be more restrained. As the order was passed from the Lord's Mansion of the Eternal Territory, the military forces under the Eternal Territory immediately took action. The airborne divisions, which had been ready to attack, boarded the planes in an orderly manner. They abandoned most of their heavy equipment and sent as many troops as possible to the Elf King's court. A large number of giant Beak Eagle transport planes took off from the Eternal Territory Military Airport and flew towards the northern snowfield, with many civil airliners mixed in order to deploy the most troops to the royal court in the shortest time. Yinxing also called on the power of eternal civil aviation as much as possible. On the ground, trucks connected end to end carried fully armed soldiers and drove along Thunder Avenue towards Frostleaf City. Eternal Territory has been continuously investing in road construction, truck manufacturing and transport aircraft since the beginning. And finally it came in handy at this most critical moment. The Eternal Territory is deploying its troops to key locations in the war with a large-scale mobility that is unimaginable in this world. After completing the military mobilization to control the situation in the snow, Yinxing turned his attention back to the main force of the elves trapped in the wilderness. He couldn't just watch them die. The reconnaissance plane sent to the wilderness battlefield brought back the situation of the war there. On the vast wilderness plains, the scattered elf army was in a state of being divided and surrounded. Chariots and military vehicles lacked energy and could only be used as fixed turrets and barriers. What made Yinxing happy was, due to the weather, the main force of the orcs did not move quickly. Because of the lack of transportation, the orcs missed the best chance to annihilate the elves when they were dividing and surrounding them. The scattered elves relied on vehicles to build defense positions on the spot and block the orcs' attack with superior weapons. At the same time, the elves' air force resolutely blocked the orcs' floating warships and airships, and provided air support to the surrounded elves without losing anything. The battle in the air and on the ground was in full swing. One after another, the orcs concentrated their superior forces to pull out the elves' resistance points. And the elves were still resisting. Yinxing, who found that the elves were still resisting, immediately ordered the Eternal Air Force to support the besieged elf army. Fighters and armored griffins carry air-to-air missiles, and battle fortresses attack with full loads, assisting the Elven Air Force in fighting for air supremacy with the orcs. Dive bombers carry medium-sized bombs and more machine gun ammunition to help small groups of elves break through and move to strongholds with relatively complete defenses and more soldiers. Bombers bomb orc clusters. Transport planes drop war supplies to elves on the battlefield, regardless of consumption. Saturation air support is provided to the elves who are still resisting. For a time, planes almost covered the sky above the Eternal City, and various combat aircraft of all sizes flew towards the western sky. Yinxing was also sitting in one of the transport planes. He will personally command and participate in the Save Alito operation, in the Megalodon transport plane exclusively used by the Super Tactical Team. Yinxing, wearing magic armor, looked at the members of the attack. The original 6-member team was increased to 9. In addition to Chui, the 9-headed dragon illusion cultivated 2 more qualified heroes. The magician Harrington, who provided magic support. The thief Nesk, who was good at lurking and reconnaissance. Yinxing stood in the middle of the cabin and said to the members around him, "Due to the emergency, we will hold a battle meeting on the plane." Chui put out the map taken by the reconnaissance plane. "Yes, Master." Chui was wearing a set of magic armor. Her position in the team was the intelligence officer. A drone carried a projector and projected a battlefield picture. In the image, an elven army was surrounded by orcs in a plain area with a diameter of only 5 kilometers. The elves and orcs fought almost hand to hand. The smoke from the explosion filled the sky above the entire battlefield, mixed with the light and shadows produced by various magic explosions. The wreckage of tanks and large alchemical puppets was everywhere, and the sky was full of rocks, Pegasus, fighter planes, gods, and gargoyles. The fight was much more tragic than other places. Yinxing said to his team members, "According to the contact we have established with the elves, King Alito and his guards were surrounded by orcs in the Secaran area. Our mission is to protect King Alito from the encirclement. Limited information can confirm that there are mages from the Cloud Tower active in the war. Their goal is to decapitate Alito and create chaos in the snow. In this operation, we are very likely to encounter mages from the Cloud Tower, and they are tower mages trained by Anderson. Everyone should be careful on the battlefield. You must complete the mission and protect yourself." Now Chue is making tactical arrangements. Chue stood up and pointed at various points in the image with a light pen, and first introduced the terrain of the war zone to the team members. This short video was taken by our reconnaissance plane 3 hours ago. When our fleet arrives at the battlefield, the situation will definitely be worse than it is now. This is Alito's command post. Nesk and Donna entered the battlefield first to confirm whether Alito was still alive and determine his exact location. After finding Alito, the Master, Siebel, and Orf entered the battlefield. Aranda and Harrington are responsible for providing long-range and magic support to cover us and escort Alito to board the plane. Do you understand? Understood. After taking off from the Eternal Territory and traveling a long distance, the fleet finally arrived at the Savage battlefield. The orcs obviously did not expect that the Eternal Territory would use aircraft in this way to provide large-scale support to the elves in the encirclement. You have to know that if they take off from the Eternal Territory, they have to cross the entire Windy Highlands from east to west, and fly hundreds of kilometers to the west to get here. Can the planes of the Eternal Territory fly so far? Can they still fight after flying so far? The fighters of the Eternal Territory told the orcs with facts that they can fly and fight. In fact, the combat aircraft supporting from the Eternal Territory do not need to consider the problem of return energy. When their energy is almost exhausted, they can fly north to the airport at the northern foot of the border mountain built by the elves and land. After adding energy, they return to the Eternal Territory. With enough ammunition and supplies, they can continue to support the elves trapped in the wilderness. The participation of the Eternal Territory Combat Aircraft Group quickly changed the air combat situation. Faced with this new force and fierce firepower, the orcs could only give up control of part of the airspace and use their strength to provide air cover for their own army. Fighters and armored griffins opened the passage and transport planes entered. For a while, the sky was filled with umbrellas like dandelions, and the hard-fought elf soldiers finally got the ammunition, food, and energy they urgently needed. They also saw the hope of survival from the fighter planes in the sky. Our allies did not give up on us, and Master Yinxing came to support us. The elves who completed the supply gradually recovered their combat effectiveness, and some of the chariots and military vehicles that were not destroyed were restarted. Although they were still surrounded by the orcs, the elves' range of activities was much larger. With the help of air cover, the nearby elves contacted each other and moved to the middle to gather together. The situation gradually improved. The air support of the Eternal Territory disrupted the orcs' plan to annihilate the elves. No one could have imagined that this method could be used to transport supplies to the elves on the ground. Another lesson from the Eternal Territory. The scattered elves gathered more and more, and retreated northward while resisting. The orcs knew that it was difficult to completely wipe out the main force of the elves on the border with the air support of the Eternal Territory. They could only order the orcs fighting in the Secaran area to speed up. Find Alito and kill him. Without Alito, it would be much more difficult for the Eternal Territory to control the snow than with Alito. With the help of the dungeon, the Eternal Territory is likely to be caught in an endless security war in the snow, and will be constantly consumed in the ice and snow. The transport plane that Yinxing was riding on was hovering over the battlefield. A large number of fighters and air fortresses guarded the nearby airspace to block the approach of the orcs' air force. On the ground, the orcs had broken through the defense of the Elf Guard division. The wolf cavalry armed with charged magic guns attacked and interspersed in groups on the battlefield, leaving no safe place here. The hatch of the belly of the transport plane opened, and Yinxing and other team members stood on the edge waiting. The thief Nex and the scout Donna had entered the ground battlefield. They wandered around and fought, looking for Alito's whereabouts. Chue also controlled more than 10 drones to fly over the battlefield. But the smoke and dust in the battlefield were too big and extremely chaotic, which affected the drone's search ability. Is Alito dead? Why didn't he send any signal when he saw the plane of the Eternal Territory in the sky? Yanqing stood at the door of the cabin and looked down at the battlefield. There were elves wearing green military coats, fighting with orcs everywhere. It was impossible to tell which one was Alito. At this time, Alito was very glad that he was wearing the same coat as the soldiers, which allowed him to escape the siege of the Tower Wizard. He carefully walked through the battlefield, using the burning abandoned vehicles and chariots to avoid the search of the orcs. There were only 5 elven guards left around him. The other elven guards were either killed in battle or scattered. He completely lost control of his army, and didn't know how many elves were left on this wild plain. He regretted not listening to Yanqing and taking such a risky military action, which resulted in him paying a heavy price. It was even very likely that this was where he would be buried. Alito looked up at the Eternal Leader fighters flying in the sky, fighting bravely with the orc air units. The black smoke from the crash fighters and the white smoke from the missiles outlined a profound pattern in the sky. A long tongue of fire shot out from one side of the aerial fortress, and shells fell from the sky in pieces. Alito wanted to send a distress signal to the Eternal Territory Air Force, but he didn't think the Eternal Territory Air Force had the ability to rescue him from the Tower Mage. The signal would only make the Tower Mage find him faster. Master Yanqing, I have failed your trust in me. At this time, a team of wolf cavalry found them. The big-eared monsters riding on the wolf let out strange cries and charged at the group of lone elves, firing their charged magic guns randomly. They looked so excited that they obviously didn't know what kind of elves they were encountering. Faced with the sudden encounter, the elf guards released magic at the same time, and the group of wolf cavalry was eliminated with a burst of fireballs. But the magic fluctuations also exposed their position. The ground undulated, first vibrating violently, and then a giant stone golem jumped out from the ground. A male wizard with an earth elemental body stood on the shoulder of the giant stone golem. On the other side, in a ball of electric sparks, a female wizard with an electric elemental stood up from inside. At the same time, 5 tower wizards flew over from other directions and surrounded Alito and his guards beside a burned truck. The male wizard looked down at Alito and said arrogantly to Alito, "King Alito, if you are willing to surrender, you can save your life. With the support of the tower in the clouds, you are still the king of the elves in the snow." Alito showed an alchemical longbow, walked forward from the protection of the guards, and said to the mages in the tower, "This failure is only my personal failure, and your victory is just a victory. I found a correct path for the elves, and my successor will definitely walk firmly on this path. The final winner has actually been determined from the beginning. One day the elves will step into this land again." Chapter 411, Saving Alito. Alito held his head high. Even if he died, he would die in battle worthy of the Elf King. Persuading Alito to surrender was ineffective, and the tower mages immediately surrounded and killed Alito. The lightning elemental mage drew out the rapier from his waist, and his whole body turned into a flash of lightning, shooting towards Alito. The giant stone man under the feet of the earth elemental mage turned his right hand into a war hammer and swept towards the elven hero guarding Alito. The other tower mages also used their own attack magic. They wanted to use a concentrated fire to eliminate the target they wanted to behead this time. But a bullet shot from the sky brushed the side of the earth elemental mage and drilled into the head of the giant stone man. The stone man's head exploded, and before the war hammer touched the elf, it turned into a pile of rubble and fell on the shield held up by the heroes. The lightning elemental mage, who was flying in pursuit of the lightning, appeared in front of Alito. In an instant, the rapier in her hand slashed at Alito with purple lightning. At this moment, a black shadow rushed down from above the truck behind. The long spear in her hand thrust forward, and the sharpened spear head emitted a 1-meter-long edge. The lightning elemental mage did not dare to fight here, and both sides would suffer losses. She turned into an electric current and jumped back in time to avoid the spear stab from top to bottom. The forward-looking long spear pierced deeply into the soil, and Donna fell to the ground. The multi-layer shield unfolded in front of her, blocking all the flying magic outside. Then Donna kicked the gun barrel, and the buried gun head rose up, and the force plowed a deep groove in the ground. "Donna!" Alito recognized the girl standing in front of him. "Why are you here?" Donna danced with the gun flower and took a defensive posture with the gun. Without looking back, he replied to Alito, "Your Majesty, you have caused a big trouble for my master. Not only did the Eternal Air Force come out in full force, but even my master came to save you in person. Master Yinqing is here too. Alito was shocked. This is the heart of the wilderness. And there is no way to know how many orcs there are around. And how many elves are left. Yinqing came to save himself at this time. Which was simply a huge risk. Here they come. Donna pointed to the sky. And several figures fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Alito is preparing to evacuate. Yinqing brought his super tactical team members to protect Alito in the middle. In front of them were the high tower mages who shrouded themselves in fog. They had all received Anderson's training and knew clearly what happened on the bridge of the Storm City Lord's mansion that day. Elemental Mage Movlin was shot in the head by the sharpshooter. Multiple high tower mages were shot in the head by the sharpshooter one after another. The weapon was very powerful, and the multi-layered shields were as fragile as eggshells in front of it. Therefore, after seeing these people wearing special silver armor, the Tower Wizard followed Anderson's teachings and released the fog of war before taking other measures. On the ground, the scattered stones reassembled. Before it was fully recovered, the giant stone man charged at Yinqing and his men. It roared and waved its arms like a mad ape. Zybel jumped up to block the giant stone man. She was in midair, and her right hand drew the knife and slashed forward. The knife was white like a refining, cutting through the space and tearing a black hole-like crack at the knife mark. The giant stone man was cut in half, and the movement stopped on the spot. Then the body of the stone man collapsed and was forcibly sucked into the crack. After the last stone was swallowed by the black hole, the crack closed, and Zybel fell to the ground and put away the knife. The airflow mixed with gunpowder blew her long hair, as if the crack had never appeared. This amazing knife made time seem to stand still. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Even Yinqing couldn't help but half open his mouth, showing a look of amazement. Is this the power of super weapons? Zybel was wearing the first set of super weapons developed by the Eternal Territory at this time. Named Conviction. The power can be seen from the previous attack, which is much stronger than the magic weapon. It just looks a little rough in appearance. And there is no difference from the magic weapon equipped by Yinqing and his team. This is mainly because this set of super weapons has just completed manufacturing and the third round of testing. And there is no time for appearance beautification and decoration before it was pulled out by Yinqing. This time, it is a deep rescue operation behind enemy lines. So of course the strongest combat power must be brought. The deterrent power that Zybel just swung was full. It made the tower mages not take the next step for a long time. Although I don't know what they are thinking when they hide in the fog. They must be scared. Can I block this knife? The mages all asked themselves a question. The other party was wearing the same type of armor. Does it mean that they all have such force? This is the second question. Here, except for the Earth Elemental Mage and the Thunder Elemental Mage, who have the ability to compete with such force. Other low-level high tower mages are just sending themselves to death. 6 high tower mages were killed on the corridor bridge, facing the same group of enemies. The high tower mages couldn't help but show their fear. Yinqing saw that the high tower mages were hiding in the fog of war and did not take action. So he secretly ordered the super tactical team to retreat in an orderly manner. There is no point in confronting the high tower mages here. Fighting will only add unnecessary risks to yourself. Orf received the order, put away his weapons, grabbed Alito and an elf guard and took off. There were gods and monsters in the air trying to intercept, but they were shot down one by Aranda. After sending Alito to the transport plane, Orf flew down and continued to move the other elf guards to the transport plane. During this period, Yinqing led the members of his super tactical team to form a circle and block the tower wizard outside. If the opponent does not move, we will not move either. Soon, Orf set all the elves to be rescued to the transport plane. Yinqing took off with his team members at the same time, and while keeping alert, he did not do anything that would trigger a fight. In this way, the super tactical team successfully rescued Alito. After the lurking thief Nesk also returned to the transport plane, the fleet turned north and left the battlefield. The tower mages dared to disperse the fog of war at this moment. They looked at the eternal leader fleet that was far away, and suddenly felt powerless. We won this war, but we didn't win this war. We don't know how many powerful warriors there are in Thunder Swamp, but the number of tower mages who have received training is far from enough. We are still a long way from the standard of a warrior. Anderson is right. We don't have a fighting spirit that matches our strength. Next time we encounter them, Do we have the courage to walk out of the fog and fight them? On the transport plane, Yinqing, who had removed his magic weapon, sat opposite Alito. Alito curled up in his coat, staring out the window with lifeless eyes. The air units of both sides were still fighting in the sky. Chichui put 2 glasses of water on the table between the two of them, and whispered to Yinqing, Master, our fleet is returning from the battlefield. It will take 12 hours for them to complete the supply and return to the battlefield. And it will take longer if the weather is bad. Yinqing nodded and replied, I know. During this period, our elf allies need to hold on. I believe that as long as we do our best to support them, a considerable number of elf warriors will be able to return to the snow. Bring a blanket to those elf guards. It's getting dark. It's cold at night. Yes, Master. After Chui left, Yinqing said to the silent Alito, I'm sorry. I can't save more elves. Your guards can only rely on themselves now. Alito, who was a little mentally collapsed, said, I should say sorry. If I listened to you, this would not have happened. This is the strongest army that the snow has ever had. And it is the best warriors I personally selected. As a result, because of my arrogance and stupidity, they perished in this land far away from home. I am not worthy of being their king. Yes, you are not worthy of being their king. Yinqing's answer was somewhat unexpected to Alito. He finally looked at Yinqing and said with a wry smile, I thought you would comfort me. Yinqing said with a smile, I comfort you. But who will comfort me? How many of my planes and soldiers are left here? This is a war that should not have happened in the first place. If it weren't for the fact that there was no elf in the snow who was more qualified to be the king than you, I would never take such a big risk to save you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alito didn't know what to say, so he could only keep apologizing. Apologies can't save lives that have already died. If you really want to be a qualified elf king, the next time you make a major decision, consider, can the population of the snowland afford the loss of failure? Like you, I can't afford heavy casualties, so I take every step very carefully. I will consider my own strengths and weaknesses in every decision, instead of putting all my assets on a gamble. Yinqing scolded Alito without caring about the face of the elf king, venting the resentment accumulated over the past few days because of the elves' rash military actions. After venting, he said in a slightly softer tone, I know you are under pressure and want to prove yourself to the snow. Otherwise, with your military command ability, you would not make such a mistake. And you chose to prove yourself in the wrong direction. You are not a commander now, but the elf king. The place to prove yourself is in the royal court, on your throne. Victory on the battlefield will only bring temporary fear to your political enemies, and failure on the battlefield will stimulate their ambitions. Your battlefield is not here, and your enemies are not here. You may not have listened to me before, but I hope you can understand what I said now. Alito was much calmer at this time. After listening to Yinqing's words, he asked, did something happen in the royal court? Yes, some of the royal elves launched a rebellion when you were surrounded by orcs. I have sent troops to cooperate with your remaining troops to suppress them, as long as we can defend the border and prevent the orcs from going north. The sporadic rebels will not pose too much threat. Also, some underground races were bribed by the Cloud Tower. Although I have taken countermeasures, the underground city bandits will definitely become a long-term problem in the snow. Your mission back to the royal court is very heavy. Hearing that Yinqing had taken measures in response to the changes in the snow, Alito felt relieved. Thank you for saving me, sir. Please rest assured, I know what to do next. Yinqing said, if this war can wake you up, it won't be a complete failure. Go back to the royal court with peace of mind. My army is already supporting the snowy border, and the air will continuously provide airdrops and cover for the elves trapped in the wilderness. We will do our best to bring more elves back to the snowy land. Alito stood up and saluted Yinqing. Thank you again. I promise. Yinqing said, I don't listen to your promises. I only look at what you do in the future. If you do this kind of thing without notifying your allies again, I may not be able to save you. And I may not save you. Today, Yinqing spoke to Alito without any mercy. He must make Alito realize his mistakes deeply. And the master is very angry. The consequences are serious. I understand. Please watch my actions in the future. The fleet continued to fly north, and as more and more returning planes came to join, the size of the fleet became larger and larger. The sun fell below the western horizon, and the night enveloped the earth. All the planes turned on the navigation lights, and the communication waves echoed in the entire airspace. The fleet crossed the border mountains, and soon saw the brightly lit frontline airport. Fighters with less energy landed first, and planes with more energy continued to fly north, looking for nearby airports to land. After the transport plane that Yinxing was on landed, Alito said goodbye to him, and boarded the plane to the Elf King's court with his guards. The frontline airport was busy. It kept accepting landing planes and arranging planes that had replenished their energy to take off. Some planes belonging to the elves flew to the wilderness in the south after loading ammunition. Various logistics and supply vehicles were shuttling back and forth on the ground. Elves, werewolves, humans, goblins, and alchemical robots were running between various positions. The roar of the plane resounded throughout the airport, and the navigation lights under the wings illuminated the sky with a different kind of beauty. Yinxing sat on the roof of a barracks, smoking and admiring this magnificent view that belonged to him. Zybel came up. She removed her super armor, and wore a combat suit that matched her super armor. The tight design showed off her good figure. Zybel sat down next to Yinxing, and also looked at the sky where planes were taking off and landing. You are changing the world. A year ago, I couldn't imagine that war would be like this. It is strange and more spectacular. And it also makes me a little afraid of it. Its efficiency in killing lives far exceeds any war in history. I thought the Battle of Fort Angic was tragic enough. But compared to what I saw today, it was simply a fight between barbarians. Chapter 412 Visiting the Land of Corrosion. Yinxing smoked a cigarette, and continued to look at the sky. Barbaric? It seems that you have deeply experienced the superiority of the present. This is the advantage of the emerging forces over the old system. But the old system will never be willing to withdraw from the stage of history. We are challenging an order, and there will be many more wars like this in the future. Maybe we will have to accept failure in the end. But someone will eventually stand up and face this cage with all their strength. That knife will cut through the rules, and the world can enter a real new era. Zybel couldn't help but look at Yinxing and said, I can't understand everything you said. You seem to be talking about the war we are facing. But you also seem to be referring to something else. Yinxing smiled and said, I am talking about the war we are facing. But the meaning behind this war is far beyond your imagination. The plane should have finished replenishing its energy. I will take Chui Chui back to the Eternal Territory. You lead the other members of the super tactical team to stay here. Those tower mages have changed a lot, and you will become more and more difficult enemies. After speaking, Yinxing stood up and jumped off the roof. As he said to Alito, this is not his battlefield, and the enemies here are not his real enemies. The new round of war has just begun, and he should now be in the Eternal Territory to coordinate the overall situation. The war that broke out on the southern foot of the snowy wild border continued, with the cover of the Eternal Territory Air Force and the delivery of supplies. More and more elves broke out from the heavy encirclement of the orcs. Claw and Steel Fawn led the reinforcements from Eternal Territory and arrived at the snowy border along the road in just 2 days. They took over the defense of the border, drove away the small group of orcs who infiltrated, and sent the tank company to the south to build many war support points to provide cover and rescue for the retreating elves. At the same time, the rebellion in the Elf King's court was suppressed by the Eternal Territory Airborne Division before it could form a climate. The remaining rebels fled into the snowy mountains, and after the Elf Mountain Division arrived, they would continue to pursue these remnants. Just like that, the crisis in the snowy land was under control. No one could have imagined that the military actions of the Eternal Territory could be so swift and rapid. A vast fleet of aircraft flew through the air, and the army of the Eternal Territory crossed a distance of 1,000 kilometers and appeared at the most critical position. The Eternal Territory continued to provide uninterrupted support to the snowy land, helping the elves to control the situation, and to help them reorganize the border army. The consequences of a defeat will continue to affect the strategy of the Eternal Territory for a long time. While Yinxing was busy with the affairs of the snowy land, the war between the Silver Mane Kingdom and the Griffin Heart Empire also broke out. As the attacking party, the Griffin Heart Empire, together with its vassal human nobles, gathered a total of 600,000 troops to attack on all fronts. In the past 6 months, the Griffin Heart Empire has invested all the alchemical weapons it has produced with the help of the Cloud Tower in this war. The pressure from foreign enemies and the continuous investment of the Eternal Territory have made the Silver Mane Kingdom, which is full of internal contradictions, cohesive as a whole. The Kingdom Army used neat positional warfare on the border to block the attack of the Empire. As the heart of the 2 battlefields, the industrial zone of the Eternal Territory produces around the clock. The well-built roads and air routes continuously transport raw materials into the Eternal Territory like blood vessels, and then send various weapons and supplies to the north and south. Yanqing deeply knows that the more advanced the war is, the more dependent it is on logistics. He insisted on developing the industry of Eternal Territory at a high cost, which became the basis for the Thunder Alliance to be undefeated in the face of the Cloud Alliance. Therefore, Yanqing is not worried about this conventional war at all. The border battlefield in the Snowy Land fully proves this point. The wild orcs spent a lot of effort and sacrifice to get an encirclement, but they could not completely wipe out the main force of the elves. It can be seen how big the gap is between the war systems of the two sides. In the future, this gap will only get bigger and bigger. When the border army is retrained in the Snowy Land and the Silver Mane Kingdom completes its internal transformation, it is time to push the war level up to another level. At that time, perhaps we will face reversal. Yanqing was dealing with seemingly endless official business in his office. After seeing Chuichu drawing idly, he asked, "How far has the super armor project progressed? Why has there been no news about the second super armor?" When asked by Yanqing, Chuichu immediately jumped up and stood straight. "Report to the master. Because the second super armor is tailor-made for the master. The design must be perfect based on our existing technology. The data for the Judgment super armor is still being collected. I hope the master can give Chuichu a little more time. Chuichu will definitely make the strongest super armor for the master." Very thoughtful. Yanqing praised Chuichui, and then asked, "What's the situation in the Corrosion Land now?" "Report to the master. The first and second teams of the Hard Demon are working in the Corrosion Land. The first team of the Hard Demon is responsible for calculating the spatial coordinates, and the second team of the Hard Demon is responsible for finding Max's body. Because there are too many undead in the Corrosion Land, and the territorial consciousness is strong, the work of the Hard Demon team is progressing slowly. If the master agrees to produce more Hard Demons, it will effectively speed up the progress." Yanqing considered Chuichui's suggestion. Now the production task of the Eternal Territory is very heavy, and the use of energy and materials must be precisely calculated, and everything is based on the two battlefields in the north and south. But the search for Max's body cannot be delayed. If the second team suspends the current mission and assists the first team in calculating the spatial coordinates, when can the space transmission from Eternal Territory to Corrosion Land be completed? After calculating, Chuichui said, "Report to the master. The spatial coordinate calculation of Corrosion Land can be completed in 20 days. After the spatial anchor point test, it is expected that the full coverage transmission from Eternal Territory to Corrosion Land can be achieved within 1 month." 1 month? Yanqing thought about his work plan for the next month, and then turned to Chuichui and said, "Send a letter of communication to the 13 undead lords of Corrosion Land, telling them that the Lord of Eternal Territory will pay a friendly visit to Corrosion Land in 1 month. I will discuss with them the world status, power and obligations that the undead should obtain under the new world order in the future." "Master, are you going to the Corrosion Land in person?" Yanqing nodded. "If you want to find Max's body without interference, you must get the help of the undead." 1 month later. Whether my appearance can shock the undead depends on whether your long-distance fixed-point transmission can be used in time. Otherwise, I can only take a plane to land in the Corrosion Land where there is no airport. Chuichui saluted Yanqing. "Master, please rest assured. Chuichui promises to complete the task assigned to me by the master. And let those country bumpkin undead be shocked by the master's appearance. Come on!" Yanqing gave a mandatory goal, and the lazy Chuichui had strong motivation like a clockwork. She personally supervised the construction of the Eternal Lord's transmission device, and personally went to the Corrosion Land, modified the calculation method of space coordinates, and analyzed the planet's magnetic field. She even got materials from the real world, and assembled a carrier missile by herself. She launched a positioning satellite independently developed and manufactured into the planet's orbit. Yanqing couldn't help but secretly reflect on himself. Was it because he had too low requirements for Chuichui before? Now he is so capable with just a little encouragement. If I had encouraged him more earlier, would I be worried about the world mechanism now? Chuichui is definitely a bug. There is still a lot of room for exploitation. Finally, after Chuichui's full intervention and participation, the Eternal Territory's full coverage transmission system for the Corrosion Land was put into use after 27 days of uninterrupted construction. For the sake of transmission safety, Chuichui also set up 5 transmission anchor points in the Corrosion Land. Once a problem occurs during the fixed-point transmission of the planet's magnetic field, The adjacent transmission anchor point will immediately take over the space coordinate solution and bring the people stuck in the space channel to their own nearby. Dual-channel space transmission is truly foolproof. The letter of communication from the Lord of the Eternal Territory about his upcoming visit to the Corrosion Land has been delivered to the 13 most powerful undead lords. This is a big deal for the Corrosion Land. Because of the difference between life and death, living beings often fear the undead, and the undead do not like living beings. The wandering low-level undead will attack all living creatures they encounter, while the high-level undead like to put the captured creatures on their dissection table to study the magic of the dead. In history, there has never been a ruler from the living side who publicly visited the Corrosion Land. This made the undead lords a little at a loss, not knowing how to respond, especially since the lord who came to visit this time was the Lord of the Eternal Territory. Even if the Corrosion Land was isolated from the news, it knew that a very widespread war was breaking out in the world. The two warring parties were two large military groups centered on the Cloud Tower and the Thunder Swamp. The reputation of the Cloud Tower resounds throughout the world. Its outstanding status is recognized by all races and represents the highest achievement of alchemy magic. Although the Thunder Swamp has only appeared for a short time, it can compete with the Cloud Tower, which is enough to prove its strength. The Lord of Eternal Territory is the spokesperson of Thunder Swamp. He is going to the Corrosion Land. What does he want to do? The undead lords, who have not seen each other for a long time, gathered together because of Yanxing. They discussed and argued day and night. Some lords believe that the undead should not give any courtesy to the living beings, and should not even allow the living beings to enter the Corrosion Land. This is a forbidden area for life and a paradise for death. It was before, and it will be in the future. Some lords believe that Yanxing should not be treated as an ordinary creature. The war outside is having a huge impact on the world. Things that have never appeared before are changing the world explosively. The undead should feel the crisis instead of continuing to immerse themselves in the old times. Meeting Yanxing will not harm the Corrosion Land. We need to know his intentions. The stubborn Death Lords all insist on their own ideas, and no one can convince anyone. They quarrel tirelessly day and night. Forgot the time. Until the messenger of the Eternal Territory sent a message that the Lord of the Eternal Territory, Master Yanxing, was about to arrive at the Grey Maze. The Grey Maze is the lair of the undead Lord Touch of Weakness. He is a horror knight, and the most powerful undead lord in the land of corrosion. The meeting place of the 13 undead lords this time is in the Grey Cave. Hearing that Yanxing had come, Weak Touch was shocked. His Grey Cave was in the center of the land of corrosion, surrounded by countless undead. How could Yanxing come silently? No! Sitting in the main hall of the tomb, Weak Touch asked the human hero standing below, How did you get in? The undead lords sitting around were also shocked. Yes! How did this human hero get in? This is the death tomb of Weak Touch. There are a large number of high-level undead heroes guarding the tomb passage and the burial pit outside. You, a living being, can actually walk here so arrogantly. Are all the undead heroes outside dead? The human hero, who was questioned, was very calm in the face of many undead lords. He saluted the Touch of Weakness and replied, Respected Lord Touch of Weakness and all the undead lords. Your questions involve the secrets of our eternal territory. Please forgive me for not being able to answer them. My master is coming soon. Please don't panic, lords, and don't make any overly excited moves. The eternal territory comes with goodwill and peace. After the human hero finished speaking, a portal opened out of thin air in the middle of the hall more than 10 meters behind him. Then, in full view of the undead lords, 2 teams of eternal territory lords guards, wearing full golden armor, walked out of the portal in an orderly manner with long-handled battle axes in hand. Then the etiquette attendants came out carrying large and small boxes of gifts. The boxes were put down, and the lids were opened. Inside were all the artworks and special alchemical products produced by the Eternal Territory. The etiquette attendants put the gifts away and stood outside the guard of honor. The attendant of the Lord of the Eternal Territory came out of the teleportation array and shouted, The Lord of the Eternal Territory, Master Yanxing, has arrived. All the staff of the Eternal Territory stood at attention and saluted. Under the gaze of all the people and the undead, Yanxing, wearing a gorgeous dress, walked out of the teleportation array accompanied by the dress-up Chuichu. Yanxing took off a glove while walking slowly and waved to the undead lords, who were staring at him. I didn't expect that all 13 undead lords are here. Great. I had planned to visit 13 undead territories in one day. But now I can finish all the things here with Lord of Weak Touch. I can feel your positive response to my arrival. Thank you for your warm welcome. This is a good start for the friendship between Eternal Territory and Corruption Land. The hall was silent after Yanqing finished speaking. All the undead lords were thinking. When did we welcome you? We were still discussing whether we should see you. But you suddenly ran out. Also, how can you open a portal here? How did you open a portal here? You do this. How can we sit at home in the future? Although Yanqing couldn't see the expressions of the undead lords, he was very satisfied with the atmosphere at this time. This is the feeling he wants. Chapter 413, The Goods Brought by Yanqing. Yanqing's appearance was a great deterrent to the undead. The Eternal Lords could even enter and exit the tomb hall of the touch of weakness at will. Is there any place in this world that they cannot go? Is this the strength of the Thunder Swamp? It is so powerful that it is hard for people to have the desire to fight against it. The funny thing is that we are still discussing whether we should receive him. But he has already walked in front of us. The heavy protection is just for show. The touch of weakness stood up. And all the undead lords stood up. They must give the visiting lord of the Eternal Lord the respect he deserves. And this respect is earned by him. As a terror knight, Weak Touch wore a full body armor of black. And 2 red lights shone in the gaps at the position of his eyes. He stepped down from the high seat. And his metal boots stepped on the stairs, making a heavy sound. This was the only sound in the hall at the moment. Weak Touch walked in front of Yanqing and stretched out his hand to him. Although we undead rarely leave the land of corrosion, we are not completely unaware of what is happening outside. This should be the most favorite welcome gift of your Eternal Territory. I hope I did it right. The land of corrosion welcomes your visit, Lord of the Eternal Territory. Seeing that Weak Touch stretched out his left hand, Yanqing also stretched out his left hand and shook it with him. This is our exclusive courtesy. My time is very tight. After all, we are at war with the Cloud Tower. Please forgive me for any offense. Excuse me. Can we start our meeting immediately? Of course. We are all looking forward to meeting you, and want to see what kind of great hero is the one who dares to challenge the Cloud Tower. Respect is earned through strength. When receiving other undead lords, the touch of weakness sat high in the skeleton chair on the high platform of the hall, facing Yanqing. He did not show any high attitude. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to urgently set up a meeting place that was accustomed to human beings. Yanqing and the undead lord sat down on both sides of a long conference table. The Eternal Lord's attendants in golden armor and the undead terror knights in black armor stood behind them respectively. The atmosphere of the meeting was gloomy, and there were always some ghostly hums coming from somewhere. Yanqing glanced at the undead lord sitting opposite him. Skeletons, zombies, vampires, liches, ghosts, representatives of the mainstream branches of the undead clan are all here. Yanqing waved his hand and handed the folders in his hand to the undead lords one by one. Let me just tell you the purpose of my coming to the Corruption Land. As the war develops and expands, Thunder Swamp and Cloud Tower will decide who will lead the world into the next era. A great era in which alchemy magic is popularized and civilization is developing rapidly. I think there is no place for the land of corrosion in the new world blueprint of the Cloud Tower. But I have. Although the touch of weakness gave Yanqing courtesy, it does not mean that he will easily agree to any request of Yanqing. The space teleportation ability just demonstrated by the Eternal Territory is indeed surprising. But it is not impossible to prevent, as long as space interference is arranged at important locations. The Eternal Territory can be effectively blocked from opening the space teleportation portal. However, there is a thief who can do it for 1,000 days without 1,000 days of defense. If you can avoid offending the Eternal Territory, you should not offend the Eternal Territory. The touch of weakness did not open the file like other undead lords. He put his hand on the folder and said to Yanqing, "The living and the undead stand on opposite sides of the line of death. We are not interested in the fights of you living beings, nor do we want to participate in your so-called blueprint for the new world. If you want the land of corrosion to join your camp, I can only say to you, sorry. Don't rush to refuse. Also, I don't plan to push the relationship between us so quickly." The reaction of the undead was within Yanqing's expectations. He said to the weak force, "I just want to improve the relationship between the Eternal Territory and the land of corrosion to a friendly level. This should not touch your principles. Establishing friendly relations with living beings has already touched the principles of the undead. But this is definitely not the case in the current situation." As the leader of the Thunder Alliance, Yanqing took the initiative to establish friendly relations with the land of corrosion. So this face must be given. Of course, please don't get me wrong. What I mean is that the land of corrosion is very willing to establish friendly relations with the eternal territory. Other undead lords should also have this idea. Yes, yes, yes. We are all willing to establish friendly relations with the eternal territory. The power of Yanqing's appearance is still there. Since the relationship between the eternal territory and the land of corrosion is already so friendly. Then let's talk about business cooperation on the basis of friendly relations. Business cooperation? The undead lords were very puzzled. We undead have no desires. No food. No drink. So what kind of business do we need? You come to our corrosion land to trade. Aren't you afraid of losing all your money? Although Yanqing couldn't see the expressions of the undead now, he could feel their doubts. Because the undead don't have much demand for materials. The corrosion land is one of the few areas in the world where resources have not been developed. Your territory has a large amount of ores, rare resources, and countless alchemical raw materials. And in the future, when we enter the world of alchemical civilization, the demand for these resources will be very large. You undead can be said to live on a super large gold mountain. And the resources will allow you to occupy a very important position in the future world. In the folder in front of you, there is the Eternal Territory's long-term development plan for the corrupted land. You will all have advanced cities and enjoyable lives. The touch of weakness finally opened the folder. There are some imaginary pictures of the future undead city and text descriptions of the pictures. The undead city is divided into two parts, the surface and the underground. The surface is the functional area and industrial area, and the underground is the residential area. Each room is an alchemical tomb, including the garage, living room and bedroom. There is a coffin in the bedroom, and the coffin is covered with a soft blanket. There is a TV and a phone. You can watch world events and chat with friends while lying in the coffin. There are tunnels and subways under the city. There are roads, viaducts, airplanes, and airships on the surface. In short, the city blueprint is extremely advanced. And it is a sci-fi picture even in the real world. But this does not prevent Yanqing from taking it out and telling the undead that this is the city I will build for you in the future. But the undead do not buy into such fancy things. After all, they don't even know what the things on the map are. So how can they have a demand? The undead lords reacted very calmly. The touch of weakness said, I don't think our undead lives need such a big change now. These unknown things of yours cannot arouse our interest. We also do not welcome creatures to mine resources in the land of corrosion. The reaction of the undead lord was also within Yanqing's expectations. That document was just a pie in the sky that he painted for the undead, making them think that the eternal territory has the ability to build such a city. As for demand, demand must be cultivated little by little. Sooner or later, they will pour out the blueprint of this city and beg me, the master, to build it for them. If you want to take the first step in trading with the undead, you need to start with their basic needs. Do the undead really have no needs? Of course not. Yanqing came prepared. Please let me show you the first item I brought to the land of corrosion. Yanqing waved his hand backwards. 3 golden armored attendants came out. Then the 2 golden armored attendants on the left and right took off the full body armor for the one in the middle. When he took off half of his armor, the undead lords could not sit still. After all the armor was taken off, the undead lords could not hide their emotions. Touch of weakness even asked Yanqing angrily, what is this? He is definitely not an undead. The golden armored guard standing behind Yanqing revealed his appearance after taking off his full body armor. A skeleton, the most basic unit of the undead, and also the branch with the largest number of undead. But the undead lords could feel that although this skeleton looked no different from the skeleton of the undead, it did not have the unique death breath of the undead, but was as cold as a dead object. But he was able to move freely. Before he took off his full body armor, the undead lords thought he was a human. Yanqing did not answer the question of the touch of weakness, but said to his subordinates, continue. The 2 golden armored guards walked to the side of the skeleton again, and then disassembled every bone in his body, and put it on the conference table. During this period, the skeleton did not resist at all, allowing his companions to disassemble him until only the last skull was left. Continue. Yanqing gave the order again. The 2 golden armored guards picked up the bones from the table, assembled them one by one, and finally put the skull on the skeleton. Yanqing nodded with satisfaction and said, continue. For more golden armored attendants walked out of the golden armored queue, and they worked together to remove the armor of the 2 golden armored guards in front. Soon, 2 more skeletons appeared in front of the undead lord. The three skeletons stood side by side motionless, as if waiting for Yanxing's order. Yanxing said again, "Continue." This time, the three skeletons worked together, removing the bones of each other's companions and putting them on their own bodies. After a while, the three skeletons changed their bones except for their heads. But the movement was not affected at all. Yanxing waved his hand silently, and the golden armored guards helped the skeletons put on their full body armor again. The skeletons retreated to the team normally and stood upright as if nothing had happened. After the demonstration, Yanxing said to the undead lord, "We all know that the undead exist for a long time. Except for the low-intelligence undead, who will constantly wander around. The intelligent undead will mostly choose to lie in the tomb for a long time without moving. This is related to the fact that the undead do not have too many needs, but mainly because most of the undead's bones do not have the ability to regenerate, and are easily worn and damaged by calcium loss. Because the undead have been wandering before awakening their wisdom, their bones have some problems after they awaken their wisdom." Yanxing was talking about the results of the investigation of the Hard Demon team in the Corrosion Land. The reason why the undead, especially the skeleton-type undead, do not like to move once they gain wisdom is because they cherish their bones. You have to know that without flesh and blood, bones have no lubrication, regeneration and repair functions, and a broken piece means one less piece. Even if some bones can be replaced, they are not original and are inconvenient to use. The skeleton-type undead lords sitting here are deeply touched by these situations. They have existed for a long time, and even with magic protection, there are all kinds of edges and corners on their bones. One of the skeleton-type undead lords couldn't help asking, "Does this have anything to do with the things you showed?" "Of course, it has something to do with it," Yanxing said with a smile. "As you can see, what I just showed was the alchemical puppet imitating the undead skeleton developed and manufactured by the Eternal Territory. Every bone in its body is made of the same ingredients as real bones. They can also be freely disassembled and combined without affecting their functions in their respective positions. This technology of the Eternal Territory is very mature, and it has been tested on some undead who voluntarily accepted the experiment. Our artificial bones can be perfectly compatible with the bodies of undead skeletons without any rejection reaction. Now the Eternal Territory will use this technology to build friendly relations with the Land of Corrosion. I plan to open a number of bone maintenance and repair hospitals in the Land of Corrosion, supplement absorbable calcium for healthy bones, and apply a coating on the outer layer of bones to prevent wear and calcium loss. Repair damaged bones. Replace irreparable bones with artificial bones. Our artificial bones can be produced and adjusted in the most subtle way according to the different shapes and sizes of each skeleton, ensuring that there is no difference between the replaced and original ones. In addition, we can also provide value-added medical services such as bone beauty, carving, and personalized installation. Alchemical enhancement is also on our task list. The undead lords were stunned. Can a bone be used in so many ways? But think about it carefully. If the technologies that Lord Yanxing said are true, it will definitely be a blessing for the vast number of skeletons in the Corruption Land. Think about how many skeletons are suffering from the pain of long-term wear of the femoral head. How many skeletons look at their missing ribs and think about how they used to be neatly arranged? How many skeletons watch their smooth leg bones gradually become bumpy? How many skeletons have broken limbs? And how many skeletons are paralyzed? It's not that the skeletons like to lie in the tomb and don't want to move, because this is the only way to reduce the damage to their bones. But the calcium in the bones will eventually be lost, and one day it will break by itself. Now, Eternal has the technology to help skeletons replenish calcium, repair damaged bones for skeletons, and even replace them completely. This is simply the savior and father of all skeletons. Skeletons will usher in their own spring. The skeleton-like undead lords became excited. Now they even wanted to take off their robes and shouted to Yanxing, "Come! I want to change into a full set." The atmosphere in the venue instantly reached a climax. Chapter 414 Happy Cooperation. But the undead trade plan that Yanxing brought this time is not just about bone maintenance and repair. All undead lords, especially skeleton lords, please sit down. I will show you the second product below. Please see. As Yanxing waved his hand, 3 more golden armored guards came out. Similarly, the 2 golden armored guards on the left and right took off the armor of the one in the middle, and a zombie was displayed in front of the undead lords. Chichui ordered the zombie at this time, "Mark your steps on the spot, and walk vigorously for the master." The zombie obeyed the order and raised his legs high and marked his steps on the spot. The movement was steady. The center of gravity was stable. And the steps were steady. Turn left. Turn right. Turn back. Stand still. Jump. Run. Do 20 push-ups and 20 sit-ups. Chuchui kept giving orders, and the intervals between the orders kept getting faster and faster. The zombies were able to complete all the instructions given by Chuchui with very standard movements from beginning to end. After the zombies did a set of backflips on the spot, 2 golden armored guards helped him put on the armor, and returned to the queue together. Looking at the opposite side, the zombie lord couldn't help but stand up. His eyes were bulging out of his eye sockets. Yinqing said with a smile, "In fact, I don't need to tell you. You should be able to see what the second item I brought is. What bothers the skeletons also bothers the zombies. And even more seriously, the flesh on the zombies will harden and shrink over time. The loss of elasticity of the flesh certainly increases the zombies' defense capabilities. But it also seriously hinders the zombies' ability to move. I heard that zombies, as the third-level soldiers of the undead, are not as good as the first-level skeletons. One-on-one, skeletons can easily beat zombies, just because the zombies' movements are really too slow. If zombies can blush, the faces of the zombie lords present would probably be as bad as monkeys' butts. Zombies are indeed not as good as skeletons in the undead tribe. It's because they move slowly. When the undead fight each other, zombies are a joke. If you win the battle, the war will be over before the zombies even reach the battlefield. If you lose the battle, all the troops in front of you will die, and the zombies will treat themselves as dessert. Not to mention that other types of undead lords don't like zombies. Even zombie lords don't like them. However, the zombies brought by Lord Yinqing this time are very different. A zombie lord couldn't wait to say to Yinqing, "Master Yinqing, we have seen the products you brought for the skeletons, which are very good. We are also looking forward to your product. Please start your introduction." The curiosity and expectation shown by the customer means that the business is half done. Yinqing continued, "In addition to the drying of muscles, zombies also face the problem of muscle rot, which will further affect the zombies' mobility. However, from the moment the cooperation between Eternal Territory and the Land of Corrosion began, the problems that have troubled zombies for countless years have become history. In order to maintain a good neighborly relationship with the undead, Eternal Territory has specially launched a muscle hydration medical program for zombies. During the hydration medical care stage, the muscles of zombies will be fully nourished by protein water and nutrient solution. One course of treatment can make the muscles of zombies rejuvenated. Just like my imitation zombie alchemy puppet, they can jump and run as they want. In addition, our medical water surface can also clean the rotten meat for zombies and replace it with artificial meat developed by Eternal Territory. If you choose a special artificial meat package, zombies can completely get a bodybuilding body. A fit body. The zombie lords fell. With hydration and medical care. Who dares to say that zombies are a shame to the undead? Who dares to walk in front of zombies and humiliate them? The days of being bullied by skeletons are gone forever. The zombies are going to stand up completely. Now the zombie lords even want to take off their robes and shout to Yinqing, "Come! I want to change into a full set." The atmosphere of the meeting has not fallen from the previous climax, and it has been pushed to another climax. Other undead lords are also looking forward to what the next product that Yinqing is about to show is. But Yinqing seems to have no interest in continuing to show the product. Bone maintenance and repair and zombie hydration medical care are commercial cooperation projects that our Eternal Territory is preparing to promote widely to the Corrosion Land. I believe that these two cooperation plans will definitely be good news for the majority of skeletons and zombies, and solve the big problems that have been bothering you. Skeleton lords and zombie lords said. Yes. Lord Yinqing is right. We strongly welcome the Eternal Territory to enter the Corrosion Land. The Eternal Territory is the best friend of our skeletons and zombies. Skeleton and zombies are two extremely large types of undead in the Corrosion Land. Even in this venue, they occupy 7 seats out of 13 lords. The right to speak is quite important. They support the Eternal Territory to enter the Corrosion Land, and other undead lords can't help but think about their attitudes. In fact, they now have no way to stop the Eternal Territory from coming in, because even if they are undead lords, who are not skeletons and zombies, the land they rule is still dominated by skeletons and zombies. Are they allowed to watch skeletons in other territories doing bone care, while they cannot enjoy this benefit because their lords refuse the Eternal Territory? Watch zombies in other territories doing hydrotherapy. While they can only continue to move slowly, because their lords refuse the eternal territory, isn't this forcing them to rebel? But seeing that skeletons and zombies have benefited from the eternal territory, while their own race has not, they feel a little uncomfortable. Touch of Weakness couldn't help but say to Yin Xing with a sour tone, Lord Yin Xing, we also welcome the eternal territory to come to the corrosion land for comprehensive trade cooperation. But the undead in our corruption land are not just skeletons and zombies, such as ghosts, vampires, liches, and our horror knights. I wonder if the eternal territory has prepared any goods for us. Let's see. Who dares to say that the undead have no desires? Who dares to say that the corruption land is the Dead Sea of trade? This is obviously the Blue Ocean, a large gold mine that has not been developed. It has been open to me, the master. However, Yin Xing did prepare 2 sets of business plans for skeletons and zombies this time. After all, time is limited, and it is good to be able to come up with these 2 sets of things in such a short time. But even if there is a business plan for other undeads, Yin Xing is not ready to bring it out now. You have to understand hunger marketing. Skeletons and zombies are low in customers, laying the foundation for the eternal territory's corrosion land. Money must be earned, but not too outrageous. The price must be affordable. If most skeletons and zombies work hard and work for me more, I can earn money for them to come for maintenance and care frequently. In this way, although skeletons and zombies don't need to eat, they have more expensive daily expenses than eating. After a long time, when maintenance and care become common sense in the lives of skeletons and zombies, no one can shake the foundation of the eternal territory in the corrosion land. As for those higher-level undead, of course, we have to provide them with goods that match their higher status. My lord, I don't like to make money from the lower-class working people. Facing the question from Touch of Weakness, Yin Xing said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lord Touch of Weakness. At present, the Eternal Territory has only completed the research and development of 2 projects, bone care and muscle hydration. The research and development of other undead products is still in progress in our alchemy laboratory. Because they are too advanced, it is not convenient to announce them to the public for the time being. In fact, just opening a bone care and repair hospital and a muscle hydration medical center in the corrosion land is already 2 very large projects. I think our cooperation should proceed step by step. When we have completed the deployment of these 2 projects in the corrosion land, I believe that other products with undead characteristics can be brought here on a large scale. Because it is too advanced, it is not convenient to announce it to the public for the time being. It aroused the endless imagination of the undead lords. Looking back at the future undead city plan in the folder and the special products that Yin Xing has successively displayed, the undead lords have no doubts about his words. They are more looking forward to the products that Eternal Territory will sell in the corrosion land in the future. Yes, we are too anxious. And because Lord Yin Xing has brought us too much of a surprise, the Touch of Weakness deeply understands. Now that there are no obstacles to cooperation, he said to Yin Xing, how does the Eternal Territory plan to carry out our business cooperation? You should know that there is no land connection between the Eternal Territory and the land of corrosion. Yin Xing replied, transportation is no problem for the Eternal Territory. Our air transportation capacity and space transmission capacity are sufficient to meet the construction needs of the initial cooperation. We plan to build airports in the territories of the 13 undead lords to facilitate the landing of our transport planes. If you allow, you can also build transmission anchor points to strengthen the connection between us. Maintenance hospitals and water replenishment medical centers will be built in your territories first, and then expanded to other undead territories and undead settlements. The cooperation plan of Yin Xing made the 13 undead lords very satisfied. What are these maintenance hospitals and water replenishment medical centers? They are strategic capital. The skeletons and zombies of other undead lords want to take advantage of the benefits, so they should first exchange enough benefits. Poor, nothing to exchange. Then join in. It can be imagined that the 13 undead territories will inevitably get an unprecedented expansion in history. The undead scattered throughout the corrupted land gathered in this migration, and formed a large amount of cheap labor that is easy to recruit. The 13 undead lords all agreed to build airports in their own territories. As for the teleportation anchor point, build it too. Anyway, they are in the Eternal Territory, and they can come without an anchor point. The Eternal Territory has entered the corrosion land in full force. and has been approved by the undead lords. Now let's talk about how to give money. And the most important thing, I hope that the lords will allow the Eternal Territory to send a mineral exploration team to the Corrosion Land, and guarantee that they can move freely and safely in the Corrosion Land. When we find the mineral resources we need, the Eternal Territory will give you a part of the fee to contract the mining and processing of the minerals in the factories built by the Eternal Territory. We promise to give priority to hiring undead workers and give them the remuneration they deserve. In addition, the Eternal Territory will also help build roads, energy reactors, and urban infrastructure in the Corrosion Land. All these can help the Eternal Territory complete the construction and deployment of the maintenance, hospital, and water replenishment medical center faster. One more thing. I hope that all the lords will allow the Eternal Territory food coupons to circulate in the corrupted land as currency. I know that the undead do not need food, but food coupons are now the universal currency in our laning system. Using food coupons can facilitate trade settlement between us. There was no trade in the corrupted land before, and the undead lords certainly did not understand trade. Anyway, they just agreed to whatever Yinxing said. Of course, Yinxing did not cheat the undead in this business cooperation because of their current ignorance. All short-term benefits are small profits. Sooner or later, the undead will know what trading is in trade. The real purpose of Yinxing's trip is to take root in the land of corrosion and make the undead inseparable from the Eternal Territory. Once the situation is opened, the rest is the love between the man and the woman. The eyes are exchanged, and everything will go smoothly. The land of corrosion, a restricted area for living creatures, is fully open to the Eternal Territory. The Eternal Territory enjoys the right to build roads, mineral exploration, mining, factory construction, and recruitment. Even the establishment of the tax department of the Undead Territory requires the Eternal Territory to send people to teach hand in hand. The 13 undead lords promise to recognize and protect all the industries and interests of the Eternal Territory in the land of corrosion. And they will urge other undead lords to sign a comprehensive cooperation agreement with the Eternal Territory as soon as possible. It can be said that Yinxing's visit to the Corrosion Land was a perfect success. None of the topics he brought up were rejected by the undead lords. Even the unreliable future undead city construction plan was passed by the undead lords. Anyway, as long as the maintenance hospital and water replenishment medical center are introduced as soon as possible, so that they can take the opportunity to expand the territory, everything will be fine. Finally, Yinxing passed through the portal and left the Great Cave with a warm farewell of the 13 undead lords. The first thing he did when he returned to the Eternal Territory was to make a procurement plan to expand the scale of the industrial zone. The thing that has always been holding the Eternal Territory back is labor. A total of 3 million people is too few for the world missions that Eternal Territory has to undertake. Even if Yinxing has transferred many industries to the outside, there is still a serious shortage of labor. Now, the trip to the Corrosion Land has solved the labor problem. The thing that the Corrosion Land lacks the least is the undead. When the airports of the 13 undead territories in Eternal Territory are built, those skeletons and zombies will be transported to Eternal Territory by plane. And there is no need to consider their riding experience or their accommodation in Eternal Territory. A coffin for an undead is a home, and the undead will definitely not have any complaints if they are neatly stacked in the cabin. Road construction, farming, mining, transportation, breeding. As long as the Eternal Territory maintains and repairs their bones and replenishes their muscles, they will be the best workers in the world who work hard and never complain. Ah! The mood that was ruined by Alito is finally better. It's time to consider building a road directly to the land of corrosion. Yinxing looked at the map. The Griffin Heart Empire is blocking the Silver Mane Kingdom and the land of corrosion. Chapter 415 Midstage. The war between the Thunder Alliance and the Cloud Alliance continued in fierce. The forces invested by both sides in the war continued to increase, and large-scale battles involving hundreds of thousands of troops broke out frequently. The war brought countless deaths, and a huge amount of resources were continuously invested in this bottomless pit that no one knew when it would be filled. Both sides of the war were trying their best to persist and continuously sending troops to the front line. No one was willing to give in this fight, because no one had a way out. This was a zero-sum game. The old era had been completely shattered and could never go back. The spread of alchemy technology would bring the world into a new era. The winner will become the maker and guardian of the future world order. The loser, after completing its historical mission, will exit the stage of history. It is so cruel. As the war continues, the balance of victory seems to be constantly tilting towards the Thunder Alliance. Because the Cloud Tower found that even if they opened up alchemy technology to their allies, and helped them build a large number of alchemy factories, but the products produced are still far from keeping up with the consumption of the war. Even if the countries and nobles continue to increase the scale of production, they still cannot let all armies use new alchemical weapons, using the cold weapons and tactics of the old era to attack the army armed with steel by the Thunder Alliance. The result can be imagined. This kind of sacrifice has created a strong war weariness even in the Orc army, which is proud of dying in battle. The Elves and the Eternal Alliance have so few troops on the border, but they can rely on weapons that seem to be endless to beat their own army. I don't know how many wolf cavalrymen and their wolves fell on the way to charge. Even a strong Cyclops will be blown to pieces by a high explosive shell. The Orcs Rock Knights have no ability to compete with the Eternal Air Force for the sky, and heavy war puppets, airships, floating fighters, gods and monsters are always not enough. Not enough. The speed of construction in the rear could not keep up with the speed of consumption in the front. However, the weapons of laming were getting bigger and bigger. How did they make such weapons? How could flesh and blood beat steel? Some orcs could not bear the pressure and began to flee, which was the most terrible thing for the wilderness. The wilderness had to end the offensive on the snow. They defeated the main force of the Elves of Alito, but still did not win the battlefield. The Griffinheart Empire also faced a similar situation as the wilderness orcs. Although they had more troops, they were helpless against the positions of the Silvermane Kingdom. There were countless bodies of Imperial soldiers lying between the barbed wire and trenches. The soldiers on the front line of the Empire are now most afraid of hearing the sound of machine guns. Many people have mental breakdowns and choose to commit suicide in the barracks. At the same time, the consumption of the war has become a tax burden on the civilians of the Empire. Conscription of civilians, labor, mining, iron smelting, and weapon manufacturing. These jobs occupy a large number of people, leaving many farmlands barren because no one is cultivating them. The people forced by heavy taxes rebelled, and even some nobles joined the ranks of the rebels. For a time, the war within the Empire was in full swing. The rule of the Empire was shaky. When the news that the Corrosion Land and the Eternal Territory signed an economic and trade cooperation agreement reached the Griffinheart Empire, the Emperor of the Empire finally stopped the attack that would no longer produce any results. Thinking, what on earth is the economic and trade cooperation agreement between Eternal Territory and Corrosion Land? What is the economic value of Corrosion Land? What can Eternal Territory sell to the undead? How did Yinxing convince the undead to sign this agreement? This is probably something that even gods can't do. But this economic and trade cooperation agreement is real. Corrosion Land has issued a world notice and hopes that the Griffinheart Empire will not attack commercial aircraft between Eternal Territory and Corrosion Land. The undead do not want to conflict with the Griffinheart Empire. The subtext is, if you dare to attack commercial aircraft, we will have an impulsive conflict with you. No living being is willing to provoke the undead. The Griffinheart Empire dared not provoke them, as this would cause them to be attacked from both the north and the south. The potential threat from the undead added a burden that the Empire, which had already been overwhelmed, could no longer bear. With the active retreat of the savages and the Griffinheart Empire, the smoke on the battlefield gradually dissipated. The two military groups licked their wounds and prepared for the next showdown. Yinxing was finally able to take a breath. During the war, he worked non-stop almost every day, often getting up to work immediately after sleeping for a while. This logistics steward is not so easy to be. The Laming seemed to have endless weapons on the battlefield, and it all depended on Yinxing to keep up production here. There are also a series of sequelae caused by the defeat of the main force in the snow, which require Yinxing to implement various strategies to deal with them according to the continuous emergencies. Fortunately, the orcs retreated, and without external pressure, Alito could deal with internal problems with confidence. In fact, the defeat was not all bad. Those royal elves who thought that Alito would never come back all jumped out, shouting that they were the first heir to the throne. As a result, the Eternal Leader sent a surprise force to suppress the rebels, and Alito flew back to the royal court the next day, which made all the elves dumbfounded. After this incident, Alito had a legitimate reason to suppress the forces that opposed him, and his throne became solid. The Snowland will gradually form a unified force. Now it is time to solve the internal affairs of the Silvermane Kingdom. Yinxing lit a cigarette for himself and looked at the map on the desk. This war allowed Carol to complete the internal war preparations. A large number of middle and lower-level officers without aristocratic backgrounds were promoted, while the aristocratic officers were promoted and rewarded and transferred to idle departments. Military power was gradually seized by Carol. The kingdom's economy was also gradually controlled by the business entity led by Yinxing. The war contracting company collected a lot of evidence of corruption by the old aristocratic officials. Now the summer grain harvest is about to begin. The farmers who had heard the news a long time ago were looking forward to the arrival of the compensation. All parties are in place. The guillotine is sharp. I wonder how many heads will fall this time. After this storm, Silvermane Kingdom has solved its internal problems. Master, your super weapon has been manufactured. Please go to the alchemy laboratory to try it on. So soon? Last time I asked. Chue said it would take some time. Chue replied, the orcs' offensive is over, and the tower wizards have retreated with them. It is estimated that data collection will not be possible for a while. So I used the existing data and technology to build your super weapon. Is Chue very capable? Yes, very capable. Yinxing praised Chue. Stood up and walked out. After the rainy season, when the Snowland and Silvermane Kingdom are ready, we can start the strategic counterattack. To face the Cloud Tower, we need more super weapons. You need to speed up the production of super weapons and the training of warriors equipped with super weapons. Chue followed Yinxing and pointed his finger and said, now the only ones who can be equipped with super weapons are Master, Zybel, Donna, and me. There are only 4 in total. Even if Orf is barely included, there are only 5. As for the other heroes, even if they are trained faster, they probably can't catch up with the strategic counterattack. So few? There are not many heroes who are suitable for training and equipping super weapons. And we don't have enough materials. We need to keep enough materials to start the god-making plan. Yinxing, who had just walked out of the city lord's mansion, couldn't help but stop, causing Chue to almost hit his back. God-making plan? Hasn't Max's body been found yet? Has your 9-headed dragon database produced any results? No results yet. But during this period of time, I have been communicating with Max about theocracy, and I think that the body of Ni can be used to create a divine body. At this time, a car stopped in front of Yinxing. After he took Chue into the car, he asked, your new terms make it difficult for me to keep up with your thinking. The war these days has also made me neglect the research and development projects of the alchemy laboratory. What is a divine body? Fubuki explained to Yinxing. This is a more advanced body based on the super life form of the heart demon. Ordinary life has a potential limit. Ordinary life forms must change their bodies to break through the limit. For example, the wizards in the tower in the clouds elementalize their bodies, which is a way to break through the potential limit of the body. And our heart demon super life form is already very mature. As long as it continues to upgrade on the basis, it can become an existence equivalent to the ultimate creature. And the ultimate creature itself is a kind of super life form. The divine body is a higher life mode than the advanced life form. And the body of Ni is a kind of divine body. Master, if you want to get rid of the fate given to you by the world mechanism, it is best to become Ni and Executioner at the same time. That is, you have to have a divine body. Become Ni and Executioner at the same time. Executioner is the divine power given by the world mechanism, and Ni belongs to self-breakthrough to obtain divine power. I am still far from self-breakthrough to become Ni. If you have the divine body, you said, you can become Ni? It's too simple. Chue said confidently, as long as the technical reserves are sufficient. Many things will come naturally. In fact, after we made a judgment on the world mechanism last time, we found that many of our current technologies have reached the point where they have to break through the world mechanism. That is to say, the technology and timing to break through the world mechanism are ripe. As long as the world mechanism is broken, technology and magic will enter another level and face the next world mechanism. Yinxing and Max have discussed the rules of the world. The world is composed of rules. Without rules, there is no world. Different worlds have different rules. Breaking a rule means facing the next level of rules. In a sense, reversal is a constant challenge to the rules of the world. Every death and seal of reversal is a great monument. Okay, I believe in science. How can I obtain the divine body and become the combination of Ni and Executioner? We can't make the divine body now, but we can use the existing one for transformation. 9-headed dragon? Yanqing asked. No. The nine-headed dragon is related to the entire nine-headed dragon project, and cannot be moved. But one of the 5 NI who were killed by the executioner along with Max was an angel. When the survey team of the Corrosion Land finds Paulita, we can develop the divine body. Now let's take a look at the super weapon that Chuichu prepared for the master. The car stopped outside the alchemy laboratory. Yanqing and Chuichu changed the internal vehicle of the laboratory and went underground to the super weapon development center. In the equipment testing room, the hard demon Wuyu took out a silver gray badge and gave it to Chuichu. Chuichu presented it to Yanqing very respectfully. The badge was in the shape of a shield, with the word Yan in the middle, and the 3 strokes of the word Yin were a scepter, a sword, and a ruler. At the bottom was the Open Deep Space Whisperer magic book. Chuichu's body. Very thoughtful. Yanqing wore the badge on his chest. His consciousness connected with the driver in the badge. Super Armed End started. Order signed, Master. Super Armed Storage Space opened. ARM components activated. Scanning assembly position. ARM components adaptively adjusted to shape. Adjustment completed. Space released. The badge storing the super armor releases the storage space. All super armor components appear on the outside of Yanqing's body, and are quickly nested and assembled one by one. Complete the full set of super armored clothing within 2 seconds. Fully wrapped in metal armor. Muscle curve appearance design. A 2-handed sword attached to the back. The visual module inside the helmet allows Yanqing to obtain the same field of view as without a helmet, and at the same time can see all kinds of data information and graphic models provided by the armor system. The armor looks heavy, but in fact, the increase in gravity cannot be felt. With a thought, the anti-gravity magic circle inside the armor is activated, and the person floats up. That smooth feeling is something that the magic armor enchanted with flying magic cannot achieve. At this time, Yanqing understood what Zybel said. This is a living armor. You can even feel its breathing. Of course, breathing does not exist, but there is no better adjective to describe this feeling. Chuichu said to Yanqing, Master, you can fly high in the sky to experience the super armor. The ceiling above Yanqing opened, and through a vertical shaft, you can see the blue sky outside. Yanqing sprinted upwards. There was only a bang. He had broken through the speed of sound before entering the vertical shaft. He continued to accelerate upward, and the air pressure hit the vertical shaft with a thunderous sound. And then, he was fired like a cannonball. The exhilarating feeling was something that could only be felt but not described. Now he just wanted to go up, and up again, to see how high this armor could take him. The Eternal City was no longer visible. On the edge of the windy highlands, cliffs stood tall. To the west were the border mountains and vast wilderness plains, and to the east was the blue ocean. The outline of the planet was curved, with the black universe behind him. It was as if he owned the entire planet in front of him. Yanqing exhaled a long breath, then released the flying state and let himself float down. Chapter 416 Danling City Night. Summer Grain Harvest. Another bumper harvest. This time, the farms of Yongheng territory are not limited to the land leased from Nuda City, except for the war zone, cities and industrial areas. All places that can grow grain in the entire Windy Highlands are planted with grain. The huge grain reserves made Yanqing take the next step with great confidence. Yongheng territory printed twice the amount of grain coupons on the basis of the existing circulating grain coupons, and then sent this grain coupon to the Silvermane Principality. The vehicles loaded with grain transported grain to the Silvermane Kingdom day and night. All the granaries in the kingdom were filled to the brim. The quality of the grain produced by the farmers in the kingdom could not be compared with the grain of Yongheng territory. In the past, due to the transportation cost, the grain price in Yongheng territory was relatively high, and the grain produced by the kingdom itself still had a market. Now the grain sold by Yongheng territory to the kingdom has eliminated the transportation cost, which has directly made the grain produced by the kingdom itself unpopular. The nobles dare not even buy grain from farmers at low prices, fearing that the collected grain will eventually fall into their own hands. They are not even in a hurry to collect rent, waiting for the kingdom to issue compensation. The farmers are eagerly waiting for the compensation. Queen Carol kept her promise to the farmers and nobles, entrusted Yongheng Grain Bank to collect grain at the grassroots level, and distributed the compensation to the farmers. The entire compensation distribution process was carried out in an orderly manner. The nobles also cooperated very well, and even sent guards to maintain order and protect the smooth progress of the work of the Eternal Grain Bank. As for how the nobles collected rent from the farmers in the future, it was not the business of the Eternal Grain Bank. They only weighed the grain and distributed money, and it was impossible for the farmers to get a certain amount of money from the nobles. The farmers felt how they were exploited. It turned out that they could get so much money by selling grain directly to the kingdom. Although the farmers still did not dare to resist the nobles at this time, they could only obediently hand over most of the money they got as rent and taxes. But their connection with the nobles had been loosened. The roads that Yinqing had been actively building made the payment of compensation very fast. In late summer and early autumn, the Silvermane Kingdom completed the payment of compensation to most areas. Then the palace announced, to celebrate the victory of this anti-invasion war, and to let the people of the kingdom see the strength and greatness of the kingdom, Danling City will hold the most grand military parade in history. At that time, all the troops that have performed outstandingly in the war will line up through the national square and be reviewed by Her Majesty the Queen. Heroes with brilliant achievements can be awarded by the Queen herself. At the same time, the kingdom's most loyal allies, Eternal Lord Yinqing and Snow Elf King Alito, will also come to Danling City in person to start this celebration with Queen Carol. The Eternal Territory Flying Team, the Elf Pegasus Knights Flying Team, and the Kingdom Griffin Flying Team will perform a wonderful flying stunt in the sky of Danling City. Military Parade is a major event that highlights the civil and military achievements of a ruler. If it were in the past, Carol would have been unanimously opposed to holding a military parade, because her virtue is not worthy of her position. But now, the perfect victory in the defensive war against the Griffin Heart Empire has greatly increased the reputation of the war faction. Queen Carol, who firmly stood on the side of the war faction, has completed the sublimation of her national charm. Moreover, there are constant rebellions within the Griffin Heart Empire. The Queen's younger brother, Master Yinqing, miraculously signed a friendly trade agreement with the undead, completing the backstab of the Griffin Heart Kingdom. Anyone with eyes can see that the once prosperous Griffin Heart Empire is already declining. The Silvermane Kingdom has a strong army and sufficient food, and the morale is high. The moment when the human race's history is rewritten seems to be just around the corner. All the rumors about Carol disappeared, replaced by endless gorgeous praise. The only thing that can match this popularity is, how did the trade agreement between Eternal Territory and the undead come about? Yes, my dear brother, how did you do it? Let the undead sign a friendly trade agreement. I guess this is something that even God can't do. I'm really curious. Everyone is very curious about this matter. In the palace of the Silvermane Kingdom, Carol received Yinqing, who had just arrived in Danling City. The first sentence she asked was the question on everyone's mind. Ha! My dear sister Carol, you are even more beautiful. Yinqing smiled and hugged Carol, and answered the question after sitting down. This matter is actually very simple. I am a businessman who is very good at selling goods. I took out the goods that the undead were interested in, so the trade agreement was negotiated. Are you ready for the military parade? Carol knew what Yinqing meant by the military parade. Already, the troops who had made contributions in the defense of the empire came to Danling City through rotation and exchange. A total of 50,000 people. They will form 40 columns and pass through the national square in front of the palace in turn to be reviewed by their queen and the nobles of the kingdom. Most of the nobles of the kingdom will be present on that day. After the military parade, the palace will hold a dinner to entertain the noble officials. You, me, and King Alito will discuss the next stage of the war with the important ministers of the kingdom in my royal conference room. Yinqing felt that Carol's arrangement was fine. It is not difficult to control Danling City with 50,000 elite kingdom troops who have seen blood on the battlefield. The maid brought red wine, and Yinqing picked up the wine glass and invited Carol. I wish the military parade a smooth journey and the queen's health. Carol raised her cup and clinked it with Yinqing's. Thank you. And I wish you good health. On the night Yinqing arrived in Danling City, the Elf King Alito also arrived in Danling City. Alito visited Yinqing overnight and talked with Yinqing until late at night before leaving. The next day, Yinqing received visitors as usual, talked business and signed agreements, just like he did when he came to Danling City before. As the day of the military parade approached, Danling City quickly became lively. The last time so many nobles came to Danling City was the day when Duke Silvermane announced the establishment of the kingdom. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Queen Carol inherited the last king's wish and brought the kingdom to an unprecedented height. And this may be the beginning of another peak. If there is such a day, the nobles can be promoted again. The city is decorated with lights and colors. A large number of wandering artists are allowed to enter the city to perform, making the atmosphere of the celebration increasingly strong. The troops preparing for the review rehearse day and night. They must accept the review of Her Majesty the Queen in the best spirit. When the salute resounded throughout the city, all the citizens of Danling City flocked to the newly renovated Kingdom Square. Queen Carol took Master Yinching and King Alito to the viewing platform and announced through the speakers placed in various places in the square. The military parade began. The march sounded, and the troops being reviewed marched in columns through the Kingdom Square. Infantry columns, engineer columns, machine gun columns, artillery columns, chariot columns, tank columns. There were also columns of troops wearing traditional armor and weapons, militia columns, archer columns, infantry columns, cavalry columns. In the air, griffins, fighters, dive bombers, transport ships, bombers, airships. Everyone was shocked by the military power of the Silvermane Kingdom. The people cheered for these heroic armies. They blocked the attack of enemies that were several times their own at the border, and did not let them take an inch of the kingdom's land. The people shouted, "Long live Queen Carol! She brought unprecedented honor and strength to the Silvermane Kingdom." In such a grand occasion, the army under review was more confident and proud. It took several hours for the 50,000 troops to complete the whole process. But the enthusiasm of the people remained, and they all felt that they had not finished. Fortunately, the flight show was quickly connected, allowing the people to enjoy the wonderful aerial acrobatics. In the palace, Queen Carol returned to the throne hall and personally awarded the Kingdom Hero Medal to the heroes who had made outstanding contributions. Encourage them and let them continue to make their contributions to the strength of the kingdom. The awarding ceremony lasted until the evening. The lights in the palace were fully turned on, and the celebration dinner officially began. In the royal meeting room deep in the palace, Carol, Yinching, Alito, and important ministers of the kingdom sat around the conference table. The atmosphere was already very heated before the meeting began. The ministers whispered about today's military parade and celebration, as well as what the content of this meeting would be. In fact, everyone who could sit here knew what was going on. This war exposed all the hollowness of the Griffin Heart Empire. The army lacked weapons, morale was low, and logistics were terrible. There was a serious shortage of various materials inside, and the continuous increase in taxes forced the empire to be in flames. If before the war, some people still had some yearning and blind loyalty for this once powerful empire, now they are all waiting for the moment of its collapse. In contrast, the war not only did not cause too much burden to the Silvermane Kingdom, but the consumption of materials on the front line stimulated the domestic economy to continue to rise. Of course, it was mainly because of the support of the Eternal Territory. Those huge loans made the current Silvermane Kingdom. When the Griffin Heart Empire really collapsed, the Silvermane Kingdom would undoubtedly be the best replacement. This, everyone can see. The same problem also exists in the territory of the savage orcs. A victory on the border was very embarrassing. Not only did they fail to completely wipe out the main force of the elves on the border, but they also let Alito escape from the heavy siege. Now the Snowland is relying on the support of the Eternal Territory, and is reorganizing the border army. Can the wilderness still stop the next attack of the elves? This meeting should be a meeting to divide the future world map. Everyone sits together to discuss how to divide this huge cake. Some nobles are already thinking about how to help their families circle a piece of fertile land. Some nobles are thinking about what kind of noble crown they will change. Silence, the queen spoke, and the meeting room immediately became quiet. Carol now has this kind of authority. This day is definitely a day that can be recorded in human history. My allies and I gather here to look forward to the future world together. 2 years of war have made us all experience a lot. From doubting the choice of the country's route to now taking on the responsibilities that history will give us with great confidence. Here I would like to thank my most beloved brother, Master Yinching, the Lord of Eternal Territory. Without his unreserved support for the Silvermane Kingdom, there would be no grand celebration today. Thank you, Master Yinching. The minister said in unison, "Thank you, Master Yinching." Yinching, who was sitting next to Carol, nodded in return. The Silvermane Kingdom has gained what the kingdom has paid for. Eternal Territory and Thunder Swamp also thank Silvermane Kingdom for its support from the beginning to the end. I believe, Eternal Territory, Silvermane Kingdom, and Snowland, we can work together to give the world a better future. After Carol and Yinching exchanged official speeches, Carol said, How the Griffin Heart Empire has become like this needs to make us sound the alarm. The previous king has always said that there are treacherous ministers around His Majesty the Emperor, and they are like termites, gnawing the empire into 1,000 holes. Civilians have no food, but have to face heavy taxes. Soldiers went to the battlefield, but found that there were no weapons at all. The nobles of the empire enjoy delicious food, fine wine and beautiful women every day. This is extremely unfair to those who have made contributions to the country. If our country does not have the almost unlimited support of the Eternal Territory, and if the war contracting companies do not deliver weapons and supplies to the front line at full capacity, I think our situation will not be much better than that of the empire. Right? The noble ministers felt that the meeting was a bit off. At this moment, why talk about such a disappointing thing? Carol, what is she doing? The meeting room was extremely quiet, and only Carol's voice sounded slowly, but with supreme majesty. I have discussed this with Master Yinching. The war entered the next stage, and the kingdom army would march towards the capital of the empire. One empire fell, another rose. But the new empire must not be like this. Otherwise, what is the difference between it and the old empire? The next replacement will probably appear soon. Ladies and gentlemen, in the name of the Queen of Silvermane Kingdom, I revoke all your positions and accuse you. You will be detained and will get a fair trial. After Carol finished speaking, a large group of fully armed soldiers pushed open the door of the conference room and rushed in. The leaders were the young and strong officers who had just received the medals from Carol herself. They used magic to control the ministers who had not yet reacted, and then worked with the soldiers to tie them up one by one. Outside, the entire palace was in chaos. A large group of soldiers rushed in from outside the palace, holding guns and surrounding the nobles who were attending the banquet. They arrested people according to the list. The entire Danling city had been taken over by the troops, who had completed the parade but had not yet left the city. They blocked the city gates with the Queen's order, occupied the streets and commanding heights, set up machine guns and artillery to enforce curfew. Then they arrested people throughout the city. When the whole city was in chaos, only Yinching, Carol and Alito were left in the imperial meeting room. Facing the empty table, Yinching lit a cigarette for himself. Now we can talk about what the future world should look like. Chapter 417. Prepare yourself. Yesterday, Danling City was full of festive atmosphere. But after a night, it was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. The army that had been reviewed by the citizens controlled the entire city. The streets were blocked, and fighter planes were circling in the air. The occasional explosions and gunshots made all the citizens hiding at home extremely panicked. They didn't know what happened. Was it a coup? Or did the enemy attack? The city trembled in the atmosphere of terror, and vehicles full of soldiers kept whizzing past on the road. People were constantly dragged out of their homes. If you dare to resist, you will be shot on the spot. It was not until the evening that the soldiers controlling the block gradually withdrew. The brave citizens walked out of the room, looking blankly at the deserted streets and the colorful flags hanging over the city. Another day passed before the palace announced the cause of the celebration incident to all citizens. Queen Carol's handwritten letter was printed into a leaflet and distributed to everyone. In the letter, Queen Carol bitterly accused the corruption of the noble officials of the kingdom. They were greedy, evil, corrupt, and depraved. In order to make money and fight for power, they did everything they could. Even during the war, they dared to embezzle the materials urgently needed by the frontline soldiers and withhold the pensions of the fallen soldiers. They play with power and regard the interests of the kingdom as their private property. Nobles are not born great. The truly great ones are the merchants who pay taxes, the workers who work, the farmers who produce food, the soldiers who guard the kingdom. You are the cornerstone of this country. But you have been treated unfairly for a long time. But this unfairness will no longer exist from today. Nobles are no longer above the law. People were puzzled when they saw this handwritten letter. What does Queen Carol want to do? Is she going to stand against all nobles? Is she crazy? It is not known whether Queen Carol is crazy or not. But she really let her people see her actions. Under the leadership of Queen Carol, the court of the Silvermane Kingdom established a special court. All the captured nobles and officials were publicly tried, and national representatives were invited to attend the trial. During the trial, a large amount of evidence was submitted. The people then realized that the evil they had imagined with all their brains could not reach the level of evil done by these nobles. With a public trial, the image of the nobles completely collapsed in the minds of the people of the Silvermane Kingdom. Those who still sympathize with the nobles turned to use the most vicious words to give these guys, who were sucking blood from the people. The reform directed by Yen Xing and Carol was proceeding smoothly. They not only wanted to destroy the noble class of the Silvermane Kingdom physically, but also to wipe them out from this emerging country spiritually. The feudal rule of the nobility was once advanced. But for the future world, their binding of peasants is an obstacle to the development of intensive industries. National development requires the ability to directly mobilize large-scale labor, and does not allow a class in the middle that can eat both ends. The trial is carried out. All death sentences are executed immediately. In order to kill faster, hanging is changed to beheading. The guillotine cuts off heads like cutting vegetables, one after another, and the execution ground is full of blood. At first, there were still people who thought they were brave enough to watch how the nobles died. But soon there was no spectator on the execution ground. Many executioners had mental breakdowns during the execution. Too many people were killed. But this is the price. If the Silvermane Kingdom wants to continue to move towards prosperity, it must make a thorough break with the old era. Any mercy at this time will lead to the consequences in the future. During the military parade in Danling City, Queen Carol and the army supporting her wiped out all the noble officials who came to Danling City. Those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be imprisoned were imprisoned. The nobles of the entire kingdom were chopped off, and their noble leaders immediately became leaderless. The smart ones immediately ran away with their property. But there were also stupid ones, who fought for the right of inheritance. Under the order of Queen Carol, the kingdom army marched towards all the noble leaders in the territory. Take over the nobles' private army, seal up the nobles' property, and appease the subjects of the nobles' territory. There was a war, but the nobles of the kingdom, which was already doomed, were just struggling to survive, and gave the kingdom a reason to deprive them of their territorial ownership. In this process, the peasants of the nobles' territory reacted very calmly, and even cooperated with the kingdom's inventory of the nobles' property. A storm comes hard and goes fast. The Silvermane Kingdom was severely damaged in this incident. A large number of public officials were missing, and the country's administrative capacity fell to the lowest level in history. The kingdom's army dispersed into the nobles' territory to help the queen control the domestic situation, and the border defense force was 2/3 less than before. Large areas are unguarded, but the Griffinheart Empire is unable to launch an attack on the Silvermane Kingdom. The Imperial Army is suppressing the rebellion in the country, and as the Imperial Army continues to rebel, the rebels are getting bigger and bigger. The former empire is crumbling in the civil strife. The Silvermane Kingdom is reborn in the civil strife. The world situation is becoming clearer. The conventional war level of the Cloud Alliance is rapidly heading towards complete failure. If they want to save the defeat, the Cloud Tower can only be officially eliminated. A high-level battle with the Thunder Swamp will determine the future. In the high mountain city of the Windy Highlands, a summit of the Cloud Alliance is secretly held. The 150,000 troops gathered here can be said to be the last elite troops of the Cloud Alliance that can fight. Facing the dull atmosphere of the meeting, the representative of the Cloud Tower, the great mage Elvin, scolded the rulers of all parties of the Cloud Alliance. Your performance in the last stage of the war has disappointed the Tower Elders. Your results are completely inconsistent with the support we gave you. The Cloud Tower has almost taken out all its wealth, but you have not taken an inch of land from the Thunder Alliance. Waste. Idiot. The rulers attending the meeting were silent. They couldn't figure it out. It is obvious that the Cloud Alliance is stronger than the Thunder Alliance in terms of population and comprehensive national strength, and has the full support of the Cloud Tower. So why can't the amount of weapons on the battlefield be compared with the other side? This is not in line with common sense. We need so many workers to maintain this kind of weapons and material production speed. How can the population of the Laming support such a large material consumption? The production capacity of the Laming is incomprehensible. Just like Yinxing of the Eternal Territory signed a friendly trade agreement with the undead. It is incomprehensible. After a while, Anderson broke the silence of the meeting. Elder Elvin, it will not be good for the next stage of the war to pursue the responsibility for the war now. And the purpose of our meeting is to solve the difficulties we are facing. How to reverse the decline, and win a key victory over the Laming is the purpose of this meeting. The Emperor of the Griffinheart Empire no longer had the former majesty. He looked pale, probably because he had not slept well for many days. I think Duke Anderson is right. We must come up with a strategy to defeat the Thunder Alliance as soon as possible. Now, The Empire is facing the attack from the north and south of the Silver Mane Kingdom and the Land of Corrosion. And the internal rebels are becoming more and more powerful. Some noble lords, who originally supported the Empire, are leaving me. If you continue to waste time here, you are very likely to lose an important ally. The great chief of the wilderness said, the real key to this war is the Eternal Territory. Now it is the general rear of the Thunder Alliance, providing weapons and supplies to the Snowland and the Silver Mane Kingdom. This time, the farmland of Eternal Territory has another good harvest. If we cannot defeat Eternal Territory and allow it to connect with the front line of Thunder Alliance, we will soon be exhausted by the enemy. It is time to attack Eternal Territory. In order to survive, we must attack and completely destroy it. Elder Elvin was still furious. He asked angrily, how to fight? You are trapped in High Mountain City, by Storm City, and Frostleaf City. Do you have the ability to fight out? Anderson said at this time, you can't fight through. Now we all know the combat effectiveness of Eternal Territory on the conventional battlefield. Their production capacity and tactical application are a whole era higher than ours. This is why we have been failing so far. It will take 10 years or more to make up for this gap. But the Eternal Territory will never wait for us. They will soon launch a full-scale attack on us, if the Cloud Tower continues to put itself in the background. In the end, you may have to face the entire Thunder Alliance alone. Anderson warned the Cloud Tower. Elder Elvin fell into thought. All along, the Cloud Tower has been avoiding direct participation in the war, and the mages are waiting for the alchemist group in the Thunder Swamp to expose its position and strength. But now, the Thunder Alliance Swamp has only launched an Eternal Territory, and has forced the Cloud Tower into this state. If the Tower mages participate in the war on a large scale, will they fall into the trap of Thunder Swamp? You should know that in order to deal with the participation of a small number of Tower mages, the Eternal Territory quickly launched special alchemical armor and secret weapons. So far, many Tower mages have died at the hands of heroes equipped with this special alchemical armor. How many armors of this kind can greatly enhance the strength of heroes? If the Cloud Tower is forced to actively send a large number of Tower mages to participate in the war, how big is the risk? But if it does not participate in the war, after the defeat of the Wilderness and the Griffin Heart Empire, the Cloud Tower will really face the entire Thunder Alliance. No, it will face the entire world ruled by the Thunder Alliance. This decision is not something I can make. It must be decided by the elders of the tower. But necessary preparations can be made in advance. I am very satisfied with the performance of the High Tower mages, who received combat training in the war against the snow. We will continue to arrange more High Tower mages to come to Gaoshan City for training. And Duke Anderson can let them help the Griffin Heart Empire to quell the rebellion according to the situation. The Cloud Tower needs time. Whether the elders make a resolution or mobilize the High Tower mages to enter a state of war, it takes time. I am leaving. Duke Anderson is the abbot of the meeting. I hope you can unite sincerely, and victory will eventually belong to us. Victory will eventually belong to us. Elder Elvin returned to the Cloud Tower through teleportation and immediately convened an elders meeting to narrate the crisis faced by the Cloud Alliance to all elders. Behind the round conference table of the Tower elders, 17 elders sat around, with 3 seats vacant. All the mages attending the meeting transformed their bodies into elements, and the vigorous and active elements filled the entire conference room with a colorful illusion. After Elder Irwin finished his statement, the conference room fell into silence. This is the first time that the Cloud Tower has encountered such a major crisis since its establishment. In just 2 years, the Tower's attitude towards this war has changed from being sure of victory to a do-or-die battle at this moment. Fully participate in the war? But they have no idea where those opponents who are equal to them are. The Eternal Territory is just an agent pushed out by the Thunder Swamp Alchemist Group. Fighting the Eternal Territory is not a question of whether or not you will lose your status, but there is a risk of being ambushed by the Thunder Swamp. So far, the Cloud Tower knows nothing about the strength of the Thunder Swamp Alchemist Group, but based on the alchemy equipment they brought out, it can be seen that they definitely have an alchemy level comparable to the Cloud Tower. And this level must be the crystallization of the wisdom of a large number of high-level alchemists, facing such an opponent of the same level who is nowhere to be found. The first move is passive. I think we should seek the opinion of Master Raphael. Although our elemental faction and their theocratic faction have academic differences, it is related to the future of the Cloud Tower. An elder expressed his opinion. Another elder said, theocracy is a taboo. It seems that there have been extraordinary species that possess theocracy in history. But we don't know where they are. If theocracy can really be obtained, why don't they exist? We are all created by God. So we should not covet God's authority. Raphael and his people are walking on a path that will never lead to any results. And his opinions will not help us at all. The elder's speech was quickly echoed by others. There are only 3 of them in the entire Cloud Tower who study theocracy. And their opinions will not have any impact on the Elders' Council controlled by the Elemental Elders. But can the Council of Elders make a decision as soon as possible? Our allies can't wait too long. Elvin urged. He was responsible for contacting the allies of the Cloud Alliance, and knew how serious the situation was at the moment. But the Council of Elders could not come up with a unified opinion. The decision was delayed. At this time, Yenxing, who returned to Yongyong territory from Danling City, was also preparing for the final decisive battle. Good news came from the land of corrosion. Bolita, the place where the 5 and I were buried, was found by the Hard Demon Geological Survey team. Now the Hard Demons are using equipment and magic to map the stratigraphy of Bolita and have discovered several large crypts. Once the transport plane delivers the necessary equipment to Bolita, the excavation can be officially carried out. Chue also sorted out the information sent back by the Hard Demon and sent it to the real world for Max to screen and narrow the scope of excavation as much as possible. Max felt very funny after receiving the information. This feeling is like commanding people to dig their own graves, which really makes me uncomfortable. Joking aside, Max still checked the information very seriously and gave his own opinions. He even asked Chue to send the on-site findings at any time, and he would guide the excavation work in a timely manner. Chapter 418. Another rainy season. The world is advancing rapidly under the seemingly calm appearance. The Thunder Alliance and the Cloud Alliance are both accumulating their strength for the final decisive battle. The wild orcs are frantically recruiting soldiers, ready to fight to the death. The rebellion of the Griffin Heart Empire has finally stopped sweeping across the country after the direct intervention of the Cloud Tower. After the Silvermane Kingdom completed the purge of the nobles, it almost uprooted this ancient class. Only a few nobles survived by chance. But the trend of withdrawing from the political stage is inevitable. Even Earl Theodore of the kingdom's enclave Nuda City took the initiative to hand over the ownership of Nuda City to the kingdom after the incident, retaining only the old territory as the family's private land. To be honest, Count Theodore really didn't expect Yenxing and Carol to do such a thing. They killed almost all the nobles in the kingdom. They also threw all the honors of the nobles into the mud and repeatedly stepped on them. In just a few days, countless families that had been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years disappeared. The nobles who survived by chance spent every day in fear, hiding in fear when they heard the sound of military vehicles. Count Theodore, who liked to hold banquets, found that there were few living people left on his previous banquet list. All the nobles in Nuda City held funerals. Because the servants fled, the family property was confiscated, and even a decent funeral could not be held. All Count Theodore could do was to send someone to help them. Then he thought alone in his study. If the nobles lost their status and honor, what was the meaning of what he had fought for all his life? Why did Yenxing kill all the nobles? Was his choice right? Or wrong? The annual rainy season had arrived in the windy highlands. The heavy rain washed the glass of the window. A servant pushed open the door of the study and said to Count Theodore, "Master, Lord Anderson is here." "He is here? What is he doing here?" Count Theodore was very surprised by this sudden visitor. He thought about Anderson's purpose, and then said to the servant, "Bring him here. Don't let others see." "Yes, my master." After a while, Anderson, wearing a hooded coat, pushed the door open and walked in. He took off the coat that had been soaked by the rain, and stood at the door to look at Theodore. The two looked at each other, and it seemed that neither of them knew what to say first. Nuda City is very quiet. Anderson spoke first. He walked to the desk and sat down, skillfully took a plastic bucket to pour himself a glass of red wine, and then drank it all. "Since I went to Gaoshan City, I have never drunk such good wine. The wine brewed by orcs always has a fishy smell." Theodore said, "This is how the city is in the rainy season. Everyone is in the house. If there is no important matter, he will never come out." Anderson knew what Theodore meant by this sentence, referring to his sudden visit this time. "I know what happened in Danling City, or what happened in the entire Silvermane Kingdom. The nobles, a class that has sacrificed for the country for generations, were lured into Danling City by Yenxing and Carol, and then all killed. Do you know who Yenxing is now? He wiped out all the honor of the nobles, and made us a despised existence. Do you think the Theodore family still has a future in this environment? You didn't die only because you were still useful to him. Wait until you are useless. Do you think your family can escape the guillotine? Anderson's words made Theodore at a loss. Everything he did was based on the interests of his family. He placed a chip in both the Thunder Alliance and the Cloud Alliance. He believed that no matter who won, the Theodore family would be the winner. But now the Cloud Alliance has shown a clear sign of defeat. And Yinqing suddenly swung the butcher knife at the nobles. If the nobles no longer exist, what is the meaning of everything he has done? Even if he can have power and wealth in the next 1 or 2 generations by relying on his relationship with Yinqing. What about the future? If the nobles are gone, how long can the Theodore family exist? What do you want me to do? Assassinate Yinqing. Anderson saw that Count Theodore's tone was loosening, and immediately stated his purpose. He is the core of the entire Thunder Alliance. If he dies, the Eternal Territory will inevitably fall into chaos. Without the support of the Eternal Territory, that woman Carol can't suppress the situation in the Silvermane Kingdom. We can restore the glory of the nobility, and let the family's honor continue to be passed down from generation to generation. Assassinate Yinqing? Theodore shook his head and said, impossible. Now he attaches great importance to his own safety, and almost never leaves the Eternal Territory. If you want Zybel to do something, not only will she not agree, I will not agree either. Seeing that Count Theodore had such an attitude, Anderson quickly said, no. Zybel doesn't need to do it. And she is not suitable to do it. If Yinqing dies, Zybel is a strong contender for the sovereignty of the Eternal Territory. I have trained a group of mages for the Cloud Tower. As long as they are in the right place and at the right time, it is enough to kill Yinqing. Count Theodore asked, since you are sure to assassinate Yinqing, why do you take such a big risk to come to me? Just now you said that Yinqing will hardly leave the Eternal Territory, unless there is something he has to leave. I am very familiar with your city lord's mansion, and the tower mages can hide here. When Yinqing arrives, we can surround and kill him. His death will give our family and descendants a future. Theodore asked, you asked me to invite Yinqing to come to me? Anderson said, no matter what method you use, as long as he comes, he will definitely die. Anderson was ready to copy the tactics that Yinqing used on him in Storm City, using elite tower mages to complete the beheading of the leader of the Thunder Alliance. The personnel have been gathered, and the tactics have been practiced flawlessly. The only difficulty is that there is no chance to attack in the Eternal Territory. Yinqing must be lured to an unexpected place in the Eternal Territory. It would be best to be New Tower City or Storm City. I am very familiar with these 2 cities, so it is convenient to arrange personnel to sneak in and hide. So Anderson took the risk to find Theodore. He knew how much Theodore valued the family heritage. He can betray himself for the sake of his family, and he will also betray Yinqing for the sake of his family. Anderson is looking forward to Theodore's answer. Theodore has been thinking about the pros and cons of his decision. Finally, he said to Anderson, okay, I promise you, for the future of Theodore's family, Yinqing can only die. I will arrange for Yinqing to come to Nuda City, and only arrange for Yinqing to come to Nuda City. The rest is yours. I will not participate, and will not participate. After getting a positive answer, Anderson couldn't help but stand up excitedly. He had been defeated again and again against Yinqing, and this time, he could finally avenge all the shame and turn defeat into victory. History will remember this moment. Anderson became a hero who saved the world. Yinqing, killing the nobles in Danling City was your biggest mistake. As long as Yinqing comes to Nuda City, I will take care of the rest. Anderson saluted Count Theodore, put on his coat and hood, and left under the guidance of the servants outside the door. Count Theodore looked at the heavy rain outside the window. Count Theodore died. When the servants found him, he was no longer breathing. No external injuries. No poisoning. Died of old age. He was 78 years old. After this news spread throughout Nuda City, all the citizens of New TC prayed for their old city lord. Count Theodore is a rare nobleman who is fair and upright. He personally built the city of Nuda on this originally barren land, and gradually developed the city into an important city in the Windy Highlands. The residents of Nuda are richer than those in other places, all thanks to Count Theodore. The death of the old city lord made the whole city sad. After receiving the news, Zybel and Adley rushed back to Nuda from the Eternal Territory as soon as possible. In grief, the two prepared for the funeral of the old earl together. Yinqing also urgently changed his work schedule and prepared to go to Nuda to attend the funeral of Count Theodore. Yinqing has a special feeling for Theodore. He is his mentor. Not just a mentor in magic, but a mentor in all aspects. And when he needed support the most, it was Theodore who stood firmly by his side. It can be said that the Eternal Territory could grow to such a scale, relying heavily on the Nuda city under the rule of Earl Theodore, as the southern barrier of the territory. As a disciple and a close friend, Yinqing must send Theodore off for the last time. Yinqing's private plane took off from the Eternal Territory airport and flew to Nuda city. At this time, Zybel was sitting in the old Earl's study, immersed in memories of the past. Butler Adley knocked on the door and walked in. "Miss, everything is ready for the master's funeral. But many of the nobles in the city are no longer here, so the funeral may be a little quiet. The master loved the hustle and bustle the most when he was alive." Zybel wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "It's better to have a quiet funeral. There's no need to pretend to be in front of outsiders. It's a pity that Anderson and my sister can't come." Adley walked to Zybel's side and put the ring he had been holding in his hand in front of Zybel. "This Theodore family patriarch ring was given to me by the master. He said, if he died, he would give the ring to you, and you would inherit his title and territory." Zybel took the ring and asked Adley in confusion, "When did my father give you this ring?" "It's been almost 2 years. When the master chose to support Master Yinqing, he quietly gave me this ring. I thought the master did this because he was afraid that Anderson would harm him. But later the master and Anderson met several times without any problems. So the ring has been kept with me. Now the master has passed away, according to the master's instructions." "Young lady, you are Count Theodore. Father has never asked for the ring back?" "No. I wanted to return the ring to the master several times, but the master refused." "Why did father keep the ring with you?" "It should be because the master saw my loyalty. I'm not asking you, but asking myself." Zybel held the ring and continued to ponder. This ring, which represents the honor of the Theodore family, was given to Adley by his father for safekeeping because he realized that he might be in danger. At that time, he chose Yinqing between Anderson and Yinqing, which might make the angry Anderson try to assassinate him. But in the end, Anderson did not do it. But if it was safe, why didn't his father take the ring back? Was he afraid that Anderson would fight for the inheritance? Anderson was trapped in Gaoshan City and couldn't even come to Nuda City. How could he fight? His father didn't take back the ring. Does it mean that he thought the danger was not over? Who did my father meet when he died? Adley said, "It was Billy who served the master at that time. He said that the master read here after dinner, and no one came to disturb him. He entered the room at 9 o'clock in the evening and called the master to rest, only to find that the master had passed away." "Miss, please don't let your imagination run wild. The master is old and has always been in poor health. Since the last rebellion in Nuda City, his health has become worse. But he didn't let others see him being tortured by the disease. The doctor examined the master's body, and it was not an accident or homicide. Call Billy. I want to ask him some more questions." "Yes, miss." Zybel continued to look at the ring. After a while, a servant was brought in by the butler Adley. "Billy, the young lady is now the current patriarch of the Theodore family. The Earl, our new master. You must answer the questions the young lady asks you truthfully." "Yes, yes, young lady." Billy was obviously very nervous, which aggravated Zybel's doubts. "I ask you, did anything special happen before my father died?" "No, no." Billy was trembling all over. Zybel asked again in a stern voice, "Did anything special happen?" "Billy, I want to hear the truth." At this time, Adley also noticed Billy's abnormality. He pulled out a sword from the armor standing on the side of the study, and put the blade on Billy's neck. "Answer the young lady's questions truthfully." Billy said in panic, The master won't let me say it. No one is allowed to say it, including the lady." Zybel slammed the table angrily and said, "Now I am the master of the Theodore family. I order you to tell me what happened that night." Billy was so scared that his whole body trembled, repeating, "The master won't let me say it. The master won't let me say it." Adley put away the sword. He grabbed Billy's shoulder and said to him, "Billy, I know you are loyal, so I arranged for you to serve the master when I leave. But loyalty is not this kind of loyalty. If the master really doesn't let you say it, he will make you really shut up and never speak. The master doesn't let you speak because he is testing you to see if you know that you are truly loyal to this family and your new master. You have completed the task assigned to you by the old master. He will be very satisfied with your current performance. It is time to tell the new master the truth. Billy, don't let the old master down. Tell it. What happened that night? Nervous Billy couldn't think about the logic in Adley's words. He finally told Anderson about his secret meeting with Earl Theodore. When I sent Anderson away, the master was still fine. The master also told me not to tell anyone about Anderson's visit. Did I go against the master's wishes? No, you didn't. You fulfilled the responsibility given to you by the master. Go out and have a good rest. The lady has seen your loyalty to the Theodore family. After sending the trembling Billy out of the room, Adley asked Zybel, Miss, was the master killed by Anderson? Even if he was not killed directly by Anderson, he was also related to him. But what did Anderson want to do by secretly meeting his father? And the guards of the city lord's mansion were so strict. He could come to his father's study without alerting anyone. At this time, the sound of a convoy came from outside the window. It was Yinching. Not good. Zybel burst out at speed and rushed out of the window. The rain was still falling. In the air, the superarm judgment covered Zybel, and she flew towards the direction of the convoy, and shouted to the airborne communication channel, someone wants to assassinate Yinching. Chapter 419 The Real Old Fox. Yinching braved the heavy rain and took a special plane of the giant Beak Eagle from Yongjing territory to the Nuda City airport. Then he took a special car sent by the Yongjing Chamber of Commerce and rushed to the Nuda City Lord's mansion under the escort of the guard vehicle. The sky was overcast, making the whole city gloomy. Looking out of the car window, the road surface washed by heavy rain, and people in the open windows of the roadside houses prayed devoutly with candles in their hands. The citizens of Nuda City commemorated their old city lord in their own way. These scenes made Yinching feel even more sad. He couldn't help but recall the moment when he met Earl Theodore. At that time, I was full of vigor and self-righteousness, and I rushed into Nuda City recklessly. Before the disaster, it was Earl Theodore who gave me a lesson that was not painful. Let me put myself in the right position and no longer treat the people in this world as fools. Yinching felt that he and Earl Theodore had known each other for more than 2 years, and it seemed that they had known each other for more than 20 years. Maybe Earl Theodore had his selfishness when they were getting along. But who doesn't have selfishness? There were no pedestrians on the road, and the convoy drove very fast. After driving for about 20 minutes, we saw the gate of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Chui, who was sitting next to Yinching, said, Master, the Heart Demon Survey team of the Corrosion Land found a body of an eye in a cave. According to research, it is the ultimate creature of hell, the demon Sirius, who is known as the Eye of the Abyss in history. Because Sirius's energy is too strong, we have no way to solve it spatially. So we can't use space teleportation to teleport him back to the Eternal Territory. I have arranged a transport plane to fly to the Land of Corrosion. If nothing goes wrong, you will see Sirius when you return to the Eternal Territory from Nuda City. Yinching said, the Hell Demon Sirius. I thought Max was Sirius at first. After all, he is the Satan of hell in the myths and legends of the real world, and he likes to play the tricks of the devil. It seems that he has made some tricks to conceal his identity. Chui said, Max suggested that the master use the body of the angel and I to obtain your divine body. Max is probably not that angel either. Master, who do you think is the real Max among the remaining 3 and I? Yinching smiled and said, there is nothing to guess. You will know once you dig them all out. At this time, the convoy stopped, and Yinching's car was parked at the gate of the city lord's mansion. A guard who was standing guard at the gate of the city lord's mansion ran over quickly. He was wearing a fully wrapped metal armor, and the rain dripped down on the armor like a stream. The guard ran to the side of the car, one hand to open the car door, and the other hand to hold the hilt of the long sword at his waist. The eyes behind the gap of the helmet released a strong murderous intent. It was just at this time that Zybel's warning was transmitted to Chui's ears. The car door opened a gap, and Chui instantly exchanged positions with Yinching. The guard realized that the matter might be exposed, and quickly opened the car door. He drew the sword with his backhand, and a sharp edge cut vertically towards the people in the car along with the momentum of drawing the sword. At this time, Chui, who was blocking the outside, had his arm covered by a layer of armor. At the same time, a shield unfolded on the armor to block the sword light. At the same time, Chui pushed Yinching with his other hand, and Yinching crashed out of the car door on the other side. Yinching, who flew out, looked back into the car, and saw that one of Chui's arms was cut off. She was also looking at herself, with a smile on her face, as she had successfully saved her master from danger. Then the rain from the sky turned into countless ice cones, piercing through the top of the car. Another boulder fell, and completely flattened the car. Yinqing activated the terminal super armor while flying in the air, and the armor was already covered when he landed. He pulled out the big sword behind him, and held it in his hand, calling Chuichu in his mind. "Are you okay?" Chuichu sat in front of her computer again, panting, "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Do you know how much good things I spent on that body? It was destroyed before I could please my master. Master, these people have successfully irritated me, and they must know the price of irritating Chuichu." Knowing that Chuichu is fine, Yinqing is relieved. As long as the heart demon can upload its consciousness core in time, it will not really die. They should pay the price, Yinqing said. At this time, Zybel, wearing the super armor of judgment, landed beside Yinqing. She and Yinqing stood back to back. "It's Anderson. My father has met Anderson before. I didn't expect him to use my father to assassinate you." The boulder that smashed the car was split into a stone man, and a magician landed on the stone man's shoulders. The assassin who had just disguised himself as a guard in the city lord's mansion took off his helmet. It was Anderson. The guards who followed Yinqing rushed out of the cars in front and behind. They tried to rescue Yinqing, but a large number of mages and assassins rushed out from their hiding places and fought with Yinqing's guards. Magic explosions and fighting sounds were also heard in the city lord's mansion. Anderson really tried his best to assassinate Yinqing this time. It's just a pity Yinqing escaped their first round of assassination. Anderson's eyes turned blood red, and the same blood-red mist emanated from around him. In order to kill Yinqing with his own hands, he begged the tower wizard to use alchemy to strengthen his body. Although this kind of enhancement will have extremely large side effects, Anderson can no longer care about so much. This is a battle that determines the direction of history. Anderson and the stone giant rushed towards Yinqing and Zybel together. With each step, different halos appeared under their feet. Layers of states were applied to the body. The sword cut off the raindrops, and the sword light raised the water and swept forward. Yinqing and Zybel each held their weapons and rushed back to meet the enemy. The sword cut open the space and separated it like paper, and the black space crack sucked the rain and the sword light into it. No sharpness can compare to the sharpness of space. The super-armed independent computing core and powerful energy supply can complete the space solution in an instant, causing space dislocation. Gyota and Anderson, who controlled the stone man, did not dare to fight against this kind of sharp edge. They changed direction to avoid it and rushed up again from the side. In Yinqing's consciousness space, Chuichu, who had lost his body, completed his auxiliary duties wholeheartedly. "Master, there is a latent magic energy around. The attack of the two opponents should be to distract your attention. Please be careful of sneak attacks. I will find their lurking method as soon as possible." Yinqing told Zybel about Chuichu's reminder and said, "I will deal with Anderson. And you go to deal with the earth elementalized Gyota mage." "No. Anderson is left to me." Zybel has already rushed to Anderson. Yinqing can only choose the earth elemental Gyota mage. Just when Zybel left Yinqing, the rainwater under his feet instantly froze and froze his legs. The stone giant's fists pierced his ears. At the same time, a lightning bolt quickly jumped along the water on the ground. And when it came to Yinqing's side, a female tower mage, who had transformed into a lightning element, appeared. She drew out the rapier at her waist, turned into a thunderbolt, and threw it at Yinqing. Yinqing immediately activated the lightning field, the crisscrossing wires in front of the city lord's mansion. The bright electricity exploded and burst out from the insulating layer wrapped outside. The electric snakes intertwined, forming arm-thick lightning bolts that poured down to the ground, forming a rolling electric surge in the water on the ground. The thunderbolt released by the lightning elementalist disappeared and became part of Yinqing's lightning field. The ice magic was broken, and the stone giant was pushed over by the electric surge. Yinqing, wearing the ultimate super armor, floated up, and the electric energy gathered to the space around him and turned purple. And this dyed space continued to expand outward. Noda City has completed the circuit layout of the entire city. At the moment Yinqing launched the lightning field, the electricity of the entire city was transmitted to his field, although doing so would cause devastating damage to the city's power supply system. Yinqing no longer wanted to let this farce continue. The funeral of Count Theodore cannot be delayed. In front of the Minter's door, These clowns will not be allowed to continue to run rampant. Master, I found 3 high tower mages, who may be water elementals lurking in the water. Their positions are. Every time Chuichu marked a position, a huge lightning bolt instantly formed and struck at that point. The high tower mages lurking in the water were forced out. At the same time, the lightning field opened by Yanqing was too powerful, and the electric field formed caused the rain clouds in the sky to respond. The continuous lightning that stretched for thousands of meters tore the clouds apart, and then pierced through the sky and struck down, crashed into the lightning field opened by Yanqing. The raging energy turned into turbulence, rolling up the wind and sweeping across the city with rain. The area emits a dazzling light like the sun. Under such power, all the people in the battle stopped their movements. They looked up at Yanqing in the sky. Rain could not fall into this area because of the dissipation of energy. Even the water on the ground floated weightlessly because of the disorder of the magnetic field. Master, the accumulated energy must be released. Otherwise it will exceed the overload limit of the super weapon. Now a total of 103 hostile targets have been found, and all have been locked. Do you want to execute termination on all targets? Anderson, hand it over to Zybel. Execute termination on all other targets. Termination. Start. The originally blazing white light shrank instantly, and condensed into dense white lightsabers in the space around Yanqing. And the execution. These lightsabers, like the 10,000 swords returning to their roots in the fairy tale drama, shot at their various locked targets. They arrived instantly, and there was no escape. The weightless water fell back to the ground, along with the bodies nailed to the ground by the lightsabers. These swords formed by the energy gathering did not disappear immediately after killing the target, but revealed a crystal-like entity. The texture was actually somewhat like the spear that assassinated the 9-headed dragon. All those who participated in the assassination died, including the tower wizard, mercenaries, assassins. Only Anderson was left, who was forced into a corner by Siebel. Anderson did not expect that the assassination he had carefully organized would end in this way. He didn't expect Yanqing's strength to reach such a terrifying level, with the power that could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth just now. Who is qualified to be his opponent? Anderson coughed up blood. Alchemy can only bring a very short-term increase in strength. He thought he could kill Yanqing, but it was obviously overthinking. Facing Yanqing, who fell down, Anderson asked, "How could your strength improve so much? You were not so strong in Storm City? You have been misjudging my strength, which is why you failed. You stood on the opposite side of history from the beginning, which is the fundamental reason why you have always failed." At this time, Zybel walked to Anderson with a knife and put the blade on his neck. "How did my father die?" Anderson leaned against the wall weakly. The sword fell to the side, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. "Do you really want to know? Tell me." "Ha ha ha. Theodore. Anderson laughed. Yanqing, who was standing by, stabbed Anderson in the chest with a sword. Anderson said with his last bit of strength, "Marry Zybel. This is Theodore's last wish." Seeing Yanqing kill Anderson, Zybel turned back and said angrily to Yanqing, "Why did you kill him? He hasn't told me how my father died." Yanqing drew out his sword and put it away, then disarmed himself. "Anderson killed my mentor. His goal was to lure me to Nuda City for my mentor's funeral, and then assassinate me. Unfortunately, his plan failed. Let's go. Have someone clean up here, and don't delay the time to bury my mentor." Yanqing walked towards the city lord's mansion, leaving Zybel standing next to Anderson's body. She cried loudly. Her tears mixed with the rain. Yanqing had figured out the whole story. Anderson went to Count Theodore and asked him to lure him to Nuda City to assassinate him. Theodore agreed. In fact, Yanqing knew how much of a blow it was to Theodore that he and Carol had massacred the nobles in Danling City. Theodore is a conservative nobleman. He has the faults of nobles, but also abides by the virtues of nobles. The honor and continuation of the family are the basis of his actions. But this honor was completely shattered in the Danling City incident. Therefore, Theodore agreed to Anderson's request. But he finally played tricks. He gave the right to choose to his favorite daughter. Let Zybel choose the fate of Theodore's family. If Zybel did not discover the assassination or did not stop the assassination, whether the assassination was successful or not, it had nothing to do with Zybel directly. If Zybel chose to stop the assassination, or even appeared to save people at the most critical moment, the greatest merit is to save the emperor. It is estimated that Anderson only figured out the meaning of Count Theodore's actions when he was dying. This old fox, will maximize his value even when he dies. As for how Theodore died, there is no need to delve into it. Let him go like this. It is better not to make it too clear and make everyone feel uncomfortable. Count Theodore's funeral was held in the rain. Many people came to attend the funeral. Everyone knows that the old city lord likes to be lively, and many citizens came in the rain and placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tomb. Chapter 420 Engagement. Count Theodore is dead. Anderson is also dead. The deaths of both of them were beyond Yinxing's expectations. Especially Anderson, as the core figure connecting the entire Yunming. His death may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back for the Yunming. It will stimulate the Yunzhong Tower to take military risks. This is somewhat beyond Yinxing's estimation of the direction of the war. Therefore, after attending Theodore's funeral, he said goodbye to Zybel and hurried back to the Eternal Territory. Then he went to Hei's city secretly, next to the nine-headed dragon cave. In another cave that was opened up, the body of the reverse demon Salius was transported in. He was 10 meters tall and stood on a stand. His reddish-brown body was covered with black horny armor. His broken wings hung behind him. There was a round hole in his chest that went through from front to back. Compared with the nine-headed dragon, which still radiated energy and had consciousness particles, Sarius was completely dead. But he still had the terrifying pressure of a superior demon. When Yinxing arrived, Chue had just finished reshaping her new body here. She was wearing a white work suit, and her hair was damp from a shower. She took a tablet from the hard demon Wu Yu and read all the data on it with a simple scan. The new body needs to be upgraded and strengthened to match my super weapon, so I can only temporarily build a body for use. Master, based on our current inspection of the demon Sarius, his divine power has been completely stripped away, and because he has lost his divine power, it is much easier for us to study his body. It will help us develop the divine body. Yinxing stood below and looked up at Sarius, recalling the legends about him. We need to speed up the development of the body. Anderson's assassination of me disrupted our war plan. Have you found the other NI? Master, the 5 NI did not die together, and it will take some time to find the other NI. I am communicating with Max to see if he can infer the exact location of the other 4 NI based on the place of death of Salius. In addition, Master, our development of the divine body is a spy on the divine power. This cannot be hidden from the world mechanism. If the world mechanism defines you as an NI, then the executioner targeting you should have been selected. This is something Yinxing did not consider for the time being. Do you mean that there is already an executioner crossing from the real world? Yes. We have arranged personnel to search for him. But he is the executioner selected by the world mechanism through cause and effect. And it should not be so easy for us to find him. The executioner is a big trouble. Yinxing thought for a moment and said, if he is a time traveler, he will definitely see that I am also a time traveler. And he will be very careful to avoid being discovered by me. Don't look for him deliberately. Excessive stimulation will only make him grow faster. I have the first mover advantage. As long as I don't completely transform into negative, he will not get the divine power of the executioner. We continue to maintain our pace and complete the construction of the 9-headed dragon database. It is the key to whether we can resist the world mechanism. Yes, Master. I request to decompose and dissect the demon Salius. Dissection is a disrespect for the dead. Yinxing thought about it and said, do as you think. We have inherited the last wish of Sarius and want to create the world. Since we want to create the world, there must be some sacrifices. Yes, my master. Chue dispatched people to use the power of the 9-headed dragon next door to decompose the demon Sarius, and then handed it over to different departments for further research. Then Yinxing inspected the 9-headed dragon illusion again. The Eternal Territory was established too recently. Basic combat power can be compensated by industrially produced weapons, but high-end combat power has always been scarce. Whether it is magic weapons or super weapons, a certain comprehensive combat power is required to control them. The 9-headed dragon illusion is now the training room for the high-end combat power of the Eternal Territory, using the energy and divine power of the 9-headed dragon to shorten the growth time of heroes. At present, the 9-headed dragon illusion has trained 32 heroes, who can be equipped with magic weapons for the Eternal Territory. For the next stage of the war, the number is still a bit small. Yinxing's stunning attack in New Tower City is difficult to replicate. The electrification level of New Tower City is very high, which increases the intensity of the lightning field. The lightning generated by the heavy rain weather injected high energy into that attack in an instant. If Yinqing relied on his own strength, even with super weapons, it would be impossible to kill so many high tower mages in an instant. War is always a group activity. One may win a war with one's own bravery, but it is impossible to win all wars. However, the number of heroes trained in the nine-headed dragon illusion at one time is limited. Should we absorb some high-level heroes from the Snowland and Silvermane Kingdom to join the ranks of magic warriors? After inspecting the Black Lake City, Yinqing thought about this question and returned to the Eternal Territory. Zybel also handled all the affairs and flew back from Nuda City. Therefore, Yinqing just walked into the office with Chue and was told that Zybel was waiting to be received in the lounge next door. Let her come in. Yinqing asked his assistant to call Zybel, and then said to Chue, go make 2 cups of tea. Okay, master. When Yinqing was sitting behind his desk, Zybel pushed the door and walked in. She has changed a lot, and the recent events have made her more mature. Yinqing gestured to her and said, sit down. I thought you would stay in Nuda City for a while, but I didn't expect you to come back so soon. In fact, you can take a vacation for a while. I think there must be a lot of things in the Theodore family that need you to deal with. Zybel didn't say anything, but just kept touching the ring on her finger. Chue came over with 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Yinqing and Zybel respectively. Seeing Chue, Zybel seemed to have found a topic to ease the atmosphere. It's amazing. I buried your body in Nuda City, and I saw you again here. Is death different for you and for us? Chue tilted his head and thought seriously. Death is the same thing for you and me. But our way of survival is special. 78 years old is considered a long life for humans. But for elves it is just entering middle age. Miss Zybel, please don't be too sad. Have a sip of tea. This is the sweet tea specially made by Chue. Zybel picked up the teacup and took a sip. It's really sweet and delicious. Thank you for your compliment, Miss Zybel. Yinqing also took a sip of tea. He actually didn't like tea with added ingredients, but Chue liked to add something to it. Zybel, I feel like you have something to say to me. There is nothing we can't talk about in our relationship. Zybel finally said what she wanted to say. When Anderson was dying, he said that his father's last wish was for you to marry me. Ahem. Chue's tea was a bit sweet. And after hearing what Zybel said, Yinqing couldn't help but spit out all the tea. Fortunately, Chue reacted quickly and used magic to freeze all the tea Yinqing sprayed in the air, and then waved his hand to collect all the tea in the wastebasket beside the table. Ahem. Yinqing took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Why did you suddenly say this? This may be Anderson's nonsense when he was dying. Zybel said, no. Every time I go back to Nuda City to see my father, he will ask about my relationship with you. I can see that he really wants me to marry you. His long-cherished wish is to see me get married and continue the glory of the Theodore family. So, you came to me this time just to continue the glory of the Theodore family. Choose one of our children to inherit the Theodore family name. Yinqing looked at Zybel. His expression was not as kind as before. Zybel took off the ring on her finger and placed it in front of Yinqing. Please don't treat me as a fool, thinking that I can't think of what my father and Anderson talked about. Thank you for letting him leave with dignity. I know what made him make that decision. He took this family too seriously. But as Chue just said, death is the same for everything, including a family. Eternal Territory has no nobles, and it is still running well. The Theodore family can disappear in this way, which may be the best ending. I once said that I, Zybel, want to marry a man who is stronger than me. Besides, this is also my father's wish. Yinqing didn't expect Zybel to say such a thing. This was in line with her character. She was not someone who was bound by the rules and regulations of the nobility. But she was able to end the Theodore family so easily, which still amazed Yinqing. Yinqing grabbed the Theodore family patriarch ring and threw it into the wastebasket. Zybel, in my eyes, you are a flawless knight, a woman without shadows and full of sunshine. It would be my honor to marry you. This sentence does not mean any compliment. I even think that marrying me is an injustice to you. Running the Eternal Territory has changed me a lot. Looking at myself now from my perspective a few years ago, I am two completely different people. My hands are stained with the blood of many innocent lives, and my heart is full of conspiracy and darkness. Perhaps after my sudden death, history will describe me as an evil tyrant. My historical responsibility determines that I can only go on this path. And you deserve a better ending. You will become a hero with all the honors. Yinqing's own future is uncertain. The time for the confrontation between an executioner and world mechanism is approaching. And he does not want to disappoint Zybel. Just as he commented on Zybel. Even if she follows a tyrant who is insulted by later generations, she can still leave a strong and colorful mark in this period of history with a positive image. If she becomes the wife of a tyrant, that would be another biography. Yinqing likes Zybel very much and doesn't want her to get into this quagmire with him. Chue said on the side, no matter what the master does, Chue will stand firmly by the master's side. Yinqing looked at Zybel, waiting for her decision. Zybel also looked at Yinqing. I may not know some of the things you have done, but I know that, Master Yinqing. You must keep your word. You can always do what you promised. History will also record it. And the Theodore family no longer exists. So why should I care about what future generations will say about me? I just want to fulfill my father's wish, and my wish. Just fulfilling a wish. Yes. Hearing Zybel's answer, Yinqing smiled and said, well, Yongheng territory does need a lord's wife now. I will choose a good day to hold our wedding. Thank you. Zybel stood up and left Yinqing's office, with a hint of disappointment on her face. Chue waited for Zybel to leave, then sat down on Yinqing's desk. They both have a crush on each other. Why is it like a political marriage? Master, do you want me to call Miss Zybel back, and you can start over again? I think Miss Zybel will definitely leave with a smile on her face. Yinqing smiled and said, that will only make us both more embarrassed. She is not good at expressing emotions. And I really feel that I am not worthy of her. It's good this way. A political marriage is also a kind of protection for her. We will slowly explain it to her after we finish this war. At this time, Chue moved his buttocks to rub against Yinqing's body. Master, you are going to marry Zybel now. And there is a child in the real world. Can you consider adding another one? The original purpose of my creation of the hard demon was to please the master, but that body was gone before it was moved. This body is new. Let Chue accompany the master tonight. Yinqing stuffed the empty teacup into Chue's hand. Work hard. Don't let your mind wander. Go, pour me a cup of tea, don't put sugar. Don't put anything. I still have a lot of work to do here. Master, you are so bad. Chue took the teacup and went to pour tea. Tower in the clouds. On the floating island, a tower as big as a city stood in the middle of the island. In a closed alchemy laboratory on the top floor of the tower, a black-haired and black-eyed boy was stripped naked and fixed on an operating table. 3 older wizards surrounded him. A wizard cut open the boy's skin from the chest to the abdomen. No blood flowed out, and the internal organs inside glowed with the light of magic elements. Subject number 1247 survived for 96 days. The longest-lived subject. I am closer to theocracy. Don't be too optimistic. The spleen has rejected it. We need to adjust the alchemical formula inside. I hope he can survive this night. The Elder Council has reduced the supply of alchemical materials to us. The war has exhausted the reserves of the tower. Now the mages in the tower have been mobilized to prepare for a decisive battle with the Thunder Swamp. This has nothing to do with us. The mages of the elemental school have all had their brains damaged by elementalization. We just need to continue our experiments. I feel we are about to succeed. Chapter 421 Declaration of War. When the news of Yinqing and Zybel's engagement was officially announced to the outside world from the Lord's Mansion of Yongheng Territory, the people of Yongheng Territory spontaneously held various celebrations. Fireworks were set off from day to night, and then to day. Although Yinqing did not promote the aristocracy in Yongheng Territory, this system that has been passed down to this day has a deep-rooted influence on the people's values. The concept of family and loyalty cannot be eliminated in 1 or 2 generations. For a long time, as Yongheng Territory became stronger and stronger, the discussion about the marriage of Lord Yinqing became more and more heated among the people. Everyone hoped that Lord Yinqing could start a family as soon as possible, with descendants and inheritance. Yongheng Territory could continue to prosper under the leadership of a continuous family. But all along, Master Yinqing seemed to be indifferent to his marriage. He was probably the only person in the world who didn't care about his marriage. Now Master Yinqing suddenly announced that he would marry Miss Zybel. And all the Eternal Territory's subjects and allies put their worries to rest. Miss Zybel was born in a noble family, with excellent character and beautiful appearance. After Earl Theodore's death, she is the current Earl Theodore. All conditions meet the standards of the wife of the Lord of Eternal Territory. She is the perfect candidate in the hearts of the subjects. And in the future, Eternal Territory and Nuda City will also merge into one city. Just like the marriage contract between Master Yinqing and Miss Siebel, Eternal Territory not only has the present, but also the future. In the following days, even Yinqing felt that the work efficiency of the city lord's mansions had been significantly improved, and the morale of the army was extremely high. In short, marriage is a good thing. The rainy season in the Windy Highlands gradually passed, and the world that had been calm for more than 2 months became turbulent again. The war before the rainy season caused a reversal in the military strength between the Cloud Alliance and the Thunder Alliance. The internal problems of the Cloud Alliance are becoming increasingly serious and are destroying their ruling structure, while the Thunder Alliance has solved the internal problems and gradually unified and integrated the forces. During the rainy season, Anderson led and participated in the assassination of Yinqing, which ended in failure. Duke Anderson died. Although Anderson's strength was not strong in the Cloud Alliance, he was the core figure connecting the Cloud Alliance and the Cloud Tower. His death can be said to have made the already crisis-ridden Cloud Alliance even worse. Facing the Snow Elves who once again sent troops to the border, the wilderness hesitated whether to abandon Gaoshan City and withdraw the elite troops there to defend the homeland. After the Cloud Tower assisted in controlling the rebellion, the Griffin Heart Empire has been in a state of shock. Lack of food, lack of supplies. No one knows who is still loyal to the Empire. The wealth accumulated by the Cloud Tower for hundreds of years was squandered in the war in just 2 years. When the Tower Mages began to limit the supply of resources, they realized that they had really reached the moment of life and death. The elders stopped arguing and quickly passed a resolution for the Tower Wizards to participate in the war. If they don't fight now, they may not have a chance to fight in the future. When a large number of Tower Wizards arrived in Gaoshan City, they finally stabilized the hearts of the people in the Cloud Alliance who were about to collapse. The final battle? The Cloud Tower issued a declaration of war to the Thunder Swamp, abandoning conspiracy and tricks, abandoning strategies and tactics. Both sides gathered their strongest heroes and armies, and imitated their ancestors to have a fair battle with only honor and faith, a duel with only swords and magic. However, Yinqing, the spokesperson of the Thunder Swamp, did not respond to the declaration of war, but together with Queen Carol of the Silver Mane Kingdom, he and dozens of noble leaders issued a letter of admonition to the Emperor of the Griffin Heart Empire. I hope the Emperor of the Empire will abdicate and reduce his title to king. The Thunder Alliance can guarantee the safety of the Griffin Heart family and its property. All human nobles under the Cloud Alliance can enjoy amnesty as long as they withdraw from the Cloud Alliance and give up the hostility with the Thunder Alliance. Yinqing and Carol issued this announcement at this time, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Because the Silver Mane Kingdom only needs to take one step forward now to completely collapse the Griffin Heart Empire, and the Kingdom Army can march straight into the entire empire, and then complete the unification of the human-controlled area. Carol is very likely to become a female emperor in the history of the human race, and a female emperor who establishes a new empire. We have come this far. Why not take another step forward? However, after this world announcement was issued, the effect was extremely significant. First, the nobles who boarded the Cloud Alliance chariot announced their withdrawal from the Cloud Alliance at the first time, ending the hostile relationship with the Thunder Alliance. Then, within the Griffin Heart Empire, a large number of nobles declared independence, and the empire's territory quickly shrank to only the capital area. The Emperor of the Griffin Heart Empire became a lonely man, and he could be stabbed in the back at any time, and he had to pay his head to the Thunder Alliance. 10 days after Yinqing and Carol issued the joint announcement, the Griffin Heart Emperor announced that he would reduce his title to the Griffin Heart King, and announced his withdrawal from the Cloud Alliance, ending the hostile state with the Thunder Alliance. The Griffin Heart Empire, which had been glorious for hundreds of years, ended. The number of human countries and noble territories increased by more than 100. After the Silver Mane Kingdom lost its main enemy in the south, it mobilized its main forces to the north and deployed troops on the border with the wilderness. Carol also flew to the Eternal Territory by plane to discuss the battle plan against the orcs with Yinqing and Alito, who had already arrived. I haven't been to Windy Highlands for a long time. Carol stood on the terrace of Yinqing's office, looking at the prosperous city with a unique style. The wind after the rainy season is particularly comfortable. Well, I saw skeletons walking on the streets outside. Can your citizens accept these undead? Yinqing sat behind his desk and annotated documents. At the same time, they answered, the undead are not as scary as imagined. especially the skeletons that have undergone bone maintenance and repair, and the zombies that have completed muscle hydration. The undead are very disciplined and keep their promises. On the contrary, in the statistics of urban crime rates, the human race has always occupied the top spot and is far ahead. The undead are the lowest. It is not without reason that the human race can be so powerful as to occupy the most fertile land. Is this why you want to divide the human race? Carol's tone revealed some dissatisfaction. For me personally, I am ready to become the first female emperor in human history. For the human race, unity makes us the most powerful race in the world. This division will greatly weaken the power of the human race. Are you questioning my decision? No. Carol walked to the opposite side of Yinxing and sat down. I carried out your decision without hesitation. Although I don't understand it. I just can't figure it out. We can obviously unify the human race. And it is a real unification. Unification? By force? Yinxing put down the documents in his hand and said to Carol, Carol, you don't understand force. It is impossible for the human race to be unified by force. The territory you control now is the limit of what the Silvermane Kingdom can control. Only when many soft conditions such as communication technology, transportation, production relations, economy, and ideas are in place can we consider real unification. If you only want to use the army to solve problems, you will find that there are many things that the army cannot solve. The army is one of many tools to solve problems, and it is not a priority option. I don't understand. Okay, let me explain it clearly. Now, except for the Silvermane Kingdom, the human-controlled areas are all a big burden. Rebellion, refugees, local forces, and complex troubles that we can't think of. The Silvermane Kingdom is still in its development stage. Do you have the ability to help increase the number of new citizens on the land several times? If you help them, will they be grateful to you and feel a sense of belonging to the new empire? Are your current citizens willing to lower their living standards to help people in other places? The human race has never been truly unified. So we should not imagine that we can achieve its unification on our own. Cook as many meals as your own pot. Take care of yourself first. When our life is really good, they will naturally come over. Whoever wants to join us should solve their internal problems first. Evil people should not have rulers. Carol, who was originally full of resentment, smiled in an instant, as expected. You can see through human nature. I only saw the brilliance of the crown, but I didn't know its weight. I guess many imperial nobles are now eager for me to send troops to fight over so that they can transfer their difficulties to me. It's good that you can understand. Being an emperor is just an empty title now. If you do it right, it's what you should do. If you do it wrong, someone will sabotage you. Griffinheart has messed up the country. Let them bear the consequences. Let's fight the most important battle first. If you win, you will be the uncrowned queen. How do you think we should fight? Should Alito and I attack the wild orcs from the north and south, and you attack the high mountain city from the windy highlands? Yinxing said, I am ready to accept the declaration of war sent to me by the Cloud Tower. Carol didn't expect Yinxing to make such a choice. That declaration of war is simply the imagination of the Cloud Tower. Now the Griffinheart Empire is over, and we have an overwhelming advantage over the wild. Whether in terms of military strength or weapons, they are far superior to their opponents. What era is it now? Do we still have to duel in the ancient way? I don't agree to give up my advantage. Yinxing said, have you ever thought that if we attack the orcs with such a large force, will it trigger the ultimate creatures to join the war? Yinxing's words stunned Carol. Behind every powerful race in the secular world, there is an ultimate creature guarding it. When this race is at the moment of life and death, the ultimate creature will appear. It has been more than 1,000 years since the last ultimate creature appeared. The battle for world hegemony between the human race and the orcs triggered a war between the behemoth and the angel, which led to other ultimate creatures joining the battle. That war eventually laid the foundation for the current world situation. Now the Silvermane Kingdom, Smelland, and Eternal Territory are besieging the orcs. And it is very likely that the ultimate creatures that have never appeared will be introduced into the war. Your worry is justified. Once the ultimate creatures join the war, the initiative of the war will no longer be in our hands. But if we agree to the Cloud Tower, won't our advantage be gone? Yinxing said, advantages are advantages. How can they be gone? Being able to force the Cloud Tower to issue such a ridiculous declaration of war to us is our advantage in itself. This time, I called you and Alito here just to discuss with you two. How should we fight this final battle? How do you want to fight? After the Griffin Heart Empire collapsed, Yin Xing of the Eternal Territory finally responded to the declaration of war issued by the Cloud Tower. Give up the conspiracy and tactics. Give up the strategy and tactics. Both sides gather their strongest heroes and armies, and follow the example of their ancestors to have a fair battle with only honor and faith. A duel with only swords and magic. On behalf of Thunder Swamp, I agree to this duel. The location is on the plain between the Rift Mountain Castle and the High Mountain City, and the time is 4 months later. In order to ensure the fairness and justice of this war, we will invite heroes from all over the world who are willing to come here to watch this decisive battle on site. During these 4 months, the Eternal Territory will fully fund the construction of viewing facilities. Please do not interfere with the construction of these facilities. The Tower Mages are also welcome to supervise the construction of these facilities, and confirm that they will not be used for military purposes. What does Yin Xing want to do? The Tower Mages who finally received a reply were very confused. Just fight. Why build spectator facilities? The Tower Mages couldn't figure it out. But the Tower Mages were very satisfied that Yin Xing agreed to this decisive battle. In this way, the advantages that the Thunder Alliance had gained before will be greatly weakened. If they don't want to be defeated, their hidden Thunder Alchemists must show up and fight the Tower Mages in an open and square manner. There is no need for conspiracy. No strange alchemical weapons. Just a contest of swords and magic. The Tower Mages are still confident. However, the Tower Mages were not confident about Yin Xing. They asked both sides to discuss the number of participants and weapons available before the decisive battle. Without Anderson, the self-esteemed Tower Mages began to fight again. The Orc heroes exclaimed, "How could the other party agree to such a request? It was outrageous enough that Yin Xing agreed to the letter of challenge you sent." But what the Orc heroes didn't expect was, Yin Xing agreed again. Can you respect war? Our ancient ancestors didn't fight like this. Who would discuss how many people each would send and what weapons each would bring before fighting? Is this just a fight between children? The Orc hero persuaded the Tower Wizard. Yin Xing must be plotting something. But the Tower Wizard said, Yin Xing's family motto is Master Yin Xing. Keep your word. He dared not to keep his promise under the attention of the world's heroes, which was a great blow to his personal credit and prestige. You guys who have never won a battle against Yin Xing, don't tell the Tower how to fight. Follow us to fight in 4 months. After the victory, the Tower will help you Orcs take back the land that once belonged to you from the human race. The Tower Wizards insisted on their own way. The Orcs were helpless. When they couldn't figure out why Yin Xing did this, they could only follow the Tower in the cloud to prepare for the final decisive battle. I hope Master Yin Xing, keep your word is true. Chapter 422 New Executioner. 4 months. This is the limit that Yin Xing estimated the wilderness could endure under such high-pressure military oppression. Once this period passes, if the Orcs do not want to suffer from large-scale famine within themselves, they must go all out to launch a war to destroy the country. Victory and failure do not matter. As long as the ultimate creatures are lured out, the Orcs can survive. Yin Xing does not want the ultimate creatures to intervene in the war, which will make him lose control of the overall situation. Therefore, he agreed to the request of the Cloud Tower for an ultimate showdown. There are no ultimate creatures behind the Cloud Tower and the Thunder Swamp, so they can give it a try. One battle will determine the winner. As for inviting world heroes to watch the battle, it's just taking advantage of the opportunity to build the stadium to secretly arrange some things that are beneficial to themselves. Yin Xing will not be so stupid as to give up his advantage and play such a childish trick with the Cloud Tower. All means can be used within the rules. After Yin Xing signed a war agreement with the Cloud Tower on behalf of Thunder Swamp, the engineering team of Eternal Territory went to the plain named Century Battlefield. Goblin Gaga served as the chief engineer of the war viewing facility. Within 4 months, he and his people will use airship and floating warship technology to build at least 40 trapezoidal floating stands above this plane. At least it can meet the viewing and consumption needs of more than 100,000 live spectators. It is also necessary to make a good protection design for each floating stand to protect the safety of the live spectators. In addition, the war scene will be broadcast live in Yongheng Territory, New Tower City, Storm, and Frostleaf City. How to arrange the camera positions on the battlefield to meet the visual experience of millions of spectators is also a test of the ability of the Goblin Gaga. When Yongheng Territory officially launched the World Battlefield Live Stand and Live Broadcast Project, the sensation it caused in the world was no less than the dual challenge that Master Yin Xing agreed to in the Cloud Tower. It really shocked all the brains. Is this self-confidence? Or arrogance? Is Master Yinxing sure that he can win? In the face of all kinds of speculation, the Century battlefield is being built in full swing. The goblins are extremely proud of being able to participate in the construction of this wonder. They believe that when the Century battlefield stands are launched, it will become the most shining pearl in the world. The resource supply of Eternal Territory is also tilted towards the world battlefield on a large scale. And it is also preparing for the large-scale influx of world heroes into the Windy Highlands 4 months later. Eternal Territory wants to take this opportunity to fully demonstrate its advancement and prosperity to the world, so that the world can see clearly what will be the power that will dominate the world in the future. Use the advancement of civilization to keep as many heroes as possible. For Yinxing, as long as this century battle is fought, he has already won. The people's will. Do the Cloud Tower think that a war can change their fate? Naive. On the battlefield of the century, the heroes of the world will see how insignificant the old power is in front of the new power. See the direction of the wheel of history, compared with the Cloud Tower, which has already locked in defeat. Yinxing is more concerned about the real century war of reverse, executioner and world mechanism. In the plain of Yongheng to Heizei City, Chuichu sat opposite Yinxing. Master, we found a suspected time traveler in the real world. Yinxing immediately became interested. You found it so quickly. This time traveler is not as good as me. Tell me, who is this person? Chuichu first placed a tablet on the table in front of Yinxing, and then described the process of her discovery of this suspected time traveler. Master, you should know that Renluan Investment Bank is conducting experiments on supernatural powers. Do you know that time travelers are related to this experiment? Yes. Xian Yao, who works in the Griffin Island Hospital, discovered while strolling around that Renluan Investment Bank had been investing in a genetic engineering project numbered 354. A lot of data and materials generated by our Griffin breeding were transferred to the 354 genetic engineering project through Renluan Investment Bank. This is probably not something that can be discovered by strolling around. But there is no need to care about such trivial matters. With the background of Renluan Investment Bank, they will definitely do something behind our back. As long as they do not touch our core interests, we can ignore them. Continue. When we were secretly investigating 354 genetic engineering, we found that they had cultivated a genetically optimized body named Hichijio with superpowers, which eventually caused Hichijio to lose control. After Hichijio caused a large number of casualties and damage at a base of 354 genetic engineering, he suddenly disappeared in front of all the surveillance equipment. 354 genetic engineering was forced to close that base. But 5 days later, Hichijio suddenly appeared in that base again and escaped. When Renluan Investment was hunting Hichijio, they found that he would disappear when surrounded, and then reappear in the same place a few days later. And every time he appeared, his strength would surge. But just when Hichijio's strength was so strong that Renluan Investment was ready to contact the owner, he disappeared and never appeared again. He disappeared when surrounded. So he must have traveled to the magic world on his own initiative. Then he fought monsters and upgraded, and then returned to the real world. He can travel between the two worlds at will, and his strength grows rapidly, which meets the standard of executioner. How much time has passed since Hichijio last appeared? 124 days. Based on the information you have obtained, what do you think of Hichijio? After careful analysis, Chuichu answered Yinxing, based on the information I can obtain, Hichijio is a special human being who is born through genetic selection and optimization, and then artificial cultivation. Both his paternal and maternal genes come from the best of the human society in the real world. He has lived in the base since birth and received the best education and potential development. 354 Genetic Engineering describes Hichijio's personality as gentle and cheerful. But I think the personality test standards applicable to ordinary people may not be suitable for people like Hichijio. Unfortunately, there is no smart person in this project. They let Hichijio participate in the research of superpowers and achieve many results. And their trust in Hichijio made them agree to Hichijio's suggestion to use themselves as superpower cultivation bodies. Yinxing said, so there was that accident? What a tragedy. It is still impossible to judge whether the physical enhancement brought by superpowers has affected his brain and personality, or whether these were originally Hichijio's plans to escape from the base. But Hichijio's methods were extremely cruel after he gained power, showing a very strong antisocial nature. If he is really the executioner selected by the world mechanism, He really grasped the master's weakness and forced you to fight him. Yes. There will be a battle between Inai and Executioner. This is the arrangement of the world mechanism. Yanqing looked at the information about Hichijio on the tablet, and said to Chue, Hichijio should be in this world now. Print out his photo, and let our intelligence system find this person. Also notify Max, and ask him to pay attention to whether there is any trace of Hichijio in the real world. But finding someone is one thing. And there is no need to make a big fuss if we can't find him. We still have to walk our own way. In this war, we are already very passive, and can't lose our composure anymore. Yes, Master. The plane landed at Kurosawa City Airport. The defense level here is the highest level in the entire Eternal Territory. Higher than the City Lord's mansion of Eternal City. Even if Yanqing comes here in person, he has to undergo repeated identity confirmation and magic power test inspections. After entering the underground, all protection and supply links are handled by the Hard Demon and the Alchemy Robot. Not to mention flies. Even if the air wants to come in, it must be filtered by various magic systems first. The research here is too important for Yanqing. With the permission of the undead, the Eternal Territory has a very large degree of freedom in the Corrosion Land. In the day and night search and excavation of the Hard Demons, the other 4 Inai were found one by one and transported to the underground of Heizei City, becoming neighbors with the 9-headed dragon, Angel, Belklin, Behemoth, Howling Ridge, Black Dragon, Grisha, Titan, Thundercaller. Max's identity was also revealed. Grisha is the only one of the 4 bodies that still retains huge energy. But it looks very miserable. The left wing was cut off at the root, and a wound almost cut his entire side from his left abdomen. The neck was pierced by a huge bronze sword. Other places are also full of scars left by fighting. I wonder what Max would feel when he sees his body now, compared with the miserable Black Dragon. The other 3 bodies are much better. From this, it can be seen that although the Executioner won against the 5 Inai, he still fell into a bitter battle with the Black Dragon in the end. There was not even enough power to kill the Black Dragon in one fell swoop. So a trace of his consciousness escaped to the real world. At this time, the Black Dragon still retained a certain degree of divine power, and Max was the administrator of this divine power. With his assistance, the construction of the 9-headed dragon database could be greatly accelerated. Master, do you want to establish a connection with Max? Yanqing walked between the 4 giant creatures. Establish a connection. I want to tell him the good news in person. The real-world data connection channel is being established. Request a call on some of the Master's power to shuttle between the 2 worlds. Calling is allowed. Chue opened the data link channel between the real world and the magic world. Now the data transmission speed is enough for video calls. A drone flew over and hovered beside Yanqing. It made a sound of dialing a phone. After a while, Max, who looked like he had just woken up, was projected through the projector. My dear Master Yanqing, don't you know that my activities are mainly concentrated at night? Before Max finished speaking, a woman's arm was placed on his hairy chest. A charming female voice came out. Baron, who called you? A friend. A good friend. Baby, go give me that bottle of wine. Max said his female companion to get the wine, and turned to Yanqing and said, It's been a while since we last met. Come to my place sometime, and let's have a good drink. Yanqing did not comment on Max's style. Max, open your eyes and look at what's around me. What? It's so dark over there. Max looked closer. Then his expression changed rapidly. And then he shouted, Baby, wait until tomorrow to drink the wine. I have something to do and leave first. Instantly, a scene changed behind Max. Is that an angel? Belklin? Yes, Belklin. You found him. And the Thundercaller. You really found him. Then, is that me? After seeing the Black Dragon, Max's eyes were filled with sadness. Yanqing said, including the demon Sirius and Behemoth Howling Ridge. I found all 5 reverses. You should be aware of your situation. What can I do for you? By the way, your broken wings have been found. It is expected to be shipped to me tomorrow. Max took a deep breath. Seeing them and myself makes me feel a little emotional. Now that you have found us all, we can start the next plan. I will open up my divine power to you, which will help the construction of the 9-headed dragon database. My energy is also open to you, which should be able to solve many problems for you. Now let's talk about your divine body. Choo-Choo immediately called the searchlight to illuminate the angel Belklin. He stood supported by the metal bracket, nearly 10 meters tall. wearing a set of tattered armor. His right arm was cut off. His left chest collapsed, and there was a horizontal cut on his abdomen. His messy wings were folded behind his back. His appearance was peaceful, as if he was not dead, but asleep. Should I change my body to this appearance? No. Of course not. Max took out a bottle of wine from somewhere, took a sip of wine and said, "Angels are the creation of light elements, and their prototype is humans. Therefore, God ordered angels to become the guardians of the human race. You must know this. But there is one thing you don't know. The combat skill used by the human race, Angel Advent, was actually created by Belklin. At that time, he was still trying to obtain divine power, and he could already give the power given to angels by God to mortals. He is the one who has the most thorough understanding of the divine power, the creature closest to God, and the first target of the executioner." Max's introduction made Yinxing respect Belklin. Chichui said, "No wonder when the master released the Angel Advent, I felt that the light energy had traces of artificiality and was slightly different from the natural elements. It turned out to be this reason." "Sir Max, you said that angels are created by light elements. Does that mean that the angel Belklin can be decomposed?" "Angels are created by God and cannot be decomposed into light elements. But Belklin is different. After obtaining the divine power, he transformed his body. Now his body is composed of the light elements he created. The purpose of doing this is to make it easier for human knights to use angels to sin, because he has made this skill a part of his divine power." Chuichu suddenly realized Belklin's divine power did not disappear with his death, but was preserved in the form of the skill angels descend. As long as the master absorbs the light element that constitutes Belklin, when he activates the angels descend state, it is equivalent to obtaining Belklin's divine body and then possessing Belklin's divine power. This is the theory. Chapter 423 Big Leader. Theory? Yinxing looked up at the angel Belklin. "Since the world mechanism has arranged an executioner for me, it is not a theory. The research and development of the nine-headed dragon database and the divine body need to be accelerated. And the resurrection of the black dragon Grisha." Max said, "You need me to be resurrected?" "When? The sooner the better. You have to deal with the NI that I want to execute, and I will deal with my executioner after I obtain the power and divine body of the executioner." Chuchu used the nine-headed dragon database to increase the computing power for the world mechanism. 3 NI and 2 executioners are already very close to the limit that the world mechanism can bear. As long as the nine-headed dragon database can simulate multiple signs of reverse generation, we may be able to make the world mechanism explode. Max has learned from Chui that the executioner appeared to target Yinxing. "I understand. When you need me, I will definitely be by your side." Yinxing nodded and said to Chui, "The matter in Kurosawa City is left to you. I will go to Griffin Island to talk to Renluin Investment Bank. The amount of energy required to promote this plan is not what we can supply now." Chui replied, "Yes, Master. I will work with Max to complete the development of the nine-headed dragon database and the divine body within 4 months. During your stay in the real world, my secondary computing core will provide you with data services. I'm relieved to leave the matter to you. Let's go." Yinxing waved his hand, opened a door beside him, and walked in. It was the small apartment that he often went in and out, but never lived in. This time Yinxing did not leave in a veiled manner, but opened the window and jumped out directly from the 22nd floor. In the air, he finished the termination of the super-armed uniform, and then rose to an airspace of 10,000 meters under the multi-angle observation of various radars, and flew towards the direction of Griffin Island. As soon as he landed on Griffin Island, he was surrounded by Feng Tingyu and a group of Griffin Island security personnel. "Mr. Yinxing?" Feng Tingyu was very angry. Even though Yinxing came in a combat form, she still stepped forward and questioned, "I thought we had a tacit understanding that you would not show your ability in public. But just now you not only showed it, you also dared to ignore the safety of the national airspace. Do you know how big a mess you just made? I'm afraid the mess I made is not as big as the one you made. What are you doing with so many people here? Want to catch me?" Yinxing ignored the alert island security guards and walked towards Feng Tingyu. On the beach not far away, a group of tourists were taking pictures with their mobile phones. They all saw the scene of Yinxing falling from the sky just now, and his outfit was like a superhero in the movie. There were griffins flying in the sky, and the tourists riding on the backs of griffins were shouting and screaming. Many of them saw how Yinxing flew here. There were yachts floating in the sea, and many people on them also saw Yinxing's landing process. Griffin Island is open to the public, attracting a large number of tourists to watch this creature that once only existed in myths and legends. Yinxing attracted a lot of attention this time. Feng Tingyu waved his hand to let the security personnel disperse, and then said to Yinxing, "I don't know what you mean by this, but your behavior just now has indeed caused us a lot of trouble. I need an explanation." "I don't need to give you any explanation." Yinxing walked past Feng Tingyu. "I just need to show my strength to let you know what kind of person you are talking to now," Yinxing said as he walked, and stretched out his hand to the ocean, and snapped his fingers. The sky, which was originally clear, suddenly became windy and cloudy. A tornado formed on the sea, and lightning and thunder flashed in the sky. The tourists were scared of a storm that was about to form, and fled from the beach screaming. But they had just run a dozen steps, and the sea surface was light, and the clouds were gone. Returning to the beautiful scenery just now, Feng Tingyu, who was following Yinxing, clearly saw how he summoned the storm, and wiped it out when it was about to break out. Even the huge waves that had already rushed towards the coast retreated as he waved his hand. This power far exceeded the department's estimation of his strength. "Mr. Yinxing, what do you want to express?" Yinxing lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff and slowly exhaled. "Originally, I didn't want to expose my strength. I just wanted to make some money and live a relaxed life. But not all people who have my power think so." "Hichijou? Do you know him?" "Hichijou? Sorry, I don't know this person." Yinxing looked at Feng Tingyue's expression and knew that her authority prevented her from accessing such secrets. "Then go ask your superiors. Ask them, if Hichijou had my power, what would he do?" Feng Tingyu looked at Yinxing, who was behaving abnormally today, and turned to walk towards the office area of Griffin Island, and said to his subordinates through the intercom, "Organize all tourists on the island to return to the hotel on the grounds that there may be a storm. Remember to be gentle and don't cause panic." Feng Tingyu went to report and ask for instructions from the company's leaders. Yinxing continued to stand on the coast, looking at the sea and smoking. Tong Yitong came and stood with him. "I saw you flew here. You are not a flamboyant person. Did something happen?" Yinxing put out the cigarette in his hand, and then disarmed his super armor. "Something happened. There is an enemy I have to face, and I am very likely to be killed by him. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who can kill you." Yinxing sighed and said, "I didn't believe it before, but this time it's true. Walk with me. This may be my last leisurely walk." Tong Yitong caught up with Yinxing, who was walking along the coastline. "Can you tell me what happened? Although my strength is weak, I am willing to fight for you." Yinxing smiled and said, "I'm very tired during this period. If you can walk with me, it will be the greatest help to me. Tell me what interesting things have happened recently. Our business on Griffin Island looks good. Are you making a lot of money?" Seeing Yinxing refuse to speak, Tong Yitong did not continue to ask. "I'll walk with you, and we can walk as long as we want." While Yinxing and Tong Yitong were walking, Feng Tingyu contacted the leader of Renluan Investment Bank through a special communication device. She first reported Yinxing's abnormal performance and ability to change the situation today, and then said, "Yinxing just asked me if I knew a person named Hichijou, and said, what would happen if Hichijou had his kind of power? Who is Hichijou? And how could he make Yinxing do such a stressful behavior?" The name Hichijou made the person on the other side of the communication screen look pale. What else did Yinxing say? Nothing. He seemed very confident that we would give him the response he wanted because of Hichijou. "Leader, how should I reply to him?" "Tell Yinxing that I will fly to Griffin Island at night." Feng Tingyu was shocked. "Leader, you are coming to Griffin Island? This is on the high seas. Yinxing made such a big fuss on Griffin Island just to meet me on Griffin Island. We should have met a long time ago. And since Hichijou is involved, we should meet even more." Feng Tingyu had no choice but to say, "Okay. I will strengthen the defense force on the island, and will definitely protect your safety. Thank you for your help. See you tonight?" At night on Griffin Island, most of the tourists on the island gathered in the hotel. Security personnel were searching for those who did not return to the hotel in the mountains and forests of the island. The office area on the island was guarded every 3 steps and every 5 steps. Everyone was armed, and no one was allowed to approach. The staff were also ordered to stay in their rooms and not to go out. Feng Tingyu took Yinxing to meet the leader from Renluan Investment Bank and introduced him on the way. "Mr. Yang is the executive general manager of our Renluan Investment Bank. You should know his true identity." This time, Mr. Yang came to Griffin Island to see you with great sincerity. I also hope that you will have a pleasant meeting. My sincerity is also very strong. Walking to the door of a room, the bodyguard standing outside stopped the two and asked to search Yinxing. But before Feng Tingyu could explain, Yinxing disappeared. Feng Tingyu and the bodyguard rushed in and saw Yinxing standing opposite Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang was quite calm. Feng Tingyu stays. You go out. After the bodyguard went out and closed the door, Mr. Yang extended his hand to Yinxing kindly. It's really eye-opening. Is this a supernatural power? Or a magic? Yinxing shook hands with Mr. Yang. Whether it's a supernatural power, a magic, or magic, it's actually a way to use energy. Just like we use fossil energy, wind energy, solar energy, and nuclear energy to generate electricity. The process is different, but the result is the same. Please sit down. Please sit down. Mr. Yang invited Yinxing to sit down. After Feng Tingyu poured tea and sat down, he asked, regarding Hichijo, I want to know where you have seen him. Yinxing replied, I have not seen Hichijo, but I have seen some of his information. I also know that he lost control when he was receiving supernatural training, causing great losses to you. You haven't seen Hichijo? Mr. Yang was very puzzled. But how do you know that he has the same power as you? Flying in the sky and hiding in the ground. Calling the wind and rain, like a walking nuclear bomb. Yinxing said, I don't want to talk too much about my affairs. I just want to tell you that compared with the power I am showing now, Hichijo's power will only be stronger than that. A walking nuclear bomb. I underestimated him. You must be responsible for what you said. Do you have any evidence? You just said that you have never seen Hichijo. Mr. Yang questioned. Yinxing has made him scratch his head. If there is a stronger and more uncontrollable Hichijo, wouldn't it be the end of the world? I have no evidence. I am just stating a fact. Hichijo's strength is constantly increasing. You know this? Now he has disappeared for more than 100 days. To what extent has his strength increased? According to my prediction, when Hichijo appears again, his strength can only be described in one word. What word? God. Mr. Yang couldn't help but laugh. God. That is something that has never existed. We are all atheists. Yinxing also laughed and said, Can you prove that God has never existed? Just like the griffin, before it really stood in front of you. Do you think it ever existed? Mr. Yang couldn't laugh anymore because of Yinxing's words. But he still insisted, No. 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 This is not a concept. If God exists, shouldn't he be immortal? Where is God? Everything in the world has life and death. And God is not immortal, but just has mastered a more advanced way of using energy. The rise and fall of the world depends on his thoughts. Mr. Yang finally took the concept proposed by Yinxing seriously. Yinxing's way of using energy is incredible enough. If there is a more advanced way of using energy, it is not an exaggeration to call it a god. When Mr. Yang was lost in thought, Feng Tingyu, who had read Hichijo's information, asked, I admit that Hichijo, as a special human being produced by genetic optimization, is indeed very, very excellent. But in such a short time, he can become a god. Is it so easy to become a god? Yinxing replied, Buddhism has becoming a Buddha on the spot, and Taoism has enlightenment in one day. We don't care how Hichijo becomes a god. Mr. Yang, what do you think Hichijo will do after becoming a god? At this time, Mr. Yang's brows were deeply furrowed. Genetically optimized people are indeed very good, but most of them have natural defects in character and spirit. There is only a thin line between genius and madness. Although Hichijo is a little withdrawn, his personality test is the best among all genetically optimized people. That's why we let him participate in the development of superpowers to speed up the development of this project. In fact, we were all deceived by him. He deceived the machine and emotion experts to get superpowers and escaped. In the process of our pursuit of him, he showed a very strong desire for destruction. I have no doubt that if he had the power of God, he would definitely destroy this world. The world mechanism created such an executioner at this point in time. Is it preparing to destroy the world when executing Yinxing? And in a certain sense, the end of the real world rushing up along the technology tree is also a path to try to touch the divine power. It is a potential reverse. One executioner executes two reverses at the same time. The world mechanism is calculating very carefully. Yinxing said, according to the insurance agreement between us, I have the obligation to clean up the mess you made in the field of superpowers. But is not easy to clean up. And the money you paid for insurance is definitely worth it. But to deal with Ichijo, I still need your help. And I can't guarantee that I can deal with him. After hearing what Yanqing said, Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu were stunned. Feng Tingyu stared at Yanqing and said, "You said that Ichijo's power will become a god. And you said you can deal with him. Does it mean that you are also?" Mr. Yang said, "God?" Chapter 424 Visiting. The concept of God has a great impact on staunch atheists like Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu. Especially Yanqing, who is sitting opposite them. Maybe God. Yanqing smiled and said, "God is just a pure noun. Irrelevant to faith. A life form that masters a higher level of energy use. It can be any name. I call it God just to let you intuitively understand the level of power that Ichijo will soon obtain." Mr. Yang took out a medicine box from his pocket, poured out a few pills from it, and swallowed them. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "This information is really too explosive. His authenticity is still your one-sided statement. No matter what help you need us to provide, please show us more things that can convince us." Mr. Yang did not dare to make any promises to Yanqing on this matter. This promise was not something he could make. Yanqing briefly considered. "I have just said that I will only state one fact during this meeting. About insurance. I am just joking with you. For months later, Ichijo will gain full power, and I will stop him from destroying the world. In terms of power comparison, I am a little weaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Our battle will also cause devastating damage to the world, especially since the battle site is likely to be in our country. In order to defeat Ichijo as soon as possible, I need energy, a lot of energy. If you are willing to provide me with energy, I can give you a batch of equipment. Put these equipment in the power station, and when I need electricity, I can quickly get energy." Mr. Yang asked, "How many power stations do you need?" "The more the better. Preferably all." "This is impossible. We can't take this risk. I can't even be sure of the truth of what you said. If you..." Mr. Yang didn't continue. But Yanqing knew what he meant. "If what? How much do you think the fame and wealth that you mortals like will still be attractive to me? Even if I have a purpose that I can't tell you. Which one is better for you? Having a god or a nationwide blackout? Our cooperation has always been very pleasant. And my work style must have always been within your tolerance. Are you willing to take risks on me? Or take risks on Ichijo? Betting that his strength is within your control?" The power displayed by Ichijo when he disappeared last was beyond the handling range of Renluin Investment Bank and related departments. It was only because he had not appeared again for a long time that the information was suppressed. But according to the growth of Ichijo's strength shown by his several appearances, such a long time has passed. If he appears again, he must be an uncontrollable existence. We can only ask Yanqing to solve it. But handing over the national power to Yanqing, it's not something that can be decided here on a whim. I need to report. Mr. Yang said, "Can you let me know the power you have now?" "Sure." Yanqing agreed very straightforwardly. "To get what you want, you need to show your strength." After that, Yanqing knocked on the table. A portal opened next to him, and a hard demon wearing medical clothes and a mask came out. After placing 2 badges on the table, the hard demon saluted Yanqing and retreated into the portal. Feng Tingyu looked very ugly. The guards here were all arranged by her personally, but they came and went as they pleased, and ignored the layers of guards. "Mr. Yanqing, if this is a display of power, although it is powerful, it is not friendly." Yanqing thought about his actions and admitted, "Yes, I didn't think it through. But I have no ill intentions. And I am not showing my strength in this way. I just opened the portal for convenience." "Just for convenience?" Feng Tingyu's face became even uglier. At this time, the 2 badges on the table projected the image of Chue Chue upwards. Judging from her expression, she should be her secondary computing core. "Master, please authorize the magic weapons P35 and P36. Yanqing said, "Give these 2 temporary use authorization." "Yes, Master. Temporary authorization of magic weapons P35. P36. Issued by Master. Temporary users of magic weapons P35. P36. Please stand up so that I can scan your body data." Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu stood up immediately. Scan completed. The storage space of magic weapons P35. P36 is opened, and the components are adjusted. Adjustment completed. Magic weapons P35. P36 released. The 2 badges placed on the table floated in the air. And then after a strong light flashed, they split into dozens of components of different shapes and sizes. These components flew around Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu, and quickly completed the chimera and assembly. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were covered. Feng Tingyu's figure was still curvy after she was dressed because she insisted on exercising. But Mr. Yang had a big belly, which made the armor that should have been very majestic become very funny. When Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu felt this armor that looked very much like Armor Hero, Yin Xing's voice rang in their ears through the internal communicator. You too. Since your strength is not enough to drive this armor, I have restricted the function of the armor. You can try to use the flying ability, as long as you want. Feng Tingyu quickly mastered the essentials of flying. Her feet left the ground, and her body floated up. At first, it was a little shaky because of nervousness, but soon, it was able to freely control the direction of flight. Although Mr. Yang was a little slow to comprehend, after trying, he also flew up with the self-correction mechanism of the armor. This is amazing! Yinxing also finished dressing up in super armor at this moment. He opened a portal above his head, and then went up into the portal. Come in. We'll fly higher. Mr. Yang controlled the armor to follow Yinxing up through the portal, and Feng Tingyu followed immediately. The portal disappeared. Yinxing, Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu appeared in the airspace of Griffin Island 1,000 meters away. It was already late at night, and lights were on everywhere on the island. But the stars in the sky were even brighter. Feng Tingyu caught up with Yinxing. Where are we going? To visit the space station. What? Feng Tingyu and Mr. Yang couldn't believe their ears. Can this door be visited casually? But under Yinxing's command, the two magic weapons accelerated their ascent. The current flight performance of magic weapons is not yet capable of reaching the Earth's orbit. But Yinxing's super weapon pulls the two magic weapons through suction force, and uses the planet's magnetic field to generate repulsion to achieve anti-gravity effect. Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu were taken up like this. The shadow side of the Earth was dark, and soon the sun's light appeared in the direction of the curved horizon. Yinxing asked Chuichu's secondary computing core about the current status of the magic weapons. The answer he got was that everything was normal. Although the performance of magic weapons is not as good as super weapons. They were developed for magic wars, and can handle the space environment. But for safety, Yinxing still let the two magic weapons turn on the magic shield to resist different types of rays in space. At this time, Mr. Yang and Feng Tingyu were speechless, looking at the Earth that turned into a ball. They never thought that they would enter space in this way one day. Flying up directly, traveling above the 9 heavens, and traveling thousands of miles a day. Isn't it something that only gods can do? What kind of power is this? Mr. Yang had no way to judge. He only knew what people with this power meant to the Earth. This is God. A god that must be possessed at all costs. At this moment, it is unknown how many satellites in this orbit are looking at this place, and how many national leaders are gathering their staff to look at this place in the most confidential office. But he knows, when the three of them visit the National Space Station in this way, the world of tomorrow will no longer be the world of yesterday. Mr. Yinxing, please let me talk to our friends in the space station, and don't let them be frightened by our visit. It should be, according to the coordinates given by Chui. Yinxing took Mr. Yin and Feng Tingyu to fly in the universe. When he saw the satellite of the stars and stripes, he cut off the solar panels. After communicating with the astronauts, Mr. Yin received a reply from the astronauts in the space station. Welcome friends from Renluan Investment Bank to visit us. We are ready to entertain the distinguished guests who have come from afar. It is not easy to have visitors in such a place. And the visitors came in this way. Knock on the door directly. The three visiting astronauts, Yinxing, were welcomed into the space station by the astonished astronauts. Then three people talked to each other, and no one knew what to say. Yinxing, who was floating in weightlessness, disarmed his super arms and magic weapons. Looking at the novel space station, he said, I will apply gravity here. Will it affect you? Apply gravity? Can we do that? But thinking of the way the other party came, the astronaut pointed in a direction and said, gravity should be in this direction. And it is best to add gravity slowly. We need a process of adaptation. Then apply 1/10 of the Earth's gravity. A little gravity is always more convenient. Yinxing gave orders to the secondary computing core. The gravity effect was applied slowly, and the three astronauts immediately grabbed the floating objects and quickly stuffed them into the right place. As the sense of gravity gradually became more obvious, the 6 people stepped on the floor of the space station. Yinxing waved his hand, and a table appeared. followed by 6 chairs. Then, plates of snacks and dishes were placed on the table. 6 glasses, and a bottle of white wine. After Yinqing opened the wine, he asked, "Can you drink here?" Mr. Yang immediately said, "Yes. Mr. Yinqing is visiting our space station today. So let's all drink a little." Xiao Ya. Pour the wine. Feng Tingyu took the bottle from Yinqing and poured wine into the 6 glasses one by one. Yinqing's fingers released a flame and touched the hot dishes to heat them. He also said, "I always prepare some food for myself wherever I go. First for the convenience of entertaining friends, and second for my own safety. Today, most of us met for the first time, and in such a special place. Come, let's drink first." Everyone else looked at Mr. Yang, especially the 3 astronauts, who had no idea what Yinqing was like. Mr. Yang had experienced many ups and downs after all, and he clinked his wine glass with Yinqing. Originally, we should have entertained Mr. Yinqing, but compared with this table of wine and food, our food here is a bit shabby. But no matter what, we are definitely the first wave in human history to have a feast and drink here. Come on, let's drink this glass. After a glass of wine, the relationship instantly became much closer. After 3 rounds of eating and drinking, Yinqing brought out a copper hot pot, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Mr. Yang was dipping a piece of tripe in the hot pot, and asked Yinqing intentionally or unintentionally, "Does this hot pot burn oxygen?" Yinqing knew what Mr. Yang was worried about. "No. Even if it is this water vapor, you don't have to worry. See this cup?" Yinqing pointed to a glass cup next to him, which had condensed a lot of water, and the entire closed cabin was not filled with smoke because of the hot pot. "Then I feel relieved." Mr. Yang laughed and put the tripe dip into his mouth. The astronauts also ate and drank without worry. Although the food here is not bad, it is definitely not this kind of food. The 6 people ate and drank like this. It really felt like visiting a friend for dinner. During this period, Yinqing and General Manager Yang never mentioned the power plant, because everything that should be said has been reported. Yinqing's strength has also been recorded by various devices in the space station, and then sent back to the ground in an encrypted signal. Now they are eating live, and I don't know how many people are watching. I don't know what scale of meeting is being held. Yinqing and General Manager Yang are waiting for news. This electricity, is it given or not? Give! This is the ultimate order received by General Manager Yang. Yinqing used his strength to prove his value, and also used his strength to prove the credibility of his words. As he said before, with such power, what else do mortals need him to set up such a big game? Hichijou's threat is real. If Hichijou can fly directly to the space station like Yinqing, or even stronger, the Earth has no force to fight against such a force. At present, it seems that Yinqing is on our side. Helping him is helping ourselves. Only if he can defeat Hichijou can the country avoid the fate of being destroyed. The most important thing is, God, can you push outward? As long as we don't provide you with electricity, there are many countries in the world willing to use all their electricity to exchange for a god. When Yinqing knocked on the hatch of the space station under the gaze of countless satellites, the world entered the mythological era. Only by leaving the gods behind can we be qualified to dominate the mythological era. Yinqing was very satisfied with this answer. After the 9-headed dragon database is completed, the god-making project will consume a huge amount of energy. And this amount of energy is far from enough for the eternal territory to provide. Even if the energy of the Snowland and Silvermane Kingdom is added together, it is far from enough. The progress of the decisive battle is accelerated, and the eternal territory is not allowed to build more magic reactors. Yinqing can only come to the real world to find a solution. More than 10 billion kilowatt-hours of daily power generation is enough to start the 9-headed dragon god-making project. Chapter 425 Heart of God. The Elders' Council of the Cloud Tower. With the 3 theocratic elders still absent, the elemental elders sat around the conference table. The great elder who presided over the meeting asked, "Our decisive battle with the Thunder Swamp is approaching. Elder Elvin, is there any change in the eternal territory? Have you found a large number of alchemists in the Thunder Alliance Swamp?" Elder Elvin was responsible for negotiating the rules of the decisive battle with the eternal territory, and he went to the eternal territory several times during this period of preparation. In response to the great elder's inquiry, Elvin replied, "The eternal territory has invited a large number of heroes from the Silvermane Kingdom and the Snow Elves to participate in this final battle. Now these heroes are in the Rift Mountain Castle for training. No alchemists suspected to be from Thunder Swamp were found. The alchemists from Thunder Swamp are still hiding, which is definitely not good news for the Cloud Tower, which is ready to go all out. What does Yanqing want to do? According to the rules agreed upon by both parties, a battle of honor in the traditional way of war. If the Eternal Territory does not invite the alchemists from Thunder Swamp, it will not have the strength to fight a decisive battle with the Cloud Tower. The Cloud Tower is afraid of the Thunder Swamp alchemist group that has been hiding, not the Eternal Territory that is pushed to the front. Could it be that they want to sneak attack the tower while we are not in the Cloud Tower during the decisive battle? An elder expressed his analysis. Another elder said, the tower is in an independent space, without the help of internal mages for spatial positioning. People from the outside can't get in. Besides, there are so many defensive alchemy magics here. I hope that Thunder Swamp will attack the tower, so that we can close the space and be trapped here by them. What I am worried about is, Thunder Swamp will ambush us on the battlefield of the Century War. Elvin said, the Century War stipulates that both sides can only send 20,000 people to participate in the war, no matter what the result is. No more personnel are allowed. Yanqing built more than 40 large floating stands on the battlefield of the Century, and he also broadcast the scene of the decisive battle in Frostleaf City, Storm City, New Tower City, and Eternal Territory. If he violates the rules, his long-accumulated credit will be gone. Without prestige, how can he rule the world? When it comes to the large floating stands built by Yanqing on the Century battlefield, many elders are still confused. During the construction of the floating stands, the Cloud Tower sent mages to monitor the entire process, and did not find that the Eternal Territory hid alchemical weapons and magic inside. So, Yanqing spent so much energy and materials to build so many large floating stands. What is the purpose? Is it really because he thinks he has a sure victory and wants to humiliate the Cloud Tower in front of the world's heroes? I can't figure it out. All the elders can't figure it out. Finally, the great elder stood up. His water elemental body was almost transparent. The purpose of Yanqing building the floating stand is unknown, but since we haven't discovered it yet, there is no need to worry about it anymore. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is pale and powerless. If we can win, we will definitely win. If we are destined to lose, it is probably our fate. We have been hiding in the tower for hundreds of years, just to pursue the mystery of immortality. We have no intention of provoking disputes. But Thunder Swamp has started this long-planned war to replace us. This battle is for the honor of the tower, and for the beliefs we have always upheld. I believe that God will stand on our side. And victory belongs to the tower. Victory belongs to the tower. The elders shouted in unison. The great elder announced, open the teleportation array. All the tower mages participating in the battle, teleport to Gaoshan City. Dozens of large portals were opened on the outside of the tower in the clouds. A large number of tower mages took off from different locations, passed through the portals, and appeared in the sky of the mountains. At this time, the army gathered in Gaoshan City. The sky was full of floating warships and airships. The 150,000 orc and human coalition forces, armed with traditional weapons and wearing armor, lined up outside the city. Although they will not participate in the battle of the century, they will go to the decisive battle site to cheer for their heroes who are participating in the battle. When the tower mages passed through the portal and arrived at the mountain city, the orcs beat the war drums placed on the backs of giant pack animals. The ground army and the air group marched towards the century battlefield together, while the tower elemental mages were heading to the century battlefield. In the Cloud Tower Theocracy Laboratory, 3 Theocracy elders were excitedly surrounding a human-shaped luminous body. Have we succeeded? Not yet. But we are very, very close to it. It seems so close that you can touch it with your hand. Ridiculous elemental mages. They actually took all the tower mages to fight a childish decisive battle with the enemy. It's a pity that they never sent anyone to ask us. If they came, they would know that we were about to gain the ability to turn them and their enemies into ashes with a wave of our hands. Master Raphael, what should we do next? How to take the key to the divine power out of the experimental furnace? Yes, Master Raphael. You never told us how to take out the divine key. We can understand that you kept it secret before, but now you should fulfill your promise and tell us. While the 2 elders were talking, Master Raphael, who was hunched over in a red magic robe, looked at the experimental furnace in front of him without saying a word. Master Raphael came back to his senses when his companions reminded him again. I am old and a little excited. I didn't hear your call. It's time to fulfill my promise and tell you this last step. Raphael picked up a magic wand from the side and leaned on it, slowly walking towards the human-shaped luminous body. We are also excited. The two mage elders looked at Raphael expectantly. It was Raphael who invited the two to separate from the elemental school and establish the theocracy school, hoping to gain eternal life by obtaining theocracy. The entire research project was designed by Raphael. He disclosed the entire research and development plan to his companions, except for the last step of taking out the key of theocracy. God created all things in the world, but he loves humans alone, and even created a world for humans. Although I have never seen it, it must be a heaven that is 10,000 times more beautiful and wonderful than ours. God prefers humans, and hides part of his divine power in the human body. By cracking the secrets of humans, you can get the divine key to unlock the divine power in your body. Raphael slowly narrated while admiring his own work. The two elders listened patiently, but Raphael said at this time, "But a divine key can only allow one person to obtain divine power." Then Raphael knocked down the staff heavily, and a solid crystal wall rose up to surround him and the experimental furnace. When the two elders realized that Raphael was going to take the divine key for himself, it was too late. They quickly attacked the crystal wall with magic, but the crystal wall could not be destroyed in a short time. They angrily insulted Raphael, but could only watch from outside the crystal wall as Raphael reached his hand into the chest of the experimental subject's furnace. He took out a heart emitting colorful light from it. The heart beat in Raphael's hand, and he said excitedly, "The so-called divine key is actually the heart of God. As long as I change to the heart of God, I will gain divine power and become a god." Raphael untied his robe to reveal his shriveled chest, and took a dagger from the operating table and cut open his chest without hesitation. He chanted a spell to keep himself awake and energetic. He endured the pain and continued to cut, then dug out his heart. Blood rushed. Raphael took out his heart and put it into the experimental furnace, and then stuffed the heart of God into his chest. Then he disappeared from the spot after a shake. The crystal wall was shattered by the two elders at this moment. They rushed over to catch Raphael, but only caught a ball of air. "Damn Raphael. He deceived us. He just got the heart of God. He must not have the divine power yet. And he has shed so much blood. Now is his weakest time. Find him, and snatch the heart of God." The tower in the clouds is in a closed independent space. Raphael did not break the space wall just now, but used the space movement magic. He is still in the tower. There is only one heart of God. How should we divide it? Whoever grabs it will keep it, and he is obliged to help the other person refine the second heart of God. Okay. The two elders left the laboratory to search for Raphael. After the heart of God was taken from the furnace on the test bench, the light on the body gradually weakened. Soon it turned into a black-haired boy. In his chest, a heart was beating strongly. Then a stronger light enveloped him. The palace of the Lord of the Eternal Territory. Yinxing put on the dress specially prepared for the battle of the century under the service of Chuichu. Max sat beside him, holding a fruit plate and eating apple pieces with a toothpick. "Master Yinxing, your eternal territory really opened my eyes. It is simply moving industrialization from another world to this world. And it took such a short time. What I can't imagine is, you can make the undead willing to work for you. Your factory is definitely the most profitable factory. Both worlds." Yinxing looked left and right in the mirror, and asked Max, "How are you? I can feel that something is really opening up in my body. It should be the reverse that requires me to execute. And the world mechanism is giving me the authority of executioner." Yinxing's words immediately changed McCree's expression. "So fast? It seems that the world mechanism has accelerated the progress. As for me, don't worry. My body has been repaired. When you need me, I will appear." Yinxing took a deep breath. Then he asked Chuichu, "Are you ready?" "Master, your army has assembled on the western plains of the Rift Mountain Fortress. The audience is entering the floating stands one after another through the airship. Heroes from all over the world have gathered in Frostleaf City, New Tower City, Storm City, and our Eternal City. The undead lords of the Corrosion Land have also come, and they wish you victory in the battle of the century. This is definitely a grand occasion that has never been seen in the history of this world. At the turn of the century, everyone wants to witness history. What is the situation at the Cloud Tower?" According to the latest reconnaissance intelligence, the participating mages of the Cloud Tower have arrived at Gaoshan City. It is estimated that the number of tower mages is between 3,000 and 4,000. and many of them are high-level mages whose bodies have been transformed into elements. The orcs have also sent a large number of heroes to join the battle sequence. Hearing that there are 3,000 to 4,000 tower mages, Yanxing was quite surprised. Are there so many tower mages? This should be considered as a desperate effort. Master, on paper, we are at a disadvantage. After all, we don't have so many high-level heroes. But we are not just strong on paper. Yanxing finally adjusted his appearance. We have you. Perform well. Whether this war can be resolved cleanly and beautifully in the Cloud Tower depends on your performance. Chuichu stood at attention and saluted. Master, please rest assured. Chuchu will complete the mission. Let's go and join our army. A portal opened, and Yanxing took Chuchu in. Max disappeared at some point. Yanxing flew out of a portal opened in the air. Below was a large plain. More than 100,000 troops from the Eternal Territory, Silver Mane Kingdom, and Snow Elves formed a combined army and stood in the wilderness in square formations. In front of us are thousands of tanks, chariots, rocket launchers, missile launchers, and self-propelled artillery. In the air, fighter planes of different models are slowly circling in the airspace at different altitudes. In the front are the troops participating in the War of the Century. 20,000 heroes and soldiers, including humans, elves, werewolves, lizardmen, goblins, undead. Most of them were traditional armor and hold traditional weapons. Only a few hundred heroes were magic weapons. Yanxing floats in the air, reviewing his legion like a king. The soldiers below shout in unison. Master Yanxing! Master Yanxing! Master Yanxing! The sound waves covered one after another. Yanxing flew from the back of the army to the front, then fell from the air and rode on the back of his beloved horse Feiying. Beside him was Zybel riding a warhorse. As the lord and the future lord's wife, the two stood at the forefront of the entire army. You are very beautiful today. Yanxing praised Zybel, who was also wearing a gorgeous dress. Zybel smiled and replied, Thank you. You are more like a lord than usual. Oh, then what do I usually look like? Like, Zybel thought seriously, like a father who is worried about his children, like a businessman who runs around, like a farmer, like a warrior, like a wise man. Like many people, but only today like a king. Yanxing laughed. After this battle, I will marry you and be a good king. I am ready, my majesty. Then let us start a new century. Yanxing raised his fist above his head. All troops, forward. Chapter 426 The Battle of the Century. On the battlefield of the century, 42 giant floating stands floated in the airspace of 300 to 500 meters. And the step seats were filled with heroes from all over the world. Surrounding the giant floating stands, there were nearly 100 airships floating to provide services for the audience in the stands. It took only 4 months for the Eternal Territory to complete the construction of this spectacle, which effectively demonstrated the terror-making and coordination capabilities of the Eternal Territory to the world's heroes. The audience sat in the stands, looking around and feeling shocked. At the same time, a concept arose in their hearts. The defeat of the Cloud Tower was not unfair. The battle of the century has not started yet. But most of the heroes who came to watch have already made their judgment in their hearts. Even if the Cloud Tower can win here, the Thunder Swamp will still dominate the new century in the future. The Cloud Tower cannot defeat the Thunder Swamp, which has such exquisite alchemy technology and such powerful production capacity. No! The Thunder Swamp alchemists, who have been hiding, are still hiding. All this is just done by the Eternal Leader, who is pushed in front of them. If the alchemists of the Thunder Swamp go out in person, what kind of miracles can they create? I am really looking forward to it. After a long wait, 2 armies appeared from the east and west sides of the century battlefield respectively. In order to show off their own momentum, the Thunder Alliance and the Cloud Alliance brought their most elite troops. And the line of troops stretched as far as the eye could see. Various flying units in the sky covered the sky and the sun. The momentum of the dark clouds pressing down on the city made the audience caught in the middle nervous. If both sides did not follow the rules and launch hundreds of thousands of troops to fight here, could we still leave alive? Just when the audience was worried, the giant floating stand unfolded a protective shield and raised its height to increase the distance from the ground. The view was better. The armies of both sides stopped 1 kilometer away from the century battlefield. And the army participating in the century war continued to move forward. The Cloud Alliance sent 20,000 people to fight. Most of them were heroes. Orc ogres and some human heavy warriors were on the front line. And the two wings were human knights and wolf knights. Some of the tower mages took off, and some hid in the ground army formation. Standard traditional offensive army formation. The general tactic is to push forward in the middle, spread out on both wings to form a pincer attack on the enemy's flanks, and concentrate air power to attack the enemy's key areas. The Thunder Alliance also sent 20,000 people to fight. Most of them were non-hero units, and the races were very complex. And it was different from the traditional dense army formation arranged by the Cloud Alliance. The Thunder Alliance's army formation was very loose. 3 people form a group, and the interval between groups is generally more than 1 meter. The military formation arranged in this way appears extremely large after being deployed, and the horizontal line of troops alone is twice as long as that of the Cloud Alliance. Among the audience in the sky stand, there are many excellent military commanders, and they all cannot see the significance of the Thunder Alliance's military formation in this way. This formation, like a fishing net, is not only not conducive to concentrating forces for attack, but also difficult to effectively cover the defensive magic of the warriors. The enemy army, which was basically formed into a fist, was scattered as soon as it rushed. The armies of both sides kept approaching each other during the march. The Cloud Alliance mage began to prepare for the magic before the battle. Circles of status magic spread in the array, and the tower mages in the air deployed magic shields to provide magic protection for the entire army. The dense military formation made the magic effect very significant. The army of the Thunder Alliance did not make any magic preparations while marching, and the entire army advanced in a naked magic protection state. Yinxing and his fiancée Zybel, who rode on war horses at the front of the army, also did not apply any magic status to themselves. The two horses ran side by side, moving forward in unison. What does the Thunder Alliance want to do? No new weapons are allowed in this battle, and even magic is not allowed. Didn't you see the light emanating from the army of the Cloud Alliance, which is more gorgeous than a rainbow? The drums of war thundered. The two armies continued to approach. Yinxing could already see the enemy army coming from the front, while riding on the horse. A giant floating stand floated overhead, full of science fiction. Blow! Yinxing called out in his mind, and was quickly responded by Chui. Master, I'm here. Is the war system of the Century battlefield ready? Report to the master. The war monitoring system installed on the 42 giant floating stands has completed the startup and self-test procedures. The availability rate of 1,542 probes is 99.5%. And there are 450 intelligent cores responsible for timely data collection of war, which can accurately distinguish and track 50,000 units. 42 war servers are operating normally. Information communication with the Eternal Territory is normal. Our war communication channel is normal. Energy supply is sufficient. The Nine-Headed Dragon database is connected. The long-distance transmission chain of the Nine-Headed Dragon energy is unobstructed. The Transmission Equipment Center has allocated 67% of the computing capacity to the Century battlefield. 3 orbital satellites are in place, and the Planetary Magnetic Field Solution chain is unobstructed. Master, Chui is responsible for battlefield data link support. Please rest assured. Very good. Then, prepare to attack. Yes, Master. In the headphones worn by the Laming soldiers participating in the war, Chui's voice sounded, Hello, soldier. I am Chui, the battlefield dispatcher of this century war. I am very happy to be with you today and at this moment, personally bringing the world into the new century. Please be sure to strictly follow my instructions. Forget your existence as an individual. Forget the existence of your enemies. Treat yourself as a chess piece, and attack in the designated direction using the designated combat skills along the path I have opened up for you. Now, turn on the holographic visual display in your helmet. At the same time, a pair of lenses were lowered from the helmets of the Laming soldiers, and commands were displayed on the lenses. After the distance between the two armies entered a range of 1,000 meters, Yinxing led all the heroes equipped with super weapons and magic weapons to take off. The armor was put on in the air. Accelerate the advance in the air. The high tower mages in the air of the Cloud Alliance advanced 100 meters to provide frontier magic presets for their ground troops. Large magic arrays were spread out in the open space between the two sides, and the elemental energy gathered to form a large light curtain. The probes installed on the giant floating stands transmitted the collected data information to the background, and the intelligent core on standby in the background analyzed the magic being produced through elemental attributes, magic structure, and magic array patterns. Then the sorted information flow was sent to Chue for final information processing. Chue formulated a counter strategy based on the magic released by the opponent according to the analysis, and finally decomposed the strategy and issued instructions to his own heroes. The heroes of the Thunder Alliance received the instructions, but the scattered instructions were not something they could understand. Most of the heroes just decomposed and assembled a part of the magic structure according to the spell release angle given by the holographic glasses and released it. Each hero only needs to consume a little magic power to complete his simple structure. Large magic beams were fired forward from the Thunder Alliance army. These beams gathered during the flight, adding layers and merging to form thicker beams. The beams flew over the army, landed and unfolded the magic circle, gathering elemental energy to generate magic. The magic counterattack took effect, and the preset magic of the Cloud Alliance Tower Mage was detonated one by one due to interference. The explosion caused the ground to shake, and the manic magic elements shot out in all directions, forming brilliant fireworks. The Tower Mages did not expect that the large-scale magic they carefully prepared would be destroyed so easily by the opponent. They did not even use the high-level heroes flying in the air. Instead, hundreds of heroes on the ground cast spells together. How did they do this? You should know that the more people participate in the formation of a magic structure, the higher the failure rate, especially when their positions are so scattered. This kind of linked release of magic should not be successful at all. And the magic they released just happened to counter the preset magic released by their own side one by one. How did they see it? The first magic battle. The Tower Mages couldn't help but feel a knot in their hearts. It felt like they were not fighting against 20,000 enemy troops, but fighting against one person. The two armies were still approaching, and the Tower Mages didn't have time to think too much. The drummers following the Cloud Alliance beat the war drums more urgently. The orc heroes in the army roared, and the war cry skills were released to buff their warriors again. At this time, the Cloud Alliance army was really full of light and colorful. On the other hand, the Thunder Alliance army was still dispersed, marching without any magic state. The two armies continued to approach, and the depressing atmosphere became stronger and stronger, and even the stands in the sky were silent. At the moment of entering the magic attack range, the heroes in front of both sides released magic at the same time. Countless magic beams flew up, transformed into lightning, flames, ice cones, and rocks in the air, and smashed towards the place. But most of them hit the magic shield. The magic shield of the Cloud Alliance has a special tower wizard responsible for defense, who unfolds the shield wall to provide shield defense for the entire army. And the magic shield of the Thunder Alliance is really a shield. The hero in front responsible for magic attack is only responsible for attacking, and the hero in the back releases a thick and small protective shield forward according to the direction given by Chue. These shields are arranged in rows at different heights in a fish scale shape, although there are large gaps between the shields. Due to the angle, the magic attack flying from the front will only hit the shield. Chue knew that his side was at a disadvantage in the magic confrontation. In order to let his heroes retain enough magic power for the real battle, Chue calculated and maximized the magic confrontation effect while trying to save his magic reserves. The two armies continued to approach each other in the magic exchange. Occasionally, magic that penetrated the shield caused casualties. But for two armies of 20,000, these casualties were not a serious injury. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, some powerful magic was cast, and the army's casualties increased. But the Laming army still only used magic shields for defense, and did not release magic status for its own soldiers. Are they crazy? Don't they want to win? 100 meters. The warriors of the Cloud Alliance launched a charge, and the brave orcs swept towards the loose Thunder Alliance army like a wave. Such a short distance. For a hero, it only takes a few seconds to rush to the other side. At this time, there is no chance to release status magic. The orcs roared, waving their weapons, gathering their strongest combat skills, and rushing towards the enemy. But he saw that countless space portals were open beside the Thunder Alliance warriors. The Thunder Alliance warriors stepped sideways and walked into the portal. And after walking out, they all came to the back of the Cloud Alliance army. Nearly 20,000 warriors completed the space teleportation accurately at the same time. All the heroes in the stands, and in the 4 big cities, who were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. Space skills, which are top-level magic that only high-level heroes can access, can be used so cheaply? Can it be used so easily? There was silence on the battlefield again, And even the orc drummers, who were beating the drums, stopped beating the drums, because they were surrounded by warriors from the Thunder Alliance. At this time, the warriors in the front of the Cloud Alliance did not know that the enemy appeared in their rear formation. They faced the empty front, and did not know where to release their already gathered combat skills. At this time, the sound of fighting came from the back. The warriors of the Thunder Alliance launched an attack on the rear of the Cloud Alliance, and countless magic and combat skills were released to the backs of the Cloud Alliance warriors. Countless people were killed and wounded at once. After suffering huge casualties, the Cloud Alliance warriors turned around to fight. But they found that the enemy appeared behind them again, even walked out of the portal beside them. Enemies are everywhere. Enemies are everywhere. Being beaten everywhere. Fighting back. More often, comrades are injured by mistake. How can war be fought like this? How can war be fought like this? This is not the war we imagined. The audience on the high-altitude stands watched what was happening on the ground quietly. The dense military formation of the Cloud Alliance was equivalent to tying up their own hands and feet, and lost the ability to respond to the rapidly changing battle. They were pulled back and forth by the Thunder Alliance soldiers, who were teleporting back and forth. And the formation became more and more chaotic. The superiors lost the ability to command their subordinates, and most of the soldiers fought with their own strength. On the Thunder Alliance side, they used the battlefield space teleportation ability to complete the encirclement of the Cloud Alliance. And as long as there was a vacancy inside the Cloud Alliance array, there must be a powerful hero of the Thunder Alliance being teleported in. After stirring up a mess, they quickly pulled people out. The precise opening and closing of the teleportation portal. The timing was just right, and the people who watched it broke out in cold sweats. This is no longer a war. It is an elegy sent by the master of the new century to the old century. We are all witnesses of this funeral. Yinqing led his super warriors to fight against the Tower Wizard, and covered the ground army to erode the main force of the Yiming on the ground. When he saw that the ground space transmission was somewhat incoherent, he asked Chui, "What happened?" "I saw that there was an error in the space transmission. Master, the Tower Wizard is really interfering with the space, which increases the difficulty of my calculation of the space coordinates. I am adjusting the algorithm, and will be able to recover soon. Master, the Tower Wizard has signs of besieging you. Please be careful." "Got it. I will lead them to the sky, and you will solve the battle on the ground as soon as possible. I feel that the full authority of the Executioner is about to be open to me." Chapter 427 Reverse. The giant floating stand moved to the periphery of the battlefield, leaving the middle airspace for the battle. Yinqing asked Donna and Orf to stay at a low altitude as the support point of the ground battlefield, and he took Zybel to rise at a slower speed. In his helmet display, Chui had marked the position of the high tower mage, who was about to attack him. Using space skills to carry out a sneak attack, Yinqing and Zybel swung their weapons at the same time and slashed the air in front of them. The two sword arcs drew a semicircle to form a circle, and the space was cut and torn. Two high tower mages who used space to teleport appeared and sent themselves to the space crack. Their bodies split into two as the space split, without bleeding or making any sound as they were sucked into the space crack. The space crack closed quickly. Then more than a dozen high tower mages teleported through space to the airspace around Yinqing and Zybel. The outer high tower mages deployed a barrier to seal Yinqing in a closed battlefield. Yinqing grabbed Zybel's hand. His figure flashed continuously in the jumping of the arc, and rushed out at the moment the barrier closed. The two rushed out and flew upwards at an accelerated speed, and the high tower mages followed closely. The Thunder Alliance's ability to apply space technology made the failure of the Yun Alliance's ground war inevitable. The only chance to turn the tables was to kill Yinqing. 5 high tower mages used space teleportation to appear in the airspace above Yinqing, and worked together to construct a 5-pointed magic circle. A large number of fireballs emerged from the magic circle like eggs, smashing down at Yinqing and Zybel, who were rushing upwards. Yinqing and Zybel rushed forward without dodging. Around them, the shields released by the super-armed intelligent core flashed, blocking the fireballs one by one. The flashing sword light cut open the blocking 5-pointed magic circle. Yinqing and Zybel continued to rush upwards. The high tower mages kept using space teleportation to intercept the two of them, but they could not stop them for a moment. Yinqing and Zybel rushed to the airspace of 6,000 meters before stopping. The tower mages followed closely and surrounded them. 10 of the 15 tower mages were elders of the tower in the cloud. Their bodies were deeply elementalized, and some of them no longer had a complete human form. The 5 senior mages retreated and jointly deployed the barrier. The 10 elders did not waste words and chanted spells directly, unfolding a complex magic halo in front of them. Yinqing and Zybel stood back to back and released Angel Descend at the same time. The broad wings of light elements stretched behind them, and the holy light burst out from their bodies. It was like 2 angels descended into this world. The holy light shone. The 2-handed sword in Yinqing's hand and the Tang sword in Zybel's hand were covered with white flames. When the tower elders released magic at the same time, the light elements on their sides condensed into more than 10 war hammers and rushed back at the magic. The explosion formed a shock wave that spread, and after hitting the barrier, it continued to stir and formed a turbulent flow like a blade storm. The elders of the tower released a spherical shield, and the magic energy turbulence slashed on it, creating magic sparks like sparks. Without pausing, they immediately released new magic to carry out saturation fire on Yinqing and Zybel in the middle. Magic bombardment is not the knight's strong point. Yinqing and Zybel separated, using the powerful acceleration and maneuverability of the super weapon to draw a zigzag flight trajectory in the air and approach the elders of the tower. On the helmet screen, the light refraction generated by the magic turbulence was filtered and corrected. The magic architecture progress estimate and magic efficiency were clearly marked. There is also a preparation time bar for the super-armed intelligent core to release magic, all of which are clearly visible. It feels like playing a game. Where is the CDN point? Yinqing sees the time difference when the tower elder released magic, and the arc flashed to the side of a fire element tower elder, and the big sword drew a light track. With one sword, the shield of the tower elder was deployed, and then the backhand sword cut through the space to kill him. The tower elder knew the domineering sword skill that could cut through space, and the flames on his body were instantly extinguished when the sword light approached. 10 meters away, the fire element gathered and burned into the appearance of the tower elder, being able to sit in the position of elder in the tower in the cloud. He is indeed very powerful. Yinqing missed the attack, and his body immediately moved in the arc of light, avoiding a freezing magic. On the other side, Zybel also had no good way to deal with these powerful tower elders, and could only use the powerful calculation and auxiliary functions of super weapons to deal with them one by one. Master, Max has fully recovered, and your strength has also been raised to the threshold. The NI you want to execute and your executioner will appear at any time. Please be careful. Got it. Pay attention to the changes in the surrounding space. I will play with them for a while. Yes, Master. The battle situation on the ground has been determined. I am gradually recovering the computing power and preparing for the final battle. Okay. Yinqing ended the call with Chuichu and put his attention back on the battle in front of him. At this time, Yinqing's strength was raised by the world mechanism due to the creation of reversal, and there was only one last step left to open the divine power. Therefore, Yinqing's true strength is higher than those of the tower elders, although it is not much higher. With the blessing of super weapons, he can still deal with this level of attack calmly. During the 4-month preparation period, Zybel has been training in the 9-headed dragon illusion, and his strength has been greatly improved compared to before. Therefore, Zybel was chosen as the first client of Theocracy in the 9-headed dragon god-making plan. When NI appears, she will join forces with Max to deal with NI. Yinqing will deal with his executioner Hichijo. Underground of Heizei City, a dragon roar penetrated the earth and spread to the sky, and the entire Laming swamp felt the mighty power of the gods. Everything was silent. There seemed to be something more in the world. All living beings felt a sudden shock in their hearts, and then unconsciously looked up at the edge of the sky. The warriors of both sides on the century battlefield stopped fighting, and they stood there looking at the sky. The audience on the giant floating stand stood up and looked at the sky. In the city with tall buildings, people stopped everything they were doing and looked at the sky. On Griffin Island, Mr. Yang looked at the sky and said to himself, "It's here." Yinqing didn't lie to me. Although it's my first experience, I know, this is the feeling of God descending. Feng Tingyu asked on the side, "Mr. Yang, you are now the full commander of this emergency. What should we do? Issue a national power outage warning through all channels. And then, wait. Yes. In the high-altitude barrier of the century battlefield, the battle also stopped abruptly at a moment. Everyone can feel the change in the laws of the world. Clearly sensed the coming of God. And, right beside, the barrier shattered. A young man wearing the robe of the elder wizard of the tower stepped out of thin air. Ha ha ha. Teresa. Erwin. You really brought shame to the Cloud Tower. Not only did you lose the war, but you couldn't win even with 10 elders besieging 2 children. I've said long ago that elementalization will affect the brain. The Cloud Tower is handed over to you, and this ending is destined. Teresa is the chief elder of the Elder Council of the Cloud Tower. He appeared in front of the young man in the form of a water element. After identifying for a while, he said in surprise, You are Raphael. How did you become like this? Could it be? Did you succeed? This is impossible. Impossible, Raphael said with a smile, for low-level creatures like you who only want to turn yourself into an element. Of course you can't understand the height of my thoughts. When God created all things, He put His divine power there. The funny thing is that you don't even have the courage to take it. It's sad, sad. Raphael waved his hand after he finished speaking. Teresa, who turned into a water element, was forcibly changed into a fire element, and the fire element dispersed with another wave of his hand. The powerful Teresa was wiped out without a trace. Is this the power given to Raphael by divine power? The elders of the tower retreated in fear. And Erwin begged, I'm sorry, Lord Raphael, we are no different from your enemies. Although we are too stupid to understand your philosophy, we have never withheld your supplies. Of course, there have been some reductions recently, but all our supplies have been reduced. Please forgive us for our disrespect to you before. I believe that under your leadership, the Cloud Tower can be more glorious than before. You low-level creatures like clowns, you can retreat. As a god, I am not interested in your lives. Teresa died because he questioned God. The tower mages immediately retreated like prisoners who had been pardoned. But they did not retreat too far. It is not something that anyone can see casually to admire the power of God up close. And they all hoped to see Raphael kill Yinqing with their own eyes, and then destroy the Eternal Territory, the Thunder Alliance swamp. All the countries and people who are enemies of the Cloud Tower. Raphael walked in front of Yinqing. Zybel flew over and asked Yinqing worriedly in a low voice, Is this really a god? What should we do? At this time, Zybel didn't know about the NI and Executioner, nor did she know that she was one of Yinqing's god-making plans. Not telling Zybel was to avoid the information collection of the world mechanism. Because the world mechanism knew that Zybel would become an eye, it was very likely to prepare an executioner for her. Don't worry. Everything is in my plan. If he doesn't come out now, I don't know what to do next. Get ready. Blow Blow will open up a new level of power for you. Yinqing removed his super armor and stood face to face with Raphael in the air. Raphael was stunned when he saw Yinqing's appearance. Humans with black hair and black eyes are rare in this world. The only person Raphael has seen who looks similar to Yinqing is the experimental body furnace, who successfully produced the heart of God. What is the relationship between them? But it doesn't matter what the relationship is. In front of God, everyone is equal for life. Are you Yinqing? A very outstanding young man. After all, not everyone can force the Cloud Tower into such an embarrassing state. I admire you very much. If you are willing to become my believer, I can forgive your offense against the Cloud Tower. I will enthrone you as the Emperor of mankind, and you will lead the human race to worship my temple. Yinqing laughed and said, Hey, are you a god? Why do I think you are a charlatan? You dare to take a chicken feather as an arrow. In our place, if a god wants to have a temple to shelter from the wind and rain, he must work diligently and do good things. Like you put on such a big show as soon as you come out, and you don't even say a decent word to bless the weather and good harvest. But you ask for benefits as soon as you open your mouth. People like this are generally liars. Yinqing's ridicule angered Raphael. How dare you disrespect God? You should have seen what happened to Teresa. I am the only god in this world. I can decide your life and death. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ridiculous ignorance. I think I should have said the last word. Yinqing's disrespect and sarcasm completely angered Raphael. Originally, I thought you had some skills, so I wanted to give you a chance to serve God. But now I have changed my mind. I will kill you and imprison your soul. Let you watch how I destroy your loved ones and everything you have. Start by depriving you of your power. Raphael used divine power to clear all the magic elements around Yinqing. And then he was going to extract the magic power in Yinqing's body. But why can't I pull it out? When Raphael was wondering what happened, a black shadow rushed out of nowhere. It turned out to be a black dragon. Did the ultimate creature join the battle? Raphael saw the black dragon rushing towards him, and threw a spear at the black dragon. This spear was formed by the energy condensed by his divine power, and it was attached with his divine power. Nothing in the world can resist it. Even the ultimate creature Black Dragon is a low-level reptile in front of God. But what Raphael didn't expect was, the Black Dragon spit out a breath of dragon's breath and burned the spear without a trace. What happened? Why did my divine power not only fail to Yanqing, but also fail to face a Black Dragon? Is the divine power I obtained fake? No. The divine right is absolutely real. It is true that I can destroy Teresa with a wave of my hand. If there is an explanation for what just happened, then Yanqing and the Black Dragon also have divine right. They are gods equal to me. I just got the divine right. And I met two gods. God, is it so cheap? The Black Dragon turned into a human form. And Max, with a cynical look on his face, fell beside Yanqing. It seems that I came very timely, and just caught up with the good show here. Yanqing put away the state of angel advent. The appearance of Ni gave him all the rights of executioner. This feeling is very magical. Like I am this world and the world is me. My executioner. No, our executioner has awakened. I'm going to the real world to stop Ichijou. I'll leave this to you and Zybel. No problem. I'm enough to deal with a new Ni. It's better to be safe. Don't kill him by accident. Yanqing opened the portal to the real world. Raphael asked angrily, "Who are you?" Yanqing just smiled, without answering, and went through the portal. Max blocked Raphael, who wanted to rush forward. "Young man, don't be so anxious to die. You and him are not at the same level of power. Let me play with you for a while. You don't have much time, so you must experience the power of God." Chapter 428 Execution End. Miss Siebel. After hearing Chui's voice, Siebel asked, "Can you explain to me what is going on now? What does the conversation between the master and the wizard who claims to be God mean? What are the Black Dragon and this person who just appeared?" Chui quickly said to Siebel, "Miss Siebel, I can't explain it to you in detail now. You just need to know that this battle is really about the fate of the world and whether we can break out of this cage. It also concerns the life of the master. Mr. Max is the master's staunch ally in this war and can be trusted. Your mission is to assist Mr. Max to trap Raphael here and not let him die." Although Zybel didn't understand, she knew that Chuichu would never joke with Yanqing's life. "What should I do? Their power doesn't seem to be a war I can participate in." "No, Miss Zybel. You can also have the power of God. Please accept the master's gift to you." Heavy dark clouds covered the entire sky, and the strong wind raised the waves and continuously rushed to the coast of Griffin Island. Half a month ago, Griffin Island entered a closed state. Without tourists, it has become as quiet as before. The whistling sound brought by the wind came in from the window. President Yang sat in the temporary office and listened to his subordinates' reports on the global disaster weather. Yanqing walked out of thin air, asked, "What's going on now?" Mr. Yang was not surprised by Yanqing's way of paying for his appearance. And he also felt the changes in him. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tornadoes, storms, bad weather has occurred all over the world. Although the disaster level is not high, if it is because of the coming of God, a devastating disaster should erupt at any time. Is he here? Yanqing walked to the window. The dark clouds covering the sky quickly retreated. The wind stopped, and the turbulent sea surface returned to calm again. No, Ichijou alone cannot mobilize such a large amount of energy and cause a global disaster at the same time. This is the catastrophe released by the world mechanism. Mr. Yang asked, "What is the world mechanism you are talking about?" Using words that are easy for us to understand. It should be called Heaven's Way. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. We are all chess pieces on the chessboard under the rules of Heaven's Way. Now if a chess piece wants to jump out of the chessboard, Heaven's Way will change one or change all of them. Mr. Yang seemed to understand something. What can we do? Can we only wait for Heaven's Way, or you to decide the fate of the world? I have never felt so weak and powerless as I do now. Even in the most difficult times in the past, I firmly believe that as long as we move towards the right goal, we can always get there. Do you feel your own weakness? I finally understand why people in ancient times worshipped God so much. Only by feeling his presence can you feel his power. Outside, dark clouds gathered again. The wind brought the waves to the shore again. Yanqing smiled and said, "But in ancient times, no matter how powerful the gods were, they could not escape the fate of destruction in front of the heavenly Tao. because their strength was only individual strength. But this time is different. The civilization accumulated by countless mortals has made the heavenly Tao feel afraid. And it wants to send down a catastrophe to destroy our civilization. Look outside. Shouldn't we be proud of our current achievements? Mr. Yang, Feng Tingyu and the staff in the office walked to the window together. Now look at the weather outside. You should be proud of being able to force the heavenly Tao into this state. But it is proud. But how can you survive this catastrophe? Mr. Yanqing? At this time, everyone realized that Yanqing had disappeared without a trace. Only one sentence was left. Give me the energy I want, and I will cut this sky apart. When Yanqing came out again, he was already above the airspace of the continent. Below was a familiar city, quiet under the bright sunshine. There were almost no vehicles on the road, and everyone received the notice. An emergency has occurred, and the whole city has started to limit electricity. Please stay at home or in a safe place. Don't panic. If you are in danger, please call for help in time. Yanqing looked at the city below and said to a boy beside him, Do you have to destroy this world? These people below don't even know your name. Hichijou? Hichijou looked only 14 or 15 years old. He was wearing a junior high school uniform that he got from somewhere. With his hands in his pockets, Yanqing's sudden arrival did not cause him much reaction. Are you trying to persuade me? I guess. Do you know what I've been through? What right do you have to persuade me? Yanqing lit a cigarette for himself. I know a little. But every wrong has its perpetrator. Your current power is enough for revenge. And I can't stop you. Control the coverage area. And we can join forces to deal with the guy above us. Ha ha ha. Hichijou laughed. You are afraid that I will kill you. And if you really know where I come from, you should know that people like me have serious character flaws. Humans are already the most perfect creatures created by God. Some people actually want to make him more perfect. How is it possible? What goes up must go down. And it is impossible for humans to surpass God. I can't give up the hatred in my heart for this world. And the past experiences are tormenting me all the time. Now I just want to destroy it. This is the only meaning of my existence. Yanqing continued to smoke. So, the negotiation between us failed. This battle has to be fought? If you are willing to retreat, I can spare you. According to my speculation, if I kill you, my fate will be to be abandoned. Yanqing applauded and said, You are really smart. You can think so thoroughly just after becoming the executioner. But I believe you should also know that since the world mechanism has chosen you, it means that in its deduction, I will never retreat. Then I will kill you. My authority is higher than yours. And you are not my opponent. Yanqing extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, and flicked it away. Hee hee. Your authority is higher than mine? Maybe a little bit higher. After all, the rebellion you want to execute is a little bit stronger than the rebellion I want to execute. But it's not that easy for you to kill me. Then try it. Hichijou appeared beside Yanqing in an instant. While swinging his fist became dozens of times larger, emitting golden light in the air and punching Yanqing. Master, the space is closed, and space movement cannot be used temporarily. Spatial interference analysis. Master, Hichijou's brain's computing ability is very terrifying. And it is a non-logical computing ability that I am not good at. The analysis will take some time. Oh no. Master, he found me and is attacking me. He is so scary. Yanqing dodged an attack from Hichijou and drew out his two-handed sword to repel him. In the consciousness space, hundreds of Chue's secondary computing cores were in a large computer room, controlling thousands of computers at the same time. And new Chue appeared and computers were added constantly. Hichijou was definitely the first one who could force Chue to use Shadow Clone. What kind of monster is this? Yanqing adopted a defensive posture and steadily resisted Hichijou's attack. As an executioner as well, with more combat experience, as long as he did not make mistakes, Hichijou would not take advantage of him in a short time. However, as a genetically optimized person, Hichijou is much better than Yanqing. In the continuous attack, he is more proficient in the use of divine power. A pair of golden fists are endowed with divinity, and launched a fierce attack on Yanqing. He can even use the special characteristics of his brain to attack Chue from the information data. Chue, can you block it? Chue is the key to whether the world mechanism can be defeated this time. If Hichijou breaks through and reads the data, the consequences are disastrous. Chue urgently increases the computing power of the main body. In terms of data processing volume, Ichijou is not as good as me. Master, as long as you can give him enough pressure. He can't devote too much energy to attacking my firewall. Got it. Send the divine body over here. I want to show Ichijou the power of executioner and rebel as one. Yes, Master. The divine body is being transmitted. The divine body has arrived. Yanqing seized an opportunity and hit Ichijou with his sword like a baseball. Then he put the sword into space. The two-handed sword made with super-arm technology obviously cannot cause harm to God. At this time, a portal opened and Yanqing released an angel to descend. When he spread his wings, the shadow of an angel flew out of the portal and overlapped with him. At the moment of fusion, the wings behind Yanqing expanded rapidly, and then quickly shrank and disappeared. Ichijou, who was knocked back, rushed back like a meteor, his whole body glowing, and his fist shining with golden light. Yanqing faced Ichijou, who was swooping down from above, clasped his hands behind his back to gather strength, and then swung forward. During the swing, white light gathered in his palms and condensed into a hilt. Then a large and exaggerated two-handed heavy sword took shape, and he swung it towards Ichijou's fist. With a sound of metal colliding, it resounded throughout the world. In a spreading circular impact, Ichijou was hit again and flew backwards. Yanqing instantly burst into speed and rushed upward, catching up with Ichijou and hitting him again. He was knocked into a low-altitude orbit. The battle between theocracy and theocracy is too destructive. Just a few clashes have caused a slight earthquake. Fighting over the city again may cause a disaster. Yanqing launched an active attack on Ichijou, and a huge sword was swung open and closed in his hand. A desperate fighting style actually gave him a considerable advantage. Ichijou was suppressed, but Yanqing knew that this guy would definitely come up with a countermeasure quickly. For a genetically optimized person with theocracy, it is not an exaggeration to overestimate his strength. Blow. I can't suppress him for too long. You arrange your task process. Master, Ichijou's attack strength against me has decreased. I can counter-contain him to a certain extent. The space in this area has been closed to him. Master, the nine-headed dragon god-making project is in progress. You must hold on. Complete your task. Don't worry about me. Yanqing held the sword and fought with all his heart. At this time on the ground, all the energy conversion relay towers installed in the power plant were turned on. The electric energy gathered to form a beam of light that shone upwards, and all drilled into a portal opened in the sky. In the Black Swamp City in the Thunder Swamp of the Magic World, all the people in the city were cleared. The dense beams in the air shone downwards through the portal, all converging on a towering energy-gathering tower. The radiation formed by the gathering of high-density energy formed countless black water fountains around the Black Swamp City. These corrosive waters decomposed rapidly as they rushed to the sky, turning black into white, and then into colorful colors. Finally, dozens of magical rainbows across the sky were formed in the Kurosawa area. Underground, all the people working here are hard demons and alchemy robots. The nine-headed dragon database, which covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters, operates at full power after receiving a huge amount of energy input. The consciousness particles of the nine-headed dragon were collected and reorganized, and after being supplemented by Max, the entire simulation of the nine-headed dragon's divine power was completed. The nine-headed dragon, living in a virtual fantasy, raised its 9 heads in the dense forest and roared towards the sky. The roar also echoed in the nine-headed dragon cave. The nine-headed dragon lying on the ground moved. The 9 heads roared, and the body struggled to stand up from the ground. The long spear that nailed it to the ground loosened, and was pushed out by the flesh of the nine-headed dragon bit by bit. The roaring sound waves penetrated the strata again and spread outward. The nine-headed dragon stood up with difficulty. The long spear flew out, and the shape of a 3-pointed two-edged sword. After leaving the body of the nine-headed dragon, it quickly became smaller and pierced through the space and disappeared. When the nine-headed dragon saw the 3-pointed two-edged sword disappear, it let out an angry roar. It disappeared from the spot, as if chasing the 3-pointed two-edged sword. In the real world, Yanqing continued to contain Ichijou, and Ichijou's strength has become stronger again. Yanqing can clearly feel the suppression of theocracy. Even if he is in the dual forms of executioner and an eye, it is increasingly difficult to support the crushing of authority. Blow. How long will it take? At this time, Yanqing and Ichijou fought in outer space, struggling to support in the face of constant attacks. Master, There is a problem with our god-making project. And the nine-headed dragon has been resurrected. Now there is a real Ni. Not a possible Ni. The world mechanism has increased Hichijio's authority to deal with the extra Ni. And Yinqing didn't expect that such a big accident would happen in the nine-headed dragon god-making project. He swung his sword and collided head-on with Hichijio. And then asked Chue, and what? Behemoth Howling Ridge and Titan Thundercaller have shown signs of resurrection. Even the demon Sarius that we decomposed has begun to reorganize his body and divine power. Master, this situation is beyond our previous calculations. We still know too little about divine power. Now with the increase of reverse, Hichijio's divine power will be continuously improved by the world mechanism. You are in great danger now. Finally, I know why Hichijio suddenly became stronger. Yinqing defended the crazy Hichijio with all his strength, and said to Chue, we used to plan to use the virtual Ni to increase the calculation of the world mechanism. Now the resurrection of Ni will definitely increase the calculation of the world mechanism. And even more. Since we can't stop the resurrection of Ni, let them be resurrected. But you? Chue was about to cry. Hichijio's divine power will continue to be improved. And you may really die. Our plan was not mature in the first place. And we were prepared for failure. This battle is to impact the limit of the world mechanism. Since the current path is not biased, there is no way back. Only move forward. Chue. I believe in you. Just as I always believe in you. Chue. With nearly 1,000 secondary computing cores in his mind, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and focused all his attention on the screen. Master, Chue has not yet fulfilled his wish to please you. You must not be in trouble. Don't set such a flag casually. Focus on your task. Yes, Master. At this time, the crystal wall constructed by Yinqing with divine power was shattered by Hichijio's punch. He swung his sword to chop, but was hit by Hichijio's punch on the sword. Yinqing was at a disadvantage in the competition of divine power, and his sword was swept away by the fist. Hichijio seized the opportunity to get close and punched Yinqing. It was too late for Yinqing to retrieve the sword to save himself. Just as he was about to use his divine body to resist the attack, a pair of phantom hands separated from his own hands, and a phantom lightsaber separated from the giant sword he was holding. The hands holding the lightsaber swung at Hichijio at an extremely fast speed, forcing Hichijio to block and retreat. Who are you? Yinqing felt that something in his body had awakened. Angel Belklin. The battle between the Executioner and the Executioner surprised me. And the Executioner and the reverse were one and the same. Although I still don't understand the situation. My intuition tells me that I should help you. Berklin. Yinqing was shocked. Max. No. Black Dragon Grisha said that you are the closest to gods and I didn't expect that you were made into a divine body by me and resurrected. Is Grisha still alive? Belklin was surprised to hear the name of his old friend. You know him. It seems that I saved the right person. He is alive and well. Dealing with another Ni. Now is not the time to explain. Can you come out of my body? Belklin said, the Executioner fighting with you is very strong. Stronger than the Executioners of the 5 Ni. If I come out, neither of us can be his opponent. They can still fight together. Okay. I'll listen to you. Yinqing turned sideways to the right, and held the sword with both hands. And the virtual Belklin held the sword with both hands, and overlapped with him. Hichijio attacked. And his strength was even stronger. Even with Belklin's assistance, Yinqing was still beaten back and forth. The earth became smaller and smaller. Then it seemed that something flew up from the earth. Its speed was very fast. And it became clearer and clearer. It was the three-pointed two-edged sword that pierced the nine-headed dragon. It rushed to the place where Yinqing and Hichijio were fighting. And the momentum of killing gods forced the two to retreat. Then a hand appeared out of thin air, and grasped the handle of the three-pointed two-edged sword. An arm gradually appeared behind the hand. Then a three-eyed warrior wearing ancient oriental armor stood in the universe. At this time, the nine-headed dragon roared out of the portal. And after seeing the three-eyed warrior holding a three-pointed double-edged sword, he was about to fight. But a sword shot from the direction of the earth. It was the bronze sword that killed the 5 Ni and pierced the black dragon's neck. The bronze sword flew, and was held by a hand. A man with the majesty of a king stood with a sword. Xian Yuan. Belklin exclaimed. How did he come back to life? What happened? With the appearance of Xian Yuan, the demon Sarius, Behemoth Howling Ridge, and Titan Thundercaller arrived one by one. They all came to chase the Xianyuan sword. But they were not the only ones who were resurrected. Weapons flew from the direction of the earth, and the former executioners were resurrected. And those who were executed by them also arrived one by one. Even Yinxing was confused. This was completely beyond his plan. At this time, Belklin said to Yinxing, I roughly know what you want to do. The world mechanism can't bear the existence of too many inverses. Its rules are collapsing, and the divine power it has taken back is escaping. Now is the time to cut the rules. Yinxing asked, What should I do? Not far away. Hichijio stood still, and the pressure formed by the highest authority of the divine power continued to radiate outward. Belklin said, The weapon of the executioner has the power to cut through the divine power, and the power of Ni has the power to challenge the rules of the world. If I transfer my divine power to you completely, you will truly become a person who combines the power of executioner and Ni. Convince the executioner and Ni here to lend you their power, and you can split the rules of this world. What will happen if you transfer your divine power to me? I will become light. Belklin? Belklin. Yinxing's call was not responded to. Standing in the universe, there is Ni on the left and executioner on the right. Everyone seemed a little confused about the situation. How could there be so many Ni and executioners? Hichijio still did not move. The downtime of the world mechanism had a great impact on him. Everyone. Yinxing used his divine power to speak in the universe. Don't you think the battle between Ni and executioner should have an end? You are all pawns under the world mechanism, fighting in the script directed by it. Repeat it again and again. Repeat it again and again. You are all heroes and gods in the legend. But in reality, you are all poor people who fell in the battle of fate. It's time to end this reincarnation. Cut open the rules above our heads, and see what the world outside the world is like. It may not be better than our world, and there may be more cruel rules waiting for us. But this step must be taken sooner or later, even if not now. It will be at some point in the future. Now I have both the power of executioner and reverse, and I need your help to open this day again. Yinxing opened Belklin's vision to all reverses and executioners through the divine power. After seeing Belklin's final choice, the demon Salia said, I fought with Belklin for a lifetime. But at the last moment, we became friends who depended on each other for life and death. I trust Belklin. He is the light that guides me forward. I will lend you my divine power. Behemoth Howling Ridge. Titan Thundercaller then gave his divine power to Yinxing. They all believe in Belklin. Xianyuan said at this time, after I completed the execution of the invading Ni, I also rebelled against the heavenly Tao, but failed. This time the heavenly Tao was forced into this state by you, and there is no reason for me not to contribute. This sword, you take it. The three-eyed warrior laughed and said, I didn't expect that His Majesty Huangdi is also an executioner. Yang Jian also fought with the heavenly Tao and was defeated. This time, I must see what the sky looks like after it opens. Hey, nine-headed insect. If you are defeated by me and feel unconvinced, I will fight you for 300 rounds after the sky is opened. Nine-headed dragon said, okay. Don't lie to me. Nine-headed dragon handed over the divine power to Yinxing. After completing the execution, the executioners were stabbed in the back by the world mechanism. Most of them fought against the way of heaven and then lost. All of them were holding back their anger. This time, seeing the opportunity to cut open the way of heaven, they handed over their weapons without much hesitation. More than 10 weapons merged into an axe. And I was designed to be executed by the world mechanism, and knew that if he didn't take the opportunity to get rid of the world mechanism this time, he would definitely be executed again. Therefore, they all handed over their divine powers very readily. At this moment, Yinxing gathered all the rebellious divine powers in the scene, holding the axe of creation, and under the guidance of a ray of light, he chopped down at Hichijio, who was still motionless. The sound of an eggshell breaking spread along the deep universe.